Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We are pleased to welcome you to the international conference on the interdisciplinary community-based hepatitis C elimination.
大家早安，欢迎大家参加跨领域社区 C 型肝炎根除国际会议。
I'm Mace, and this is Yatin. It's our pleasure to honor to be here as your host for today.
我是今天的司仪雅婷以及世祥，很荣幸为各位服务。
We appreciate that you take time of your busy schedule to join us. We hope you have a fruitful and engaging today.
再次感谢各位参与今天的研讨会。
We are now opening this conference with an opening remark by Mr. Lin Tianfu, the Deputy Mayor of Zhanghua County Government.
首先，欢迎彰化县政府林田富林副县长开场致辞。
Thank you, Deputy Lin Tianfu.
谢谢林副县长。
那就是接下来是学长吴兆勋，然后杨伟勋。
我这里就是念台湾大学医学院附设医院，吴明贤。
杨伟勋，后边杨伟勋。对，杨伟勋。本来就换，对，就是。它上面会这样写，但是致辞的时候要介绍杨伟勋来致辞，所以应该可以讲说。
台湾大学
医研部，台湾大学医学会附设医院。Now I would like to invite Director Yang Wei-Xun from the Department of Medical Research, National Taiwan University Hospital, to deliver opening remark. 部长这边介绍他部长。这边介绍部长。对。对。
然后下一个是陈木宽。
对。And I would like to invite Mr. Chen Mu-Kwan, the Chief Superintendent of Zhanghua Christian Hospital, to deliver opening remark of the conference. We have a group shooting time before the meeting. Please move close to the middle on both sides.
请各位与会人员往中间靠齐。然后我不管是写说就是右手比 C 嘛，然后看向舞台上方的摄影师，然后一起数1、2、3拍照这样。右手比 C。
对。
然后下一个动作右手比赞。一样是看向舞台上方摄影师，他是说左右两边会有，然后会等他们拉布条，对，会这样。然后第一个对象应该是你自己。
第一个呢是归因讲到之前确定的那个日本肝炎病毒筛检诊断及治疗。
然后长庚，高雄
长庚纪念医院。
嘛。
对。
高雄长庚纪念医院，吴崇辉教授。
对。
然后下一个。
这个是 HCV Elimination Model in Australia， 对，然后Please welcome our moderator。
公共卫生学院陈秀熙教授。
但我这边可能就念到台湾大学而已，我不会念它是公共卫生学院。
那蛮厉害。
我觉得你念没关系，对。然
后10点20的时候。
对，我们就会进入休息时间。
应该让你们进入公共休息。那我就是你念完之后我就起来。
对 ，Thank you for Thank you to our moderator and speaker. We now have a 10-minute coffee break and recommend shortly.
现在让我们进入中场休息，10分钟后回到现场。那他昨天说洗手间，
我觉得这个就是中文直接讲。
可是洗手间介绍说，洗手间在会场外面休息区后方，这样好吗？
会场外面休息区。
在那里。
可以。应该可以。
洗手间在会场外休。 各位来宾，我们将在1分钟后开始会议，请各位回座。然后下一个是台湾彰化跨领域，它这个应该是 C 型肝炎吧？应该是
对，应该少一个 C， 对，少一个
C 型肝炎，
C 型肝炎
根除
整合模式。
台湾大学医学院附设医院医院部，这里就是。
这边我会直接介绍，它是台湾大学、台大医院，对，然后是杨伟勋教授，这样就好。
台湾大学医学院杨伟勋教授，这样。
对不起，台大医院就好，应该是台大医院就好。
台大医院。然后最后，下一个是慢性肾脏病及透析族群的 C 肝根除，然后这边就是介绍
华上志，
高雄医学大学附设医院华上志副院长。
附设医院，
对吧？
对，地方我放哪发了？对，没错。
附设。然后最后一个是特殊族群 C 型肝炎根除创新整合模式。欢迎作长林口长庚纪念医院简荣南教授，
对，
以及台湾大学护理学系张荣珍副教授。
张荣这边，张教授这边，张荣珍副教授，我只会给他台湾大学的职称。对，所以我觉得你可以去念没关系。对，那我这边就念到台湾大学。是，科长早。今天又要帮。 大家早安，欢迎各位参加今天的研讨会。如果今天有需要继续教育学分，请至我们登记桌前往签到，谢谢。
为了响应世界卫生组织提出的2030全球C肝根治的一个目标，彰化县从2019年配合着中央开放C肝口服新药的一个治疗政策，那全面的启动彰化县C肝根除计划，不仅是全国第一，更是全亚洲第一个以县市层级全面动员的计划，共治疗了13000多人，成功的在3年内实现了C肝根除的一个目标。有如此亮眼的成绩，最主要归功于完善的共同照护策略。我们采取了跨部门、跨计划、跨层级、跨科别的横向整合，针对潜在的一个对象，把艾滋门诊、药酒瘾门诊、美沙东门诊、洗肾室、糖尿病共同照护网、万人健检跟矫正机关等，我们都纳入我们扩大筛检，进而治疗根除。另外，为了减少民众到医院来回奔波，我们整合了各医院的抽血检验流程，推广C肝一管电到底，不仅便民，也增加了民众筛检意愿。
如果C肝抗体筛检阳性，我们会直接取同一管检体，加验病毒量及基因型。
就这款了，这国校检查全民健检，医生就会检查讲我有C肝安尼，无我嘛唔知。
即个病人拢要伫这社区啊，是讲像这洗肾的吼，拢无法度来接受治疗，因为他离不开就医的地方或者生活的环境哦，所以彰化医院推动，引起这偏乡巡诊啊，是这洗肾单位巡诊的医院啊吼，帮助这的患者来接受C肝的治疗。
有啦，
阿嬷讲有啦。
正常的吃。
我们今天中有个病人，他其实C型肝已经30几年了。那我们再三的跟他说，这个病其实现在已经有特效药了，他才半信半疑的那接受我们的建议，到医学中心去做这方面的治疗。当他完全治好之后，他也鼓励他的家人去做筛检，发现他家人中5个人居然有3个人是C肝带源。那之后陆陆续续的治疗，最终目前健康状况都非常的好。
那是未来在知影咱去得到C肝。想讲有这个机会，
各位长官、各位贵宾，我们的活动将于1分钟后开始，请各位回座，谢谢。
一开始我们要在做这样的一个筛查的一个工作的时候，我们就整合了资讯单位、检验单位，整个全院跨科，包括事务这样子的一个后勤的一个单位。我们的资讯单位可以协助在医师看诊的一个时候，能够有一个自动化的一个C型肝炎的筛检提示系统，用最精简的方式来去达到我们成功找到这些有C肝病毒也需要治疗的一个糖尿病跟慢性肾病的一个患者。
活动开始的9个月内，我们把彰化县所有的血液透析室里面的病人的C型肝炎达到全面的根除。应该也是全台湾，或者是全世界，在一个县市里面，我们成功的达成血液透析室C型肝炎病患的全面根除。
这项全县动员的计划， 不仅要感谢各医疗院所以及工会的一个全力协助，更要感谢国际扶轮3462地区这5年来大力支持，共同向扶轮基金会申请8个全球奖助金，总金额达到1000万元以上，用来赞助我们办理C肝筛检的活动，透过公私协力，共同守护县民的健康。C肝根除。
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We are pleased to welcome you to an international conference to Interdisciplinary Community-based Hepatitis C Elimination.
大家早安，欢迎大家参加跨领域社区 C 型肝炎根除国际会议。
I'm Mace, and this is Yatin. We are pleased and honored to be here as your host today.
我是今天的司仪雅婷以及世祥，很荣幸为各位服务。
We appreciate that take time of your busy schedule for joining us. Hope you for fruitful and engaging to conference.
再次感谢各位参与今天的研讨会。
We are now opening this conference with an opening remark by Mr. Lin Tenfu, the Deputy Mayor, Zhanghua County Government. Please.
首先，欢迎彰化县政府林田富林副县长开场致辞。
好，谢谢哈。我们卫福部、我们国民健康署、我们吴昭君吴署长啊，还有我们台大医院我们杨教授杨所长哈，还有我们陈秀熙陈教授啊，以及我们彰化基督教医院陈木宽陈总院长，还有好多的贵宾，包含我们卫生局叶彦博叶局长啊，还有我们彰化我们医师工会，还有好多医疗院所的所长，还有我们所有今天与会的各位贵宾，以及来自我们日本、澳洲的好多的这个好朋友，大家早安，大家好。谢谢，我今天特别荣幸啊，有机会代表我们彰化县的大家长啊，王惠美王县长，欢迎来自我们台湾还有国际上，包含日本、澳洲等等的这个好朋友啊，这个到我们彰化来共同参与我们这一次的这个跨域的这个社区C肝根除的国际研讨会议。2016年，这个世界卫生组织啊，这个宣布，这个希望在2030年呢，能够这个根除C肝啊，宣布这个计划。我们卫福部啊，也在这个2019年开放这个C肝的新药的全面的这个健保给付，希望在2025年台湾能够达到C肝根除的这样的一个计划。那彰化县呢，在全台湾各县市里面，这个是首先启动了我们的这个C肝根除计划。那彰化县在2019年的4月2号吧，有召开一个这个记者会。我们宣布希望3年减半，6年根除啊。那从2019年开始，这个虽然呢，这中间呢，这个遭遇了3年的疫情的冲击，但是啊，彰化县在我们中央，我们彰化县的各医疗院所、各这个医疗团体协会。这个很多的这个社团组织的协助之下，彰化县在2022年底提前达标，那所以这个算是一个相当难得的这个部分了。彰化县能够很好的达成这项目标啊，首先当然要感谢我们中央卫福部提 提供的各项资源的协助啊。那当然，我们彰化县的这个各所有的医疗院所的所长，还有我们的各医疗团体啊、社团理事长，还有好多的社团，包含扶轮社啊，这个民间组织的协助啊，让这个计划的这个达成啊，这个能够很顺利，这个是非常非常重要的原因呐。啊，那彰化县的这个经验，我相信呢，很值得我们这个共同的交流。那彰化县呢，能够达成这项目标，我想有2个是这个很重要的因素了。第一个就是说，彰化县这个整合了各种的健康照护计划跟我们的C肝根除计划啊，把它整合啊，就把各项的这个医疗健康照护计划跟C肝的根除计划整合。第2个就是跨域的啊，来建构我们社区的这个C肝的筛检还有防护网啊这件事，啊，让我们整个彰化在推动C肝根除计划的时候啊，能够很好的推动。那这里面呢，当然就是刚刚提到过的哦，我们非常非常感谢，从我们卫福部，我们到各大医疗院所啊，这个学校、这个研究机关，还有好多的这个社团，包含扶轮社等等，全力的给我们协助支持，有很大的关系。那我再次的这个代表县长哦，感谢大家之外哦，这个也希望说，我们这次的国际研讨会啊，将有助于我们台湾啊，在C肝根除计划以及甚至我们国际这个健康医疗的进步的部分，会有所注意啊。再次代表县长欢迎大家啊，也预祝我们这次的国际研讨会能够圆满顺利成功啊！谢谢大家，也祝福大家健康平安。谢谢大家，谢谢。
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lin.
谢谢林副县长。
Now please welcome Director General Wu Zhaojun from Health Promotion Administration, Ministry Health, Wealth and Deliver Opening Remark Conference.
接着欢迎国民健康署吴昭君吴署长致辞。
首先非常谢谢这次的主办单位台湾筛检协会的邀请，那么能够在这里参加我们跨领域C肝消除根治计划。那今天的彰化的林副县老朋友，特别是我们彰基总院长陈官院长，还有台大今天来参与杨志院长。还有我们陈孝熙老师的团队，还有陈立生，还有我们许明玲常次还有现在很多来自县市的伙伴，还有关心我们台湾C肝的相关筛检或治疗，大家的各位专家，甚至来自我们日本还有澳洲的学者非常欢迎大家。大家早安，大家好。刚刚林县长有特别提到WHO 希望全球2030年能够消除C肝，那么台湾的脚步也是跟着全球在走，所以我们在2016顺着 WHO 的一个目标，所以我们成立了国家C肝办公室的旗舰办公室，那宣示我们台湾必须在2025年来达成这样的一个目标。那在今年的2月，那把这个阶段性任务呢结束以后，把这个办公室移到我们国民健康署。那接了这个任务以后呢，大家外面有很多的数字在猜测，说我们到底能不能达得到。那现在的速度，每个月大概1500位C肝被找出来治疗， 那有人说我们还有5万个要治疗，有人说还有6万个要治疗。那跟各位报告，我们最新到8月的数据，我们大概还有43000位C肝的病人必须要走出来治疗。那么这个4300位到底在哪里？可能在一般的族群的民众要找到，但是比较高风险的一些族群，像 HIV、PV 的，甚至于 DM、ESRD 相关族群必须要来做治疗。所以呢，我们大概从现在开始，我们开放这些特殊族群，那必须要结合共病的概念来做筛检。那入监的这些特殊族群，除了进监或者是18岁以下的，我们都采取入监检查，所以也跟各监理矫正机关来合作，那把相关的资料做上传。那另外呢，能够筛出的阳性，最重要还是要找回来，来确认它的病毒量需不需要。那必须要把目前这样的一个筛检的落差，因为目前大概只有70%，就是抗体阳性以后大概只有70%会来做病毒量，我们希望能够拉高到90%，所以中间会有一个鼓励的机制，希望鼓励他们回来做确诊，然后能够进入到治疗跟追踪。所以呢，我想我们每一个环节都需要靠大家的合作。那么地方做得好，前提就一定会好。所以我们也非常谢谢我们彰化县政府还有卫生局，特别是我叶局长的带领团队，把彰化的分 work 做得非常的彻底，能够结合辖内的各医疗机构，不管是医院或诊所，还有呢 NGO， 包括福仁社等等，那么跟所有的社区里面去跨领域去做筛检，能够把这样的经验提前达到我们消除C肝的目标，这是值得肯定。今天的研讨会，所以呢，我们谢谢彰化这样的pioneer，我们希望全国每一个县市都能够往这个目标来前进，那我们全国的目标就一定能够达成。那为了达到2025的认证，我们必须要从明年开始，2014年我们预计要召开几次的国际C肝 Elimination 的研讨会，也希望各位专家学者能够给我们更多的指导。我们也期待在国家这样的政策目标里面来讲，投入更多的资源来达成我们的目标，维护国人的健康。简单的跟大家的报告。预祝今天的大会都能够圆满成功，大家都能够平安喜乐。谢谢大家，谢谢。
Thank you, Director General Wu.
谢谢吴院长。
Now I will be inviting Director Yang Wei-Xun from the Department of Medical Research, National Taiwan University Hospital.
接着欢迎台湾大学医学院附设医院医研部杨伟勋部长致辞。
好，谢谢哈。因为今天有外宾，我也准备了一个很简短的英文的致辞啊，那就让我用英文来讲一下好了哈。OK So good morning Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and our distinguished guests. So first of all, on behalf of the Superintendent of National Taiwan University Hospital, Dr. Wu Mingxian. So I would like to thank the organizers for the invitations. And because Superintendent Dr. Wu, today he's on a mission for the accreditation of medical center qualification by the government. So he's not available today. That's why I was assigned to be here in his place. So what I would like to address is that in the past, Taiwan has a lot of achievements in public health. So actually, Taiwan is the only country in the world to eradicate malaria. And also Taiwan is the first country in the world to implement nationwide vaccination against hepatitis B. So now we are on a mission to eradicate hepatitis C in Taiwan. So here I would like to assure you that National Taiwan University will continue to support every aspect of this program and offer our expertise and experiences in screening and diagnosis, especially in the treatment for this program. And also in the future, we will also learn from you from this program. So at the end, I would like to wish Changhua Health Bureau a very successful hepatitis C elimination program, and also an excellent conference today. And at the end, very good health to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Yang, for your remark.
谢谢杨部长。
And next, I would like to invite Mr. Chen Mukuan, the Chief Superintendent, Zhanghua Cultural Hospital, to deliver opening remark.
接着欢迎彰化基督教医疗财团法人彰化基督教医院陈木宽陈院长致辞。
各位参加的远道来，大家早。我看这个杨教授刚讲有外宾，然后讲英文，那我也讲英文好了啦，不然这个我没什么准备。So, good morning, our invited speaker from Japan and Australia, and our deputy and mayor, Mr. Lin, and also our Director General of the Health Promotion Administration of Taiwan, Dr. Wu, and Professor Yang, and all our invited speakers from Taiwan and international, and ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Changhua Christian Hospital, it's my great honor to have the welcome remark here. As you know, the Changhua Christian Hospital is the only medical center in the Changhua County and the Nando County and also in the Union County. So we served around 2 million people in the central Taiwan. And also we have 8 branch hospitals, including the Children's Hospital. It's also a medical center, and also in Erlin and Yuanlin and Changhua City, and also in Lugang, and in Xilo is in the Union County and Nando Branch Hospital. So I think it's our great honor and our responsibility to take care for all the hepatitis C patients, because our topic today is interdisciplinary community-based hepatitis C elimination. So it's from the medical center to the community-based hospital and also to all the private clinics in Taiwan and in the community. Because the Changhua Christian Hospital is founded by Dr. Lansbury from the UK 127 years ago. So this hospital is a non-profit. The core value is love. Also, we are from a small clinic. So today we have more than 4,100 sick beds, one of the largest healthcare systems in Taiwan. But the core value never changed. And let me tell you a very wonderful story, a true story that happened in the year 1928. It's around 100 years ago. In that time, a very poor, the farmer's boy, only 13 years old. His name is Zhou Jinyao. He had a very severe infection over his leg. He was sent to this hospital. But after a lot of treatment, the treatment still failed. So I think that at that time, around 100 years ago, he had to cut off his leg. But the wife of our superintendent, our founder, Dr. Lan Dawe's wife, after prayed, she decided to take 4 skin grafts by our founder, Dr. Lan, to make the skin graft to the very poor, the farmer's boy. You know that is around 100 years ago. So the skin graft at that time was failed, but they kept the leg to avoid the boy to receive the amputation. So after the Zhou Jinyao grew up, he became a pastor, and he told everybody, although the skin graft was not onto my side, but into my heart, it's a very wonderful skin graft of the love. So today, we have made the commitment to all the people in central Taiwan. So we have taken our responsibility to care for all the patients. Just as the Deputy Lin and Mayor have talked about, we are running before other countries in Taiwan. We are doing much better compared with other county and the city because we have very outstanding director of the Health Bureau, is Professor Ye. He is also the student of also my teacher, of Professor Chen. He is the president of Taiwan the Taiwan Society of Screening, right? So we are doing very good well. And just as Dr. Wu have talked about, our government have devoted a lot of not only in the financial, but also a lot of the part doing such kind of job. As I remember, our government have around, I think it's 1.7 billion US dollar from the year 2018 to year 2025. So during these 8 years, we have devoted around 1.7 billion US dollars for the elimination of the hepatitis C. So I think we can join together from the hospital to community base to not only for the screening, but also for the health literacy to make all the people to awareness for the infection and the reinfection, and also for the treatment. Because we have very good policy, so I think, just as Professor Yang have talked about, although Taiwan is not the member of the WHO due to the particular issue, and the WHO never helped Taiwan for the infectious disease control. But Professor Yang have talked about, we have very good job in doing for the malaria and the hepatitis B vaccination. So today, I think after the one day the international conference, we will doing better and working together and going together for the elimination of the hepatitis C in Taiwan, so we can share our experience to all the people all over the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Superintendent Chen.
谢谢陈院长。
We have a group of shorting time before the meeting, so please move close the middle on both sides.
在开始今天的会议前，邀请各位嘉宾一起合照，请各位与会人员往中间靠齐。
麻烦两侧的嘉宾，麻烦帮我往中间的这个方向移动，谢谢。麻烦两侧的嘉宾往中间移动，我们简单拍一个团体照，谢谢。不好意思，请两侧的嘉宾帮我往中间移动，谢谢。 好，请不要害羞，请帮我往中间移动，谢谢。都可以再往中间移动，走道都可以站哦，走道可以站，不然后面的美女们可以往前，没关系啊。来，麻烦两侧的嘉宾都是往中间移动。
中间走道也可以站人哦。
不好意思，麻烦前3排的嘉宾请帮我坐着，那后面的几位请帮我用站立的方式，谢谢。 从第4排开始，请麻烦帮我站起来，好，谢谢。第4排开始，第4排开始。那个，对，第4排开始，请帮我站起来，谢谢，谢谢。然后请再往前一点，不要害羞，请往前一点，请往前一点。对对对，请往前一点，再往前一点没关系，再往前一点。还是要在对面。再往前一点，没关系，没关系。 那有戴口罩，请帮我拿下来，谢谢。有戴口罩，请帮我拿下来。好的，我们先看镜头，我们先拍一张没有动作的哦。来，先跟我看镜头。好，来，请看镜头，1、2、3。
等一下，他们两个。
一开始先比个赞，然后等一下再比2个赞，这样好吗？好。
第3个动作，我们拿右手比个 C 放在你的脸颊旁边，右手比哦。好，来，首先第1个动作，来，请帮我比个赞，右手比赞。好，第2个双手比赞。好，来再来，右手比 C 放在脸颊旁边，1、2、3。好的，谢谢大家，谢谢。那请各位回座，我们即将开始今天的会议。Our first presentation today is a screening, diagnosis, and treatment for virus hepatitis in Japan. Please welcome our moderator, Professor Hu Zhonghui, to the Kaohsiung Chang'an Memorial Hospital.
今天的第1个演讲主题为日本肝炎病毒筛检诊断治疗，让我们一起欢迎座长高雄长庚纪念医院胡崇辉教授。
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to join the meeting today. And I am honored to introduce the first topic and the speaker, Professor Ikigami. Professor Ikigami, he earned his MD and PhD degree at the University of Tsukuba School of Medicine, Ibaraki in Japan. He also did his postdoctoral fellowship in George Washington University in US. Professor Ikigami is now the professor of Tokyo Medical University, director of Division of Gastroenterology and Hepatology in Tokyo Medical University, Ibaraki Medical Center. He is also the director and the chair of Department of Internal Medicine, deputy director of the same institute. Professor Ikigami's interest of research focus on hepatitis and the regional elimination execution in Japan. In 2022, he is the organizer of Hepatitis Countermeasures Regional Block Strategy Joint Conference in Japan. He is also the vice chairman of Ibaraki Prefecture Hepatitis Certification Council. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me to give a warm welcome to Professor Ikigami.
Thank you, Dr. Hu, for your kind introduction. I also, it is a great honor to have you as a moderator of my presentation, because I heard that you are play a leading role in the elimination activity in here, Janghua. So, good morning, everyone. So, I'm Ikigami from Ibaraki Prefecture. Ibaraki is located in 50 to 100 kilometers from Tokyo. It's a little bit, it's a suburban area. But, today's my focus is introducing the screening, diagnosis, and treatment system in Japan about hepatitis C. And also, I will mention the community-based approaches to achieving the elimination goal. Oh, this is my SHOI. Okay, as you know, the cure of HCV offers the many benefits, not only individual health level, but also at the public health level. The cure of HCV significantly reduce overall disease burden of the older population. Let me introduce the Japanese system briefly. Measures to promote the early diagnosis and treatment in Japan has been steadily implemented. Well, 2007, the Ministry of Health, Labor, and Welfare they constructed the system that links primary physicians to regional core centers of liver disease and specialized institutions in the hepatitis treatment. Every prefecture has at least one regional core centers and at least one specialized institution in their secondary medical regions. Our hospital is one of the regional core centers in the Ibaraki prefecture. This law, named the Basic Act on Hepatitis Measures, it is issued in 2009 in Japan. It is an interferon era. Well, this law laid the three basic measures as a promotion of prevention and early detection, and promotion of research, and also the equalization of medical care for hepatitis. And implementing with these measures, also it is stated that the consideration will be given to respecting the human right of a hepatitis patient and eliminating the discrimination against them. Under this law, a nationwide system for hepatitis prevention, screening, and treatment has been formed. Well, this is some content from the preface of the Basic Act. This law. This law was issued after several patients suffered from infection due to inadequate measures taken by the Japanese government against the hepatitis virus before that time. And these patients filed a lawsuit against the government and won their cases. This content is also stated in the preface of this law. Japanese law is born from this background. Therefore, it is difficult to say that that is based on the government's strong will and confidence to eliminating the disease. However, there's no doubt that enacting this law was a turning point in their fight against hepatitis in our country. In Japan, lifelong support is provided in patients with viral hepatitis. People can take a test initially. Most time, it's free. And if they are diagnosed HBV or HCV positive, they can get more intensive examinations, including ultrasonography, to decide whether they need antiviral treatment. Under the practice of certified physicians, they can get interferon, DAA, and other medical expenses covered by special subsidy programs. In 2018, a unique subsidy program for treatment of liver cancer and decompensated cirrhosis was started. If the condition of the patient is deteriorated because of the progression of cirrhosis, they are supported by a special pension program. Also, I talked about the medical expense subsidy systems in Japan. In Japan, DAA has been approved by National Health Insurance, and there are no restrictions on the patient right now. The cost benefit of this drug has been clarified, but even so, the prices of this drug is extremely high. The economic burden is hefty, especially for patients. A subsidy program for treatment costs have been established to overcome this issue since 2008. This can cover the remaining medical expenses for treatment other than the paid by medical insurer. The patient pay a minimum of 10,000 yen per month, and the national and the local government spend less than half. To disseminate information about liver disease, the Hepatitis Information Center was established in 2008, and it has implemented various initiatives involving comprehensive measures to combat hepatitis. The center operates its own website to provide information resources to the public. Moreover, with the endorsement of the collaborators in the entertainment industry, the center is responsible for visiting local governmental leaders and providing educational opportunities for the younger generations. Prevention, screening, diagnosis, treatment, and follow-up. These steps are necessary to control viral hepatitis. The participation of people from various professions is essential for the successful implementation of this cycle. We have established a system named Hepatitis Medical Care Coordinators who learned the basic knowledge about viral hepatitis and liver diseases. They are active in their respective field. All this movement is spreading now. It's spreading nationwide. This pie chart shows that the breakdown of the coordinators by occupation. In Ibaraki Prefecture, the nurses account for a large percentage, but other people like a pharmacist, lab tech, and administration staff in the hospital is also participated in this activity. As I introduced so far, efforts have been steadily made in Japan by implementing the system, law, and the human resources. Well, in the era of highly effective DAAs, that promise both an individual and the public health. The WHO has launched the first global health strategies to eliminate viral hepatitis as a public health threat by 2030. As you know, the goal is by 2030, the goals are a 90% diagnostic rate compared to the 2015 baseline, and 80% eligible patient should be treated, and 90% reduction of new infection, and finally, 65% reduction of a liver-related death. Based on the 2021 data, 11 countries are on track to meet this criteria. And 21 countries by 2050, 11 countries are on track by 2030, and 21 countries by 2050. Well, fortunately, Japan is one of the countries on track by 2030. But I think I heard that Taiwanese government has declared that this goal will be reached by 2025, and I know, I heard that Xianghua here is a leading role of this activity in this action. And so I think it is feasible to reach the elimination goal by that time, I think. And I look forward to hearing from you about the many ambitious challenges and achievements today. Well, based on the national etiology data, the trend in HCV infection in Japan between 2015 and 2035 is predicted by simulation. According to this report, the number of chronic HCV infection is expected to decrease yearly in Japan. And chronic hepatitis is likely to reduce significantly over the next decade. multiple factors play a role in achieving the elimination goal. It is easier if the system is established in areas with many older people who have a heavy access to medical facilities. On the other hand, different measures are needed in achieve the elimination goal in areas with many younger people and high population inflow and outflow. And also the abundance of the medical resources is a key point. But therefore, it is essential to have a strategy tailoring the community's characteristics. From the next slide, I will demonstrate the example of community-based elimination in Japan. Okay, here's a noteworthy example, a micro-elimination within the community in Japan. In Ojika town, in Nagasaki prefecture, it is a very western part of Japan. It is in a small island. The people living here was tested annually from 1990. ACV antibody was tested annually. And by 2019, 79 people were found as ACV RNA positive. And by 2020, and as of 2020, 53 were confirmed to have died, and 7 were confirmed to be alive with SVR. And 19 people had moved off the island and were not proven to be alive. From this data, it can be concluded that HCV elimination in Ojika town was achieved. Okay, let me talk about the area where I work. So in Ibaraki Prefecture, most patients have received treatment through a subsidy program, which I mentioned earlier. This is a total number of recipients of the programs for Hep C treatment. In 2014, the first interferon treatment was approved by National Health Insurance. The next year, Harmony appeared, and the number of the patients is skyrocketing in 2015. And after then, the number of patients has declined year by year. This trend is also seen in the nationwide. Well, in this graph, the purple line should indicate that estimated number of HCV patient, positive person by birth year. These numbers are calculated as a population ratio based on the positive rate in the local governmental screening. The blue line indicates the number of recipients by birth year. Well, selling blood is restricted from the middle of the 1960s in Japan, and it can be seen that the number of patients born after this period was decreasing. The majority of recipients was born in between 1940 to 1960s, and as far as we can see this graph, treatment seems to be satisfactory in these generations in Ibaraki Prefecture. That we believe we are almost there. However, there are some worrisome issues here. So we still have a younger generation has been treated. So I will mention about that later. Well, this graph shows that the result obtained from a survey of patients who first visited the 6 medical institutions in the prefecture to treat HCV in 2018. We asked about 240 patients, where did you learn about your infection initially? Indeed, 70% of patients knew about their infection through medical institutions' tests. Surprisingly, 50% of patients knew their infection more than 10 years ago at this time. There are many opportunities to have a test for the patient in the hospital, especially before surgery, which is still almost routinely performed in Japan. Our data show that department with many surgery has many tests, and the number of HCV positive patients is also high in proportion. No untreated patients are left in our hands. Therefore, the linking the patient founded by these non-specialists to care is crucial. Well, to address this challenge, we have integrated the notification system for the test result into the admission and discharge flow, the management flow. In the out clinic, the preoperative virus test screening tests are ordered by attending physician when the doctors decided on the patient hospitalization. Blood sampling and testing done in the lab, and the result of the test is sorted. And the positive result from the laboratory was sent to the attending physician as well as hepatitis medical coordinator. The coordinator asked the attending physician to disclose the test result to the patient during the hospitalization. Well, the negative test was sent to the admission and discharge preparation center. This is a station of giving information about the hospitalization to the patient, the information gathering for the area discharge of the patient. The negative result document are filed here and sent to the inpatient ward. After hospitalization, patient received oral explanation and a document about the result. The negative result notification is by ward staff, like nurses. They explain the result, oh, it's negative, it's okay, and so look at this document and please sign on it, like that. And well, in terms of positive result notification, well, attending physician and the coordinator go to the patient's bed and explain the result. And if patient is not treated or not followed, the consultation to the specialist is recommended. The consultation, well, the patient accepts the consultation. The doctor is referred to the specialist, refer the patient to the specialist. By employing this system, the number of the referrals to the specialist has been markedly increased. The older people frequently access medical institute and can be identified through regular tests or regular examinations. But the younger population does not have a high screening rate because they have less access to the medical facilities, and it's making locating them very difficult. And as I shown this slide, regarding infection route, the proportion of younger people with a history of intravenous drug use is increasing. And it is so that we also need a European-style approaches quite soon. Here's a SWOT analysis of hepatitis measures in Japan. It's just my personal opinion. Well, still strengths including earlier enactment of specific law and reimbursement of DAA for all eligible patients, and also subsidy system for reducing economic burden, and also the participation of various healthcare professionals. And also we have a strong, powerful patient group can lobby the government. This is the strength of ours. And opportunity should be our WH's elimination goal. And also we have several weaknesses. One thing is we lack measures for marginalized populations and we don't have any measure to for the harm reduction. And about the digitalization, so we are behind 10 years behind from Taiwan. We need to catch up. And also we don't have a reflex testing, mainly due to insurance coverage issues. And threat should be, because of the decline of a prescription number, support from the pharmaceutical industry will be shrinking in the near future. Also, the young doctors are not interested in because they think it's over. It's already over. Okay, this is a summary of the second half. Japan is expected to achieve the HCV elimination goal by 2030, and the majority of patients treated for HCV in Japan right now initially seeks medical care for other reasons. Therefore, hospital-based microelimination is a crucial shortcut to achieving the goal. And also, the measures for marginalized population should be urgently installed, as I mentioned last. Okay, this is a conclusion. In Japan, the basic law on hepatitis measures was issued in 2009, ahead of other countries in the world, and many systems have been established based on this law. Well, but this law was established in the interferon era, not the DAA. So probably, so we have to modify and adjusting the treatment strategy right now. But as a result, Japan is recognized as one of the countries toward the WHO's elimination goal for HCV. And the number, speaking about the medical situation in Japan, the number of medical institutes per population in Japan is relatively high, but the number of doctors per population is lower than in the average OECD countries. Easier access to medical facilities is advantageous to discovering remaining untreated persons, and the participation of core medical staff is a successful strategy to overcome this issue in Japan. We will have many unsolved issues here, but therefore I hope and believe I will getting the inspiration from other presentation and discussion today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your excellent talk. And we can open for discussion. I would like to take the privilege to ask a small question. Okay. What's the strategy of different HCV regimens in Japan?
Okay. Now we use two different regimens. One is the Marvilet, and one is the Epclusa. Because of the indications, initially it is different. Right now, the share of the Marvilet is quite high in Japan. The advantage of this drug is the 8 weeks. It can treat it. It can complete it 8 weeks. And it can use for the patient with renal dysfunction. Well, on the other hand, Epclusa's advantage is it can use for decompensated cirrhosis. So we will talk with the patient and just choosing the suitable TA regimens. But at least in the Kita-Kanto area, the Marvilet is very popular.
Is there any question or comment? Professor Jian. The chairman of HCV office in Taiwan, Professor Jian.
Thank you, Professor Ikegami, for your very nice presentation. My question is, you have mentioned the elimination of HCV in Japan through the micro-elimination from hospital base. Mm-hmm. My question is, from the epidemiology studies, in hospital, the patient with diabetes, chronic kidney disease, and even cardiovascular disease or cerebrovascular disease have a higher prevalence of HCV. So do you comment on this issue in hospital micro-elimination on this issue, this group of patients?
Thank you for your good question. Actually, as you mentioned, that the patient group who have a specific disease like a diabetes or the renal disease they are high risk of HCV infections. Probably we should focusing on that, but we don't have any measure right now. But well, today, so you're going to talk about these issues afterwards, and I will inspire. I want to have some inspiration from their talk. Thank you very much.
And may I ask for a comment from Professor Liu Junren? He's the director chairman of TASO in Taiwan.
Yes, thank you, Professor Ikegami. So, excellent lecture. I learned a lot from the Japanese experience. My question is for the Japan country, which is the most challenging issue for achieving the WHO goal right now and in the future? The most difficult issue you consider right now for Japan to achieving the WHO goal in 2030?
Well, the patient-wise, and the number of patient-wise, it is declining. So I think it is already. We can do that. But the very important problem is here. So the information of the patient is not centralized. We do have a treated patient number, but we don't have a way to track the untreated patient, not yours. This is a problem. Like I said, the delay in the digitalization this is a problem also. So probably the goal should be reached to some the data from the etiology. I mean, some speculation, but we cannot track the exact number of the treated or untreated patient right now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you again, Professor Iginami.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, moderator, and thank you, speaker.
谢谢座长及演讲者。
And next session is a HCV elimination model in Australia. Please welcome our moderator, Professor Chen Xiuxi from National Taiwan University.
接着主题为澳洲 C 型肝炎根除模式，邀请台湾大学公共卫生学院陈秀熙教授担任座长。
Yeah, thank you so much for inviting me to chair these sections. I want to say when I first come to Zhanghua to work with Dr. Yan-bo about HCV eliminations, I do feel this is a challenging task. It's different from other diseases like cancers because this is the issue we should cope with the accessibility and availability and also affordabilities. And today, I take advantage of this opportunity to see we have so good from central government to local government to work together here and to fight against such disease. We see Japan experience, but in Southeastern Asian regions, they have a high prevalence of HPV and HCV. So we have to work together in the world. That's why we invite not only in Japan, but also the other countries' models, like Australians. Australian, we know we have very good model about point of care, anti-HCV and also the reflex test. That's why I asked Sophie, Si Ting-fang, she's our old friend. She always our alliance with government whenever we have APEC meetings. She's an international elite of health economic expert. Always help Taiwan to answer all the challenging questions whenever the other countries' experts ask the difficult questions. She answers is very in a wise way. She's our friend of international expert from Taiwan, and now she also the work. I think it's a New South Wales University in Sydney of the Australian. So she provides very good topical today is HCV elimination models in Australia. And also, I take also advantage because of the environmental protections. The director of the Dr. Xi Chen-yang, I think she's somewhere. Where is Xi Chen-yang? Which is, yeah. And he didn't provide the booklet because we want the environmental protection. So you can see the brochure for Si Ting-fang section is page 32. So you can just take a look at your iPad or the iPad like me. I'm so thankful for permission from Dr. Yenbo for environmental protections. Anyway, I take advantage, Sophie. So it's your show. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Oh, great. Thank you, Professor Chen. Hi, everybody. My name is Sophie Shi. I'm a senior research fellow at the Kirby Institute of University of New South Wales in Sydney. I'm very delighted to be here today to present the elimination strategy for Hep C in Australia. So I'm a health economist by training, so I'm involved. So the work that I'm presenting today are the work that has been conducted by my colleague at the Kirby Institute in the past decades. I'm involved some of the study, but not all of them, so hopefully I will provide a fair overview of what the hepatitis C elimination strategy in Australia. So, and most of the work are actually predominantly conducted in the state of the New South Wales. So as everybody knows that WHO has set the goal to eliminate HCV infection by 2030. The DAA, direct-acting viral therapy, with a treatment rate, cure rate over 95%, is one of the greatest medical advances in decades. That advance having led to the elimination target possible. However, Hep C elimination is threatened by the low detection rate and the low treatment rate. Most importantly, testing uptake is not ideal. It's also threatened by the current diagnostic pathway, which require multiple visits back to the professional, and that contribute to loss to follow-up, especially in a key population. So what is the problem? It's a hepatitis C virus infection, of course. But what does Hep C infection in Australia differ from the Hep C infection in other countries, for example, Japan or Taiwan? So hepatitis C virus in Australia is characterized by its unique high-risk population. It was estimated that almost 80% of Hep C infection in high-income countries like Australia would be prevented if the IDU, the injecting drug use, was removed. So the Hep C key population in this high-income country is actually in the people who inject drug, PWID, or people being in the prison or ever being incarcerated, which means you have a history of in the correctional settings, being a prisoner in the past. So that prevalence in these two key populations has been estimated that 2 in 3 PWIDs and 1 in 3 prisoners has been exposed to Hep C virus as indicated by antibody positive. This is quite a high, very alarming number compared to general population, as you can appreciate. However, the trend of the active Hep C infection, which is indicator of the detection of RNA, has been declined from the pre-DAA era in 2019, that more than half of the PWID in the community has active Hep C infection before the DAA implement. And in Australia, after 2016, when unrestricted DAA treatment is implemented, then the RNA prevalence has declined from 51% up to down to the 18% in the latest data in 2019. So this prevalence pattern, the declining trend, is also correspondence to the pattern of the DAA treatment number. As you can see here, that in 2016, quarter 2, which is from April, that the unrestricted DAA treatment has been reimbursed and implemented throughout the PBS reimbursement system. Then the number of the DAA treatment in that quarter alone, over 12,000 cases. Over time, the DAA treatment number has declined since the 2016 up to this 2020. This is when COVID-19 hit. That's what we usually describe, that this high number of Hep C DAA treatment is what we call low-hanging fruit. When there is a fruit tree, the fruit at the low-hanging branch, they are easily to reach. That you can grab them, you get them, you treat them, and they are cured. However, over time, after 2 or 3 years, all those low-hanging fruit has gone. So what you are facing, the challenging now, is all this fruit on the top of the tree. They are hard to reach. So they are the marginalized population. For example, like PWID for prisoner, they are the marginalized population. They are not integrated well in the standard of care, the conventional healthcare system. Therefore, you need to be smarter to test them, to find them, and to treat them. And that's where all the new testing and treatment model of care has been studied and implemented in Australia right now. So the solution. It's important when you look at the Hep C problems, the diversity is pivotal. It is important to have the setting from all different diversified settings, from drug and alcohol clinic, from needle syringe program, from primary care in general practice, to prisons, to community health center, to tertiary care. And they have their own model of care. That is the diversity of the model of care in Hep C. However, the key element of the whole elimination progress need to be undertaken in a cohesive way, that the national has to set up the strategy to eliminate the Hep C as one single goal. And the approach need to be cohesive even in these diverse settings. And it's also important to have the political will to have bipartisan, that in Australian word we call bipartisan support from both the government and the opposition. So no matter which political party is in power, they always support this national elimination strategy. And other key elements of this elimination progress, including the government funding for the Hep C testing and treatment, working together with the community, the consumers, and the clinicians and academic researcher to form the integrated service with surveillance and evaluation element in this system. So traditionally, that referral model of the Hep C is from the diverse settings to detect the Hep C cases and refer to tertiary care, and then treated by specialists in the tertiary care. But as I mentioned, that this works well in the at the start of the DAA era, when low-hanging fruit is still around, you can reach them. But when the low-hanging fruit are gone, then we need to be smarter and then need to rethink that the direction of the model of care should be reversed, that you need to decentralize the Hep C testing and treatment from the central tertiary care back to the diverse settings. That's what we call point of care, which is where the high-risk population come into contact with the healthcare system, that PWID will come to the drug and alcohol clinic, and they'll come to the needle exchange program, and they may come to the pharmacy for the methadone treatment. And the prison, that is a very unique population that we need to get the testing and treatment back to the diverse settings. That's where the point of care testing strategy start to implement right now. So what option do we have? Firstly, we can use the reflex technology, but still in the central pathology lab, that you collect the sample, venipuncture sample from the participant and send back to the central lab and test for antibody first. With positive cases, you use the same sample to do the reflex HCV RNA test in central lab. Or you can use the new testing technology, which is a rapid antibody test, like this one that everybody used for COVID-19 that in the past 3 years. Then that will give you an indication of the exposure of Hep C. If positive, then you take the venipuncture blood sample, send back to the central lab, and have the RNA test confirmation diagnosis. Or there's another technology called dry blood spot testing that you can take blood sample from either finger stick samples or the venipuncture samples, but put the samples on the dry blood spot card, and when it dry, it can send back to the central lab and have a multiple test. The benefit of using DBS is you can test multiple disease. So you can test HIV, Hep C antibody, Hep C RNA, or even STI, etc., etc. So, and the fourth and the last option, which is right now that we are doing most of the testing, is a finger stick point of care testing for Hep C RNA testing. That is a new technology called Gene Expert machine, that device that can test HCV RNA result in 60 minutes and with a pretty good accuracy. So this is the Gene Expert machine that you take the sample with a finger stick samples and put it in the cartridge. This is the Gene Expert machine. This is a 4 chambers model, so they can run each chamber individually. So that means you can run 4 samples at one time. And the size of this machine is actually just like a laptop. It's portable. It's just like a small box you can carry everywhere. The good thing about this Gene Expert machine is it's being TGA approved in Australia, which means we can use it just like, TGA in Australia is similar to the FDA in America. And it has been researched with showing very good technical accuracy, nearly 100% sensitivity and 100% specificity. So basically, you have a mobile lab with you to have a very accurate diagnosis with this Gene Expert point of care testing. And because of this new technology, that this enable the diagnosis and the treatment in one single visit in less than 90 minutes from patient coming and to the patient go out with a DEA in their pocket. So alternatively, you can combine this RNA testing with the rapid antibody testing. That this is even quicker, that it will get the result in 3 minutes for a positive case or 20 minutes for a negative result. And in combination with these two show how we maximize the efficiency. I will talk about that later in another paper. So I'm going to just give you a brief overview of the key settings of Hep C elimination in Australia. So one is drug and alcohol clinic and needle syringe program and the prison. So there is an individual study have been conducted by my wonderful colleague at the Kirby Institute in the past. So I'm just give everybody an overview about each individual study. So TEMPO is a randomized controlled trial, currently still running in needle syringe program, NSP. So what TEMPO's intervention is, the participant come into the needle syringe program, then there will be peer support, which is the drug user will encourage their peer drug user to have the Hep C test using HCV RNA point of care testing. If they are positive, then the nurse will conduct the assessment on the spot and with a portable machine called FibroScan to assess the cirrhosis stage, and in a consultation with a specialist over the phone to prescribe DAA on the spot if they detect HCV RNA. So the TEMPO pilot study has been conducted before the real RCT implement in 2021. So up to 2021 in the pilot study, there are 101 patients. 100% of them are drug users. They're injecting drug in the previous month. And 18% are actually, gone. Okay. 18% are daily users. And so, as I said, that this point of care TEMPO intervention is testing RNA and the fibrospan disease assessment. So the result is that RNA prevalence in this drug user, current PWID, is about 27%. So very high. More than 1 in 4 PWID come to the NSP actually are active Hep C active Hep C infection. But because of this point of care or model, they initiate the treatment. Thank you. They initiate the treatment straight away. If not, they will be calling them back in a very short period of time. So overall, 80% has initiated DAA treatment. And among these, 53 actually initiate treatment in this same visit. So that means they come in, they go out, more than half of them with the DAA prescription in their hands. Pivot study, we call it in a one-stop shop Hep C clinic in prison. So this is one of the kind of pilot study in prison to test what is the best point of care testing strategy can be implemented in prison. So the care model is, there is a nurse, specialist nurse in the prison. They come to the prison and test. So pivot study is in a reception prison. They test when the prisoner come to the reception prison, the nurse basically asks them to have the RNA test, and also with all the clinical assessment and fibroscan. That all happen in 60 minutes. If HCV RNA is detectable, then the nurse will have a consultation with a specialist over the phone and ideally initiate the same-day treatment. But sometimes it takes a few days because prison is not part of the mainstream healthcare system. Prison has their own justice health, so the funding, the financial mechanism, and the design of the healthcare is slightly different. So they have a central pharmacy lab at the back, so that even the DAA prescription has been prescribed on the same day after 60 minutes. They need to take the script back to the central pharmacy and then dispense, take the DAA medicine back to the prison a few days later. That's why there is a delay, a slightly delay. But the result is remarkable. The previous study has two phases, so they have the control phase, it's before 2020. They recruit 240 prisoners, and the intervention phase is starting from 2020. And in the control, they just conduct the Hep C testing as a standard of care. That is a venipuncture antibody sent to the lab, come back with positive antibody cases, do the RNA venipuncture sample, back to the central lab, positive, come back again and again. So it's a multiple visit and within the very complex justice health. But with the pivot one-stop shop, the intervention, you can see the testing uptake rates increased from 26% in the standard of care, but the one-stop shop, the testing uptake rate is increased to 99%, which is really remarkable. Most importantly, the DAA treatment initiation increased from 22% to 93% in the one-stop shop. And the average time from testing to treatment is 99 days in the control phase, which is by standard of care. But with a one-stop shop intervention, the time to treatment to DAA initiation shortened to 6 days, which means everyone in the one-stop shop clinic, they can start the DAA treatment within a week. So then the next study I want to just give everyone a brief overview is called STOP-C. STOP-C is an intervention trial to assess the feasibility and the efficacy of scale-up of DAA treatment in prison to test treatment as a prevention. So this notion is very important right now, that treatment is a prevention. It's only treatment, but treatment for Hep C is actually a prevention. So this study, they have also two phases, so implementation phases and treatment phases. So before 2017, that is the control phase, that most of the DAA treatment are through the standard of care justice health. After 2017, when the unrestricted DAA treatment implement and reimburse, and also there's a delay. So in the MBS, which is the Medicare in Australia, they started in 2016, but in prison, a separate healthcare system, they start the DAA treatment from 2017. And that is the scale-up phase from 2017. In the this study is in 4 prisons in the state of New South Wales. The result is the incidence. So they compare the Hep C incidence, including primary infection as well as reinfection, because of the risk behavior in the prison, that people sometimes get infected, being treated, being cured, but they're reinfected again because of their ongoing risk behavior. But the result of the scale up for this STOP-C to test the treatment as a prevention, as measured by the incidence, overall incidence, primary incidence, and the reinfection incidence. The overall incidence has dropped from 8.3 per 100 year before the scale up to 4.5 per 100 year after the scale up. So the rate ratio is 0.52. That means basically the Hep C infection in prison, if you scale up treatment, that you're able to get the prisoner to be tested and then start the DAA treatment, you can cut the infection by half just only by treatment, nothing else. So then I'm going to quickly talk about other intervention has been tested and piloted. So New South Wales state government has tested a pilot study called HIV and HCV dry blood spot pilot program. So this is the dry blood spot. So it has usually four spots that you can collect the blood sample sent back to the central lab. So this is the this is actually HIV analyzer. So it can run HIV DNA, HCV, RNA. That back to the central lab. This is a photo I took in the early this year in St. Vincent Hospital in Sydney. So with that new technology and testing methods, so the pilot study basically has two phases, or say two pathways. The first pathway is called cell sampling. That it started from HIV, so we want to know the anonymous, we want to provide an opportunity for anonymous testing so that people can register online by themselves, request the DBS, and then collect the sample and send back to the central lab. Or in assisted sampling in community and prison, that is introduced later of the year when in 2017 and 18, that on top of the online registration, which is the red bar, so the orange bar is assisted registration in the community, but in 2018, prisons start to join the DBS program. So this is all the testing numbers in the past few years. It has been evaluated of this pilot study, and that I don't have time to present. So now I come to the national program. So built on all these different point of care testing strategy in different settings for different key population. Now it comes to a national program called National Australia Hepatitis C Point of Care Testing Program. That is basically the Commonwealth government funded $6.5 million to run this point of care testing across Australia. And the program, the funding, current funding up to 2024, the aim is to have 90 sites testing with a target testing number 50,000 before 2024. The program element, so the testing site will include prison, drug treatment clinic, NSP, mental health, mobile rich models, homeless service, aboriginal health, etc., etc. The program has its unique element is it has a very good training and the QC, QA, and IT connectivity. And most importantly, they build the research evaluation, basically to test whether we are doing the right thing and we are on the track to eliminate Hep C. So this is all the partners so far. I just quickly go through the point of care national program. Up to September, we tested 12,000 people. 60% of them in prison, 40% of them in the community. The prevalence of RNA is about 60.5% in prison, and in the community is about 10% of active Hep C prevalence. This is the accumulated numbers of from 2000. Actually, the whole program started 2022 because of the COVID-19 that you can't do much before 2022. And up to September this year, this is the number of the testing number. And the result of the point of care testing program is we actually identified 1,700 detectable RNA cases. Among them, only 1,600 is evaluable because they reach the defined period of the cutoff of 3 months after the testing. So therefore, we can say whether they start a treatment or not. Of those evaluable population, 77% has started DAA treatment. In the community, is a bit lower, about 57 start the DAA treatment. In the prison, it's amazing that they actually achieve 83% DAA treatment initiation in treatment under this national program. So this lady her name is Mim. This is called Combi Clinic. So basically, Mim and her team carry the gene expert machine in that little minivan called Combi, and they go into the prison, they go into the outreach clinic, and they provide testing for people at risk of high risk. And so it's been a great achievement so far, so they are still ongoing. So the whole program is still ongoing until end of next year, but the evaluation and cost-effective analysis is just right now, we are doing it right now. So there's a lot of work to continue, and I just quickly use 1 minute to describe the cost-effective analysis, which is what I'm doing. So with all this evidence collected from different studies, pilot studies, randomized controlled trial, etc., etc. So we build on this real-world evidence to do the modeling for cost-effective analysis to identify how you can optimize the best point-of-care testing strategy. And this paper just that I'm leading published in 2023 in the Lancet Regional Health Western Pacific region. So what we did testing is the aim of the whole modeling study is to evaluate the cost effectiveness of different testing strategy in relation to Hep C prevalence to optimize the treatment outcome, and with the purpose to inform the future policy change. So we take the analysis from the Australian government perspective to conduct the modeling studies. So I don't have time to talk every single detail, but basically we model 4 potential diagnosis strategy. The first one is go straight to test everybody with point-of-care RNA. The second one is using the rapid antibody test with a reflex or point-of-care RNA testing. And the third one is a variation of the second one, which we also ask a patient with their prior treatment history. And the fourth one is actually standard of care, which you can see you need the first visit to get the antibody, second visit to get the RNA, and third visit to receive the diagnosis and treatment. So with these 4 different pathways that we run the modeling to see what is the cost-effective results. So I don't have time to go through the numbers, but just in summary, basically it says, so the blue line is point-of-care RNA testing for body. The red line is standard, the light or the brown line is here, the point-of-care antibody, So this line is the standard of care, and the blue line is and the red line here is using point-of-care antibody with reflex RNA, and the yellow line is considering the treatment experience. So, in a high prevalence population, for example, NSP that everybody is drug, almost 100% current drug user, then you just test them with the point-of-care RNA test straight away because they have been exposed. You don't need to test antibody. So that is the most cost, with the lowest average cost per treatment initiation. In the low prevalence setting, for example, outreach clinic, mental health service, or homeless, their prevalence is not as high as NSP or drug treatment clinic. Then you can use the antibody with reflex of RNA testing to maximize the treatment initiation. Somewhere in between. So under 49% of the antibody prevalence, you can take this as the best strategy. Over 98% antibody prevalence, you just test everybody with RNA. We did a sensitivity analysis, threshold analysis, etc. So in summary, using point-of-care technology in the key population setting, the average cost per treatment initiation is lower compared to standard of care, about 35%. And you only need a little bit more improvement in the treatment uptake to be able to be cost effective by using the more expensive point of care technology. So I'm here very proud to share the exciting news that this paper has been selected by the Lancet publisher Elsevier as the winning article of the Atlas Award for the theme SDG 3 this year. And lastly, I would like to take the opportunity to thank the amazing team that I work with in the Kirby Institute, especially Professor Jason Grabley at the back, that his leadership is instrumental in the great achievement of Hep C point-of-care testing in Australia. So, if you happen to come to Sydney, Australia, spend some time to enjoy the beach. If you wish, experience this called beach swimming pool, which is they are actually natural seawater. So that's it all from me. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Sophie. As usual, as always, very insightful and impressive presentation. I think there's a lot of information from your presentation, and congratulations for your award.
Thank
and we have seen these articles a lot from from the floor. Anyway, I think schedule very tight, but I still open one question from the floor. Yeah, please, Liu Shuai. Yeah, we also say he's a smart Dr. Liu.
Smart Dr. Liu.
Professor Liu, yeah.
我是彰化人，如果你要用中文跟我沟通
no problem, yeah.
no problem.
Yeah, we can always use Chinese or English.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Professor Shi, for your excellent talk. And Australian experience is also a model for the elimination of HCV in many countries, including Taiwan. And also congratulations for your excellent award. But my question is, reinfection is a problem. So your data show in the prison, the reinfection rate decreased about 50. How about the reinfection rate in the PWID, PWID, right now in Australia?
Right now, it's about, from a national program, it's about 10%.
10%, it's still high. So your experience, actually the point of care test is very convenient and useful to identify the subject with HCV infection who need treatment. Would you recommend using the same point of care testing for subject at high risk of reinfection?
That's a good question. One of my PhD students, she is also a Taiwanese from Chengkong University, 大学分大. She's doing she's a model. She's doing her PhD in modeling. So she developed a model to model the Hep C testing in Taiwan. The first two papers is MSM, men's sex with men, so which is the gay population. And the third paper is actually in prison. So right now, he developed a model, he calibrated a model. The purpose of this trip for my goal is to find the Hep C epi data in prisons in Taiwan for her to calibrate her model. So the beauty of the point of care testing technology is because you can implement into a setting that you can't get the people in the standard of care. So prison is also a unique place in Taiwan that I think there is a potential for the point of care testing technology to do it. I understand in the past the Hep C office in Taiwan has done a bit of a campaign testing in prison, that they go into the prison, and advertise the testing and collect the sample, bring the sample back to the hospital, and then go back again to do the treatment initiation. But again, this requires at least 2 visits with the healthcare provider coming and coming back and forth. But if you carry a gene expert machine with you on the day, then you test them. In 60 minutes, you know they are active Hep C infection cases. Prescribe DAA. Even you can have your pharmacist with you in the team on the day that you just give out the DAA treatment. So, and then you can initiate the DAA treatment, just like the previous study, that the one-stop shop, that in less than 60 minutes, that you grab them. And as the stop-C show, treatment as a prevention. As long as you can get them, you treat them, you prevent a Hep C transmission following on. That's my opinion.
Very answer. And
Thank you so much. Yeah, 谢谢啦。龙南，简教授，我们大概就再一个问题，好不好？OK, one more question.
Thank you, Sophie, for your nice presentation and a great achievement. 因为我是彰化人，所以我就用彰化。
你用台语也可以。
好，台语嘛，好。
对，听有。
因为我是C肝国家办公室临床的召集人，所以要甲你报告一下。你未来报告你的研究说最好的方法就是 point of care and HCV antibody for treat naive 的病人，然后 follow HCV RNA 的 reflex testing 是最好的 cost effective。对。我们现在国家的健保署跟那个国健署，咱的 strategy 就是安尼。我们现在虽然不是 point of care， 但是咱今嘛有 reflex testing， 所以也是只抽一支血就可以了。然后如果 antibody positive 就做 RNA 就治疗。所以我们现在走的路跟你的 study 是不谋而合，只是我们不是一滴血，我们是抽血。但是因为咱的健保，因为咱的可信性非常的高，所以其实是跟你的研究一模一样。好，以上 comment， 谢谢。
谢谢。
主席所以我最后问一个非常简单的问题。今天你的 presentation 从这个异质性的族群带到你的这个 point of care， 一直到最后 Australia， 我只问，因为全世界都在达到 WHO 的目标嘛。好，那现在以你们现在在澳洲的经验，因为我们健康署还有今天我们所有的人都很想知道，澳洲这个模式听起来非常棒，跟我们也是不谋而合。可是对于你们国家在达到这个 Australia 在达到2030年的目标，你要comment一下吗？
因为 National Program Point of Care National Program 在去年1月才开始正式一直推广，在过去其实Should I speak in English for the Japanese? Okay. Before 2022, there's actually a modeling study conducted by one of my colleagues at the Kirby. They do the modeling to see what if we need to achieve the 2030s elimination goal, what testing rate and treatment rate is required. That study was conducted in 2018 before COVID-19. So it said Australia is on track. But as you can see, the DA treatment, actually the number has declined. And after COVID-19, it's actually bottom up. After the national COVID, it started getting up a little bit again. And we hope that the DA treatment can back up to what we target. So I can't say we are on track or not on track because everything is still under evaluation. And I hope we can be on track. But because we have a very unique population, which is PWID and prison. And in the general population, I think it's already achieved the goals with the DA and restrict DAA implementation. But now this is what we call in Taiwan's language, the last mile of the elimination pathway. So we hope we can achieve it.
会可能成为亚洲的模式，所以我问这个问题，其实是我想还是非常有希望。好，那是because time is very limited, so we close this section and thank you so much. 谢谢大家。
Thank you, moderator and speaker for keynote speech. Now we have a 10-minute coffee break and we'll come in shortly. Thank you.
谢谢座长及演讲者。现在让我们进入中场休息，10分钟后回到现场。会场有提供餐点，会放在各位座位上。
如果您有需要咖啡、红茶或者绿茶，会在会场外提供，各位可以前往饮用。谢谢各位。
了响应世界卫生组织提出的2030全球吸干根治的一个目标，彰化县从2019年配合着中央开放吸干口服新药的一个治疗政策，那全面的启动彰化县C肝根除计划，不仅是全国第一，更是全亚洲第一个以县市层级全面动员的计划，共治疗了13000多人，成功的在3年内实现了吸干根除的一个目标。有如此亮眼的成绩，最主要归功于完善的共同照护策略。我们采取了跨部门、跨计划、跨层级、跨科别的横向诊断，针对潜在的一个对象，把艾滋门诊、药酒瘾门诊、美沙东门诊、洗肾室、糖尿病共同照护网、万人健检跟矫正机关等，我们都纳入我们扩大筛检，进而治疗根除。另外，为了减少民众到医院来回奔波，我们整合了各医院的抽血检验流程，推广吸干一管验到底，不仅便民，也增加了民众筛检的意愿。
如果吸干抗体筛检阳性，我们会直接取同一管检体，就加验病毒量及基因型。
就这款了，这国校检查全民健检，医生就会检查讲我有吸干安尼，无我嘛唔知。
这病人拢要伫这社区啊，是讲像这洗肾的吼，拢无法度来接受治疗，因为他离不开就医的地方或者是生活环境，所以彰化医院推动，引起这偏乡选诊这洗肾单位选诊的医院啊，帮助这些患者来接受吸干的治疗。
有啦，阿嬷讲有啦。
我们经验中有个病人，他其实吸型肝已经30几年，那我们再三的跟他说，这个病其实现在已经有特效药了，他才半信半疑的那接受我们的建议到医学中心去做这方面的治疗。当他完全治好之后，他也鼓励他的家人去做筛检，发现他家人中5个人居然有3个人是吸肝带源。那之后陆陆续续的治疗，最终目前健康状况都非常的好。
那是原来才知影咱去得着吸肝，想讲有这个机会，咱就边仔咧入来，就疗养身体啊，甲吸肝，甲咱的病用治疗好。
一开始我们要在做这样的一个筛查的一个工作的时候，我们就整合了资讯单位、检验单位，整个全院跨科，包括事务这样子的一个后勤的一个单位。我们的资讯单位可以协助在医师看诊的一个时候，能够有一个自动化的一个新型肝炎的筛检提示系统，用最精简的方式来去达到我们成功找到这些有吸肝病毒也需要治疗的一个病跟慢性生病的一个患者。
活动开始的9个月内，我们把彰化县所有的血液透析室里面的病人的吸型肝炎达到全面的根除，应该也是全台湾或者是全世界，在一个县市里面，我们成功的达成血液透析室吸型肝炎病患的全面根除。
这项全县动员的计划，不仅要感谢各医疗院所以及工会的一个全力协助，更要感谢国际扶人3462地区这5年来大力支持，共同向扶人基金会申请8个全球奖助金，总金额达到1000万元以上，用来赞助我们办吸肝筛检的活动，透过公司协力，共同守护县民的健康。吸肝根除领先锋。彰化县，赞！
麦克风测试，麦克风测试，没，可是
为了响应世界卫生组织提出的2030全球吸肝根治的一个目标，彰化县从2019年配合着中央开放吸肝口服新药的一个治疗政策，那全面的启动彰化县吸肝根除计划，不仅是全国第一。 更是全亚洲第一个以先试成级全面动员的计划，共治疗了13000多人，成功的在3年内实现了C肝根除的一个目标。有如此亮眼的成绩，最主要归功于完善的共同照护策略。我们采取了跨部门、跨计划、跨层级、跨科别的横向诊断，针对潜在的一个对象，把艾滋门诊、药酒与门诊、美沙东门诊、洗肾室、糖尿病共同照护网、万人健检跟矫正机关等，我们都纳入我们扩大筛检，进而治疗根除。另外，为了减少民众到医院来回奔波，我们整合了各医院的抽血检验流程，推广C肝一管验到底，不仅便民，也增加了民众筛检的意愿。
如果C肝抗体筛检阳性，我们会直接取同一管检体，加验病毒量及基因型。
就这款了，这国校啊检查全民健检，医生就会检查讲我有C肝安尼，无我嘛唔知。
即个病人拢要伫这社区啊，是讲像这洗肾的吼，拢无法度来接受治疗，因为他离不开就医的地方或者生活的环境哦，所以彰化医院推动，引起这偏乡巡诊啊，是这洗肾单位巡诊的医院啊，让这患者来接受C肝的治疗。
有啦，阿嬷讲有啦。
我们经验中有个病人，他其实C型肝已经30几年了。那我们再三的跟他说，这个病其实现在已经有特效药了，他才半信半疑的那接受我们的建议，到医学中心去做这方面的治疗。当他完全治好之后，他也鼓励他的家人去做筛检，发现他家人中5个人居然有3个人是C型肝带源。那之后陆陆续续的治疗，最终目前健康状况都非常的好。
那是原来才知影咱去得到C肝。想讲有这个机会，咱就边仔咧入来，就疗养身体啊，甲C肝甲咱的病用治疗好。
一开始我们要在做这样的一个筛查的一个工作的时候，我们就整合了资讯单位、检验单位，整个全院跨科，包括事务这样子的一个后勤的一个单位。我们的资讯单位可以协助在医师看诊的一个时候，能够有一个自动化的一个C型肝炎的筛检提示系统，用最精简的方式来去达到我们成功找到这些有C肝病毒也需要治疗的一个糖尿病跟慢性肾病的一个患者。
活动开始的9个月内，我们把彰化县所有的血液透析室里面的病人的C型肝炎达到全面的根除。应该也是全台湾，或者是全世界，在一个县市里面，我们成功的达成血液透析室C型肝炎病患的全面根除。
这项全县动员的计划，不仅要感谢各医疗院所以及工会的一个全力协助，更要感谢国际扶轮3462地区这5年来大力支持，共同向扶轮基金会申请8个全球奖助金。总金额达到1000万元以上，用来赞助我们办理C肝筛检的活动，透过公私协力，共同守护县民的健康。C肝根除领先锋，彰化县赞。为了响应世界卫生组织提出的2030全球C肝根治的一个目标，彰化县从2019年配合着中央开放C肝口服新药的一个治疗政策，那全面的启动彰化县C肝根除计划。
各位来宾，我们将在1分钟后开始会议，请各位回座。
先是成级全面动员的计划，共治疗了13000多人，成功的在3年内实现了C肝根除的一个目标。有如此亮眼的成绩，最主要归功于完善的共同照护策略。我们采取了跨部门、跨计划、跨层级、跨科别的横向诊断， 针对潜在的一个对象，把艾滋门诊、药酒与门诊、美沙东门诊、洗肾室、糖尿病共同照护网、万人健检跟矫正机关等，我们都纳入我们扩大筛检，进而治疗根除。另外，为了减少民众到医院来回奔波，我们整合了各医院的抽血检验流程。
May I attention, please? Where next session will be start. Next session is a new market evaluation approach in Zhanghua Integrated Program to stop hepatitis C infection in Taiwan. Please welcome our moderator, Professor Yang Wei-Xun from National Taiwan University Hospital.
接着进入今天上午第3个主题，台湾彰化跨领域 C 型肝炎根除整合模式。欢迎座长，台湾大学医学院杨伟勋教授。
Okay, let's start this second section. So actually it's my great honor and privilege to introduce a speaker because he's not only the key person of this program, but virtually the soul of this whole program, Dr. Ye Bo. So briefly that Dr. Ye obtained his medical degree at National Yangming University. Then he got his PhD in epidemiology from National Taiwan University. And currently he's the Director General of Zhanghua Bureau of Public Health. And he is also the adjunct associate professor of the School of Public Health in National Taiwan University. He also served in many important committees in the Ministry of Health. And let's welcome his lecture on the topic of new micro-elimination program in Zhanghua. Please.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your generous introduction. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to share the Hep C elimination experience in Zhanghua. And the Zhanghua, our program is known as the Zhanghua Integrated Program to stop Hep C infection, Hep C. And the program is launched in 2019 when the government began to provide unrestricted reimbursement of DAA for all the HCV infected patients. Oh, yeah. And as you know, that WHO have set a goal for HCV elimination by 2030. And globally, there were 58 million chronic HCV patients. And among all the chronic Hep C patients, only 21 are diagnosed. And out of those diagnosed patients, only 62 receive treatment. And each year, there were about more than 1 million new infections each year. So, according to the data, there were lots of effort and innovative strategy are necessary to reach the WHO goal of Hep C elimination. And in accordance with the WHO goal, Taiwan government also committed to eliminating Hep C in 2025. And since the 2019, the government began to provide universal DAA treatment for all the Hep C patients. And we have to treat about 250,000 patients to reach the goal. And combined with the universal provision of DAA treatment, the government have also included the anti-HCV screening in the adult preventive health service, so we could provide free screening HCV for all the people older than 40 years old. The left side is the HCV map of Taiwan. You could see the prevalence of each township
range from the less than 1% to as high as 7%. So the broad difference in HCV prevalence across the geographic area is a remarkable feature of the HCV epidemiology in Taiwan. So all the HCV elimination strategy have taken account into the geographic difference. And Changhua was the first country or city in Taiwan to commit to eliminating Hep C by 2025. And our program composed of 3 phases. The first is the preparation, and then implementation and evaluation. During the preparation stage, we use the data from the HCV survey. The data is from our community-based integrated screening program from 2005 to 2018. According to the data, we thank the Professor Chen Xiuxi's team to use in the APC model, H period cohort basin model, to estimate the demand for HCV care. And this data, the result of the estimation, was used for the set target, develop strategy, and also used for the monitoring the progress of our program, and finally to evaluate its outcome. And the implementation will apply CHIP-C apply a collaborative care model. Later will describe the detail of this model. And finally, after the implementation, we will doing the evaluation and monitor the progress of our program and evaluate the impact of the program. And there are 3 special features of HCV epidemiology in Changhua. You could see the data is from the APC model. Overall, the prevalence for the age older than 30, the overall prevalence of HCV is around 3%. And you could see the prevalence increased apparently for those age older than 40 years. And for those age older than 60 years old, the prevalence is around 4 to 5%. And it should be noted that nearly 80% of the HCV Hep C case were older than 50 years old. That means the target group of HCV care will be overlapped with the target of the prevention and control for non-communicable disease, such as the screening and other chronic disease. And the second feature, special feature of the HCV epidemiology in Changhua is that you could see that prevalence is very different between each township. And the highest is in the southwest rural area. And the prevalence decrease in the northeast urban area. It should be noted that because most of the medical facility and gastroenterology center is located at the urban area. So the higher prevalence, the higher prevalence township is also the resource-limited township. So if you devise the strategy to Hep C elimination, you have to use some kind of outreach service and social support service to address the barrier in a resource-limited township. And the third special feature is the very broad variation in the HCV prevalence among different risk groups. We could divide the risk group into three kinds. The first is the disadvantaged group, including the PV, people with HIV and the PRISM, and also the people with dialysis. You could see the prevalence range from as high as 19% to the more than 10% in dialysis people. And the second group is people with the chronic disease, especially those people with major extrahepatic manifestation of Hep C, such as chronic kidney disease and diabetes. And these two groups have a prevalence around 5 to 6%. And the third group is ordinary committed people. The prevalence is around 3%. So you should note that the higher prevalence in the disadvantaged group, they have a smaller population, but with higher risk of transmission. But for the people with chronic disease and other committed people, also the prevalence is only median, but they have a lower risk of transmission, but large population. So these three groups have to use different strategy for achieve the micro elimination of the HCV. And because the variation of the different HCV infection and the different transmission risk of the different risk group, there is no single care delivery channel that could serve all of this group. This is a very important feature. So the first question is how, given this very wide variation in the prevalence of different risk groups, how to reach multiple target groups in an efficient way? This is the first question we have to search for a solution to initiate the elimination of HCV program in Changhua. So you could see, although they are very different risk groups, that most of the risk groups have already been the target group of various healthcare programs. For example, the PV and the people living with HIV in the prison has been the target of the drug abuse prevention and harm reduction, also prevention of HIV and sexual transmitted disease. And for the people with diabetes, there have been very intensive infection control of the government for the dialysis center. And for the chronic disease like diabetes and chronic kidney disease, these two diseases are major diseases or under the chronic disease management reimbursed by national health insurance. And for the other people older than 30s, they are also the target of the cancer screening and adult preventive health service. So this kind of multiple overlap between the HCV elimination program and other healthcare program provide an opportunity. If you could use this different kind of program, different kind of system, and integrate the HCV cares into this program, you could facilitate the HCV elimination in a very convenient way. So this is our key strategy and our key approach. So this picture is very, very similar to Dr. Xi's picture, but we have a very wide different risk group, including the methadone clinic, HIV clinic, and prison, dialysis center, CKD clinic, DM clinic, primary care clinics, workplace, and community screening program. And our approach of the CHIP-C is to utilize the existing system for county-wide HCV elimination. The key approach is try to incorporate the HCV screening and treatment into existing healthcare program. And this kind of integration need a lot of cross-sector, multi-institutional, and multidisciplinary collaboration. And in addition to the collaboration between different settings, the government, the Changhua Health Bureau, have also to coordinate for the mobile clinic, that is the kind of the outreach HCV treatment team. And also we coordinate for the RNA test referral laboratory to facilitate the implementation of reflex testing. And the second question, if our approach is to incorporate HCV screening and treatment into various healthcare programs, but how to incorporate this screening and treatment? Because integration and collaboration is not an easy task. So later I will show some example to describe how we successfully incorporate the HCV screening and treatment into diverse healthcare program. And this is the first example to show the PRISM Health Service plus the HCV screening. In Taiwan, the PRISM Health Service have 3 components. The first, they have a regular health check for all the incarcerated people in the prison. Regular, each year, they have a health check. And the second, each prison have a clinic in the prison, and the clinic is supported by a contract hospital. The hospital will send the doctor and nurse to the clinic in the prison. And the third component, they have a referral laboratory. All the health check blood was sent to the referral laboratory to doing the regular check of the testing. So if you want to incorporate hepatitis C screening into PRISM Health Service, you have to use these 3 components. So in addition to these 3 components, they are very important basis for the incorporation because for the prevention of HCV and STD, the Health Bureau, the working group, have a very close relationship with the healthcare manager of the prison. So the first thing is communicate with the healthcare manager in the prison and to talk about the decision to provide HCV screening to the prisoner. So for the healthcare manager, you have nothing to do. You just agree. The Health Bureau working group to implement the HCV screening into the PRISM Health Service. And our working group will communicate with the laboratory, to include the HCV testing in the health check testing. And also, we will coordinate for the hospital, country hospital, to send a GI gastrology care team into the existing clinic in the prison. So when you coordinate these 3 components, the last thing is just to education to the incarcerated people in the prison and to ask for their agree to doing the test. And so during the process, all the HCV screening tests were incorporated into the regular health check of the prison. So there were no extra pressure, no procedure, no extra documentation, and no need to draw blood tests, and no need to additional visits. So you could very easily incorporate the HCV screening into the prison health service. This is the first example. And the second example is the first example, prison health service will be later reported by the Dr. Su Wei when he will report the detail of the incorporation. And the second example is concerning the dialysis center. Just like in prison health service, we coordinated with the nephrologist of the dialysis center to develop a collaborative care model. And the collaborative care model include all the dialysis center in Changhua County. And they have several components to facilitate the care model. The first is the gastroenterologist and the nephrologist collaboration. And in the dialysis center, we provide nurse lead case manager to facilitate the management of the HCV case in the dialysis center. And we also provide medical transportation or mobile clinic to facilitate the referral system. So this is an example of the incorporate the HCV screening into the infection control program in the dialysis center. And within about half a year, we reached the goal of HCV elimination in the dialysis center. The detail of the report will provided by Dr. Hu Songwei in later session. And the third example is utilizing the diabetic care system for HCV elimination. It's very similar. We just like we incorporated HCV screening and treatment into the PRISM Health, into the infection control of the dialysis center. The diabetic care system is a well-established shared care system, and they have a well-defined structured care and have a diabetes team. So when you want to incorporate the HCV screening into the diabetes care, you just begin with the collaboration between GI, the HCV care team, the gastroenterologist, and the DM doctor. After their consensus, we set a common vision, and they agree to incorporate the HCV testing combined with the DM testing during the regular visit. When the DM patient go to the DM clinic, they will at the same time receive the testing. And when once the viremic case was detected, they were referred to the treatment to GI doctor. And for example, we also integrate the HCV screening test into the cancer screening. When the people receive the cancer screening, at the same time, we also provide HCV testing. And in rural area, for those testing positive case, we will also provide a telemedicine HCV care in rural area. And this part of the report was later reported by the Dr. Yang Zhichao. So, according to for example, we could summarize, when you want to incorporate the HCV testing into the existing program, there are 6 steps for eliminating HCV through the existing healthcare program or system. The first is to align common vision. The key point is to facilitate the collaboration between the gastroenterologist and other specialists. The second is to simplify the clinical process. The clinical process is to avoid duplicated procedure, avoid the double blood drawing, and avoid the additional visit for the patient. And the third is to establish a guideline of clinical standard that all the care team could follow this guideline. And the fourth step, you have to aid the HCV testing into the existing laboratory testing, such as because for example, the DM case have to receive DM testing every 3 months for HbA1c or lipid profile. You just combine this testing into the regular testing. So at the same time, you to add the HCV referral testing with the DM testing, you avoid the additional visit, additional blood drawing, and very quickly get the result. And the 5th step is the streamlined referral pathway. You have to collaborate the referral pathway, and for the remote area, with the limited resources, we will provide a mobile clinic of our medical transportation service. And finally, you have to integrate various information system for tracking the patient and monitoring the result. And for the collaboration between different specialists, one of the major challenges of the inter-program collaboration is the silo effect. The silo effect may occur within or between organizations. And because we used to establish vertical system for delivery the health care, but seldom focus on the horizontal communication or coordination between related health program. So that's the result in the silo effect. And how to diminish the negative impact of a silo effect? According to our experience, you could use the 2 methods. The first is to raising awareness and reaching a common vision through communication and education. The second is to empowerment of the team member for task sharing and shifting. This is the first task for using the collaborative approach to eliminate HCV. You have to diminish the negative effect of silo effect. And this is the picture shows our press conference for HCV elimination in 2019. You could see the leader from each medical institution in Changhua show their commitment and determination to eliminate HCV infection. And for each leader of the medical institution, they have a card. We have to write down the target of the screening and treatment number of each card. They have to publish to promise to reach the target. And with the mayor of Changhua County, Wang Huimei, and the Director General of the Health Promotion Administration, and the Director of the National Health Insurance as a witness. They were witness to see their commitment. And under this conference, we could reach a consensus of the leader of each medical institution that could facilitate the following collaboration between the hospital or between the clinic and between the different specialty. And this picture show we have an interactive consensus meeting in the hospital. And the interactive consensus meeting was held in each hospital with all the specialists, care team, and public office participating to talk about how to collaborate for the HCV elimination. And after the meeting, this formed a basis to a further collaboration on the clinical procedure in the clinical procedure in the hospital or clinic to deliver HCV screening. So there are several advantages of inter-program collaboration and subsidy for HCV elimination. The first, this kind of inter-program collaboration could provide patient-centered care. You could reduce the additional visit and provide a one-stop service to the patient. The second is minimize the need for additional personnel because different program personnel will work together. And also reduce duplicate text, including the procedure step, data collecting, and communication. And also facilitate HCV care through long-standing care delivery network that could efficiently implement the HCV testing and treatment. And then finally, it could enhance efficacy by avoiding the time and effort required to set up separate systems for HCV elimination. And also the participation of non-government organization is very important part of the CHIP-C program. And you could see this, the Changhua Rotary Club. They secure a total of more than 10 million NT dollar through the global grant program to dedicate to the HCV elimination because some of the HCV care service it was not reimbursed by the National Health Insurance. And also, one of the strategy is to integrate different information system for monitoring evaluation. And you could see later, the Dr. Chen Lisan will talk about the detail of the information system integration of our program. And after the collaboration model, the final question is to whether the combined effort of this many micro-elimination targeting various risk groups could result in a county-wide micro-elimination. So we adopted a before and after comparison approach to compare the number of the people completing screening, diagnosis, and treatment. You could see after the intervention of the CHIP-C, the RNA testing and the treatment volume increased, twofold increase. And for each care cascade of in each target group, concerning the HCV screening, RNA testing, and the treatment, the result is very homogeneous. For different risk group, the result is homogeneous. And the RNA testing diagnosis rate is around 18 to 19%. And the treatment rate reached more than 19%. And here show the distribution of the viremic HCV case by target group. And you could see that around 20% of the HIP case come from the DM and CKD disease management program. And nearly 30% come from the screening program. And for the high-risk group, such as the PV or people with HIV, only about totally around 5 to 6% from the marginal population. And here show the care cascade before and after. Totally, the diagnosis rate increased from about 14 to 18%. And the treatment rate of those diagnosed people increased from around 80% to 90%. So the diagnosis rate and treatment rate already satisfy the WHO criteria of HCV elimination. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Hu Chonghui and Dr. Chen Xiuxi for their long-term guidance and mentoring, and thank for the member of the HIP-C elimination task force member, and also the evaluation team for their kindly help. Thank you for your attention.
So, okay, so this presentation is open to the question and comment from the floor. So any questions? Yes. English, Chinese, or Taiwanese? Dr. Dong Tong.
I think that for the large hospitals such as a medical center or the regional hospital, to check the people with diabetes or CKD, whether they have the hepatitis C, is not so difficult. But for the primary physician, especially spread out over all the how you persuade them to join your project and not only care the diabetes or the CKD, but also check the hepatitis C the antibody.
I could thank you for this very important question. I could give you an answer that for all the diabetes patients in Taiwan, the regular check of HbA1c have reached about more than 19%. So the diabetes patient have to go to the clinic every 3 months to check the blood. So the one thing the doctor have to do is only to add the item in the laboratory order. So it just go 一下就可以了. So the only one thing for the doctor is just to add the item. But the other things, such as the coordination for the laboratory, because most of the laboratory only could do the antibody testing. So just I have mentioned, we coordinate with the central RNA lab. So when the laboratory take the positive antibody, they will take the sample to the RNA lab. So we have to make the doctor feel very convenient. Very convenient. The only one thing is the certification with the reimbursement of the national health insurance. Yeah.
Any more questions? So, for one from me is that. Oh yes, please.
Thank you. Nice talk. I'm curious about the treatment in the prisoners. Well, in Japan, prisoners is not covered in the regular health insurance, and some other ministry has handled that. And the budget-wise, it is quite limited, and only the patient, only the person with adenomas of fibrosis can be treated in the prison. So, when the budget-wise, how do you handle with do you have any barriers between that and to treat the prisoners? You have any problem on the budget or the cost?
Yes. Because in Taiwan, the prison health is also reimbursed by the national health insurance.
Okay. Yeah, it's
yeah. So we coordinate the hepatologist and their team, including the pharmacist and nurse, go to the prison to provide treatment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay. If no, one more question here. Okay. Yes. This one will be the last one.
Okay, thank you, Professor Ye. Congratulations for your and your team's achievement. My question is, after HCV elimination, the HCV reinfection is possible in those high-risk patients such as PWIS and HIV. So, in your mind, how frequently should we perform HCV RNA in those high-risk patients? 6 months once or 1 year?
So for the high risk, such as the PV or prisoner, the interval to monitor the RNA testing after the SBR, I think that's the key question. But according to the Dr. Yang Zhichao, they have a very small pilot study. Maybe Dr. Yang could comment. They follow 2 years after SBR around 4%, yeah, 4% of infection rate. So based on the infection rate, you could estimate the optimal interval for the post-SBR surveillance. I think very important issue need a further evaluation. Yeah.
Okay, then, so I will close the section here. Let's thank you, Dr. Ye again. Okay, and I'll hand over my chair to Professor Huang.
Thank you, moderator and speaker. The next session is a hepatitis C evaluation from chronic kidney disease to dialysis population. Please welcome our moderator, Professor Huang Xiangzhi from Department of Nephrology, Kaohsiung Medical University.
谢谢座长及演讲者。接着主题为慢性肾脏病及透析族群之 C 肝根除，邀请高雄医学大学附设医院黄尚志副院长担任座长。
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Now we move to the section of the hepatitis C elimination from the chronic kidney disease to dialysis population. And I think that's why this group of patients are so important to treat the hepatitis C, because the HCV not cause the renal function impairment and also facilitate the progression into the ESRD. And once they get into the ESRD, they need the dialysis or transplantation. Both of the group need to treat the HCV because they were spread in the intra-dialysis, in the dialysis room, and all in the era of the interferon, that interferon will cause the kidney damage. So HCV is very important for the patient of the CKD, patient of the ESRD, and even patient of the diabetes. So today we are honored to have the Professor Hu to talk this topic. And Professor Hu now is Professor of Medicine in Chang'an University, and also he's working in the Kaohsiung Chang'an Memorial Hospital for a long time. He received the PhD degree in Chang'an University and participated in this gastroenterology and the internal medicine the work, and also as the chief of the Department of Internal Medicine for I think that 9 years or so, and so on. Now, he is also the chairman of this elimination program in Changhua County. So now today we have the honor to invite Professor Hu to talk about this elimination from the CKD and the dialysis population. Let's welcome Professor Hu. Thank you. Thank you very much for Professor Fang's kind introduction. And I also thank the committee to invite me for the talk here. So today, my topic is to talk about the hepatitis C elimination from chronic kidney disease and dialysis population. This is my disclosure. And beyond the liver, HCV infection can involve other organ systems such as cerebral cardiovascular system, immune system, hematology system, diabetes, and chronic kidney disease. And today I'm going to focus on chronic kidney disease. So our study includes more than 23,000 patients during 1991 to 1992, with outcome updated to 2008. There were 1,095 HCV patients. In the figures, you can see that the survival curve of all extrahepatic manifestations, like cardiovascular disease, cerebral vascular disease, and nephrotic disease. And you can see that patients with HCV seropositive with detectable HCV RNA levels had a significantly higher mortality rate from hepatic and extrahepatic disease than patients with seropositive but undetectable HCV RNA, as well as seronegative patients. A community study from Keelung County of Taiwan includes more than 1,000 patients and tested for anti-HCV, prospectively follow up for 3 years. You can see that in patients with normal renal function originally, if patient had HCV infection, there would be very high instant CKD development during follow-up, and a very high 50% decline of eGFR during follow-up when compared with patients without HCV. Even in patients with originally CKD patients, HCV infection can lead to a 50% decline of eGFR, a very high rate when compared with patients without HCV infection. So it means there is an increased risk of eGFR decline, both in HCV-infected normal renal function or CKD patients. A recent study from Taiwan includes 1,900 patients to see the eGFR evolution and risk of ESRD development after antiviral therapy. The antiviral therapy including interferon-based and the DAA treatment. And you can see that after antiviral treatment, it can slow down the rate of eGFR decline. And there is also a reduction of ESRD risk by 76%, as you can see in the right figure. So even in dialysis center, ESRD patients will get HCV infections under a time-dependent curve. It means there might be transmission among the dialysis center. A meta-analysis also indicates that the patients of ESRD and HCV infection always had a higher mortality rate, either in all-cause mortality, liver-related mortality, cardiovascular, and infectious disease. Therefore, we have to treat HCV either in chronic kidney disease or in ESRD. In the past, interferon therapy can lead to a moderate successful rate around 50 to 60%. However, there were very high rates of side effects, morbidity, and mortality. And after the launch of oral DAA, there have been a global multicenter study including 95%, mainly in Taiwan. We can see that after the DAA treatment, there were very low percentage of side effect, morbidity, and mortality when compared to the interferon error. More importantly, there was no virological failure after the end of the treatment. And in a recent study, ESRD patients, when had complete successful treatment, during the long-term follow-up, there is also a slightly higher HCV reinfection rate when compared to reference control. So, in the study, there was no significant risk factor identified, but we have to notice that is there complete elimination in any of the dialysis center in the study? If not, there might be transmission among the population again. The second is, after the elimination or after the therapy, there might be many new participants with active HCV infection enter into the dialysis center. That could lead to a further transmission of HCV infections. So in the program that Chivier had proposed, CHIP-C, the first target we set up is to target the population of dialysis patients. The reason why we target that as a first target, there are two reasons. For all the populations, ESRD patients is the only one population that had universal HCV screening before they enter into for dialysis. The second reason is hemodialysis center is a closed space. It is much easier for us to reach to approach the patient for treatment and dialysis. And in Taiwan, there was also HCV zone for patients with positive HCV. However, there are some issues. There were always inadequate HCV RNA testing for patients in the HCV zone. It means there might be a mixed population of viremic and non-viremic patients simultaneously in the same zone. That could lead to a further transmission. There are also some barriers, such as there may be a lack of awareness and the concept among nephrologists and the patients for diagnosis and treatment. There was also a lack of willingness for physicians and the patients to receive treatment. So under a very high prevalence of 11% of HCV infection, we have to treat and diagnose with a sustainable system in彰化County. So what is that? It is the public authority to connect into care. The priority is to test HCV RNA for all patients with positive anti-HCV antibody. So we have conducted a collaborative care model for all 31 dialysis facilities in彰化County, led by the Public Health Bureau. There are several strategies. The first is the meeting between gastroenterologists and nephrologists. And the medical records should be reviewed and retested for HCV. And for patients positive for antibody, HCV RNA and genotyping are essential for all of those patients. And for patients with a positive HCV RNA, they should be treated simultaneously and quickly in a short period of time. So in this model, there are several key strategies or models. They are leadership support, collaboration between multiple disciplines, nurse-led management, automated appointment with gastroenterologist, medical transportation service, and the mobile outreach clinic for vulnerable patients. And finally, integration of the data and analysis. The figure shows the key outcomes of this program. You can see that there have been 3,657 dialysis patients with a prevalence of HCV infection 11%. You can see that after the program, there were very high coverage and into care of HCV RNA test 98%, very high initiation rate 88%, and completion of treatment 94%. The SVR rate is 96%, which is close to the result of general population. So this is the first collaborative care model to increase the rate of diagnosis and the treatment of HCV in dialysis facilities to levels established by the WHO. And this successful model can further extend it to populations with diabetes, HIV, PV, and the people in prison. So the professor here has introduced earlier, this is the first countrywide elimination model for all dialysis patients in Taiwan and over the world by collaboration between different disciplines. And you can see that the coverage of treatment can be raised from 25% before the program to 89% after the program in a very short period of time. Upon the publication, there is also an editorial to comment this is the right time to eradicate HCV from HD units. Their success sounds as a call for urgent action by HD units and providers. However, the population of chronic kidney disease is such a big population, and the ESRD patients only take a small percentage among the populations. So we have to work and move forward to the populations of pre-ESRD and patients with early CKD, which is a very big population. This is to ensure that when patients progress to ESRD and need dialysis, there will be no more active HCV patients at that time. So we conducted a cross-sectional multi-institution collaboration. There have been a well-established Zanghua CKD shared care program since 2006. And there were lists of registration of CKD patients in Health Promotion Institute, either in community or hospital. So we combined the HCV program with CKD program to target the CKD patients, to facilitate delivery of HCV care for screening, diagnosis, referral, and the treatment, and finally, data integration. From 2019 to 2022, in this year, after the work on those two populations, you can see that there are very high coverage of HCV testing linked to care of HCV RNA and the HCV treatment, either in pre-ESRD population and the very high, very big volume of early CKD patients. You can see that the prevalence of HCV infection is around 6 to 7% of two populations, which is about 2 times of that in general population. So this is a busy slide to illustrate the new participants after the elimination of HCV in dialysis center in 2019. So there have been 1,959 new participants enter for dialysis. You can see that the prevalence of HCV infection gradually declined as years passing by. There were also statistics for patients with positive HCV RNA. And in the figure, you can see that patient with positive HCV RNA was 50% at the end of 2019, 28% at the end of 2020, 7.7% at the end of 2021, and 0% along the year of 2022. This means彰化County has achieved HCV microelimination in new kidney dialysis patients in 2022. This is attributed the work on pre-ESRD and early CKD patients. This also means we no longer need HCV zone in any dialysis centers of彰化County. So, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, dialysis and the CKD are two important risk and big population of HCV infection. About 2 to 3 times of HCV prevalence when compared with general population. This is a successful model to combine a care cascade of dialysis, CKD program, HCV program, with collaboration between different disciplines. There was significant improvement of the outcome to achieve a zero HCV viremia patient of new participants in hemodialysis centers in the county. That is all my talk today. I thank you for your attention.
我们谢谢胡教授的演讲。那因为我们接下来要安排一个行动季了，我昨天才知道行动季叫 skit 所以我们我们2位先坐在那边，那么让他们表演一下哈。这听说就是 material and method 了哈。那因为时间的关系啊，最后我们演完了以后，那再来问问题。那刚刚大卫说因为时间的关系，我们这只允许1个问题啊。
现在由医政科的同仁进行洗肾式C肝根除短句。Action！ 台湾血液透析人口全球第1，很多洗肾病人在洗肾前就感染C肝，洗肾室也曾经发生群聚。全县有31家洗肾室，3657位病人，有些在医院，有些在诊所。所以彰化县C型肝炎根除计划率先从洗肾室做起。Go！ 接下来要看的是共识篇。现在场景是在卫生局第1次C型肝炎根除会议，请看。
我是卫生局长，C肝口服新药有效，我们让所有C肝洗肾病人根除。
我是卫生局医政科长，督导考核感控做好，避免院内感染。
我是C肝小组胡医师，C肝治疗问题问我就对了。
我是医院肾脏科医师，我有问题。洗肾病人全都适用 C 肝抗病毒药物吗？
我是诊所肾脏科医师，我有问题。洗肾室只有检验 C 肝抗体，没有验病毒，该怎么办呢？病人要自费吗？
我是洗肾室护理长，我有问题。洗肾病人治疗 C 肝要留在原诊所，还是要转介呢？
我是洗肾室护理师，我有问题。诊所药局没有抗病毒药物，该怎么办呢？
吴医师来告诉你们，从今年开始全面新药给付。
局长来告诉你们，健保署全面开放医疗院所检验 C 肝病毒。
科长来告诉你，卫生局检验科已经安排好 C 肝病毒代检流程。
吴医师再来告诉你们，治疗洗肾病人可以转诊，也有行动医疗站来诊所送药都没有问题。
大家的问题都有解答了，大家满不满意？
满意。
大家有没有共识？
有共识。
肾脏科医师、
肠胃科医师
合作无间。
C 肝根除领先锋，世界第一。
全体宣誓，
予以至诚，洗肾室 C 肝根除我愿意。
接下来要介绍筛检篇。有了透视后，我们必须要在最短的时间完成病毒筛检。各位来宾，现在场景是在洗肾室，请看。我们是洗肾诊所，我是护理长。洗肾病人每6个月验 C 肝抗体，分区隔离，没有验病毒。
我是洗肾室护理师，现在为了根除 C 肝抗体阳性，都要再加验病毒哦。阿长，病人要再多抽1管血吗？
只要将剩余检体外送合约实验室，1管到底，不用多抽血哦。
我们是医院洗肾室，我是护理长，我是护理师。当病人抗体阳性时，我们会请医师开单加验 RNA 哦。检验室直接加验 RNA。
我们是秀传医院 C 肝团队，我们会由外送人员到洗肾室收 RNA 检体。叮咚叮咚，秀传 C 肝团队来了。护理长，请问你们有多少洗肾病人呢？
有68人。
你们验 C 肝抗体有几位阳性呢？
有7位。
C 肝抗体阳性率10%哦。
这7个病人都要验 C 肝病毒哦。
我们再请医师开单验 RNA。
叮咚叮咚。检验结果发现6个病人 C 肝病毒阳性。C 肝病毒阳性率80%哦。我们会立刻转
肠胃科治疗。接着介绍治疗篇。洗肾病人治疗会遇到行动不便或没有车子接送的问题，医疗团队如何帮忙呢？现在场景是在洗肾室。
林七姐的衣服。
各位来宾，请看。
我是医政科吴小美，我会协调医院派行动巴士载病患到医院。
元龙医院启动行动巴士，开设 C 肝治疗门诊。
我是元龙医院个管师，我会派交通车接病人到医院治疗。
我是元龙肠胃科医师，我会加开 C 肝治疗门诊。
我是诊所肾脏科医师，我评估病人病情稳定。
我是诊所护理长，病人洗完肾了，要等医院的车子来接。
医院交通车来接病人喽。
我们是洗肾病人，
上车喽！出发喽
！C 肝行动巴士克服了交通不便及行动治疗的问题，行动不便的问题。接下来要介绍的是卫生福利部彰化医院启动行动治疗站，今天来到了洗肾室。
我是洗肾室医师，我已经向病患说明，而且也已经开始治疗喽。
我是护理长，谢谢医院配合病人洗肾时间做 C 肝治疗。
我是肠胃科医师，我会帮病人照腹部超音波及开立 C 肝病毒药物。
我是个案管理师，我会给予病人治疗疾病卫教。
我是药师，我给予病人用药指导。
我们是C肝治疗团队。
我们是洗肾病人床边治疗。
C肝根除上盖赞。
最后介绍追踪篇，太棒了！病患完成了最后一里路，让我们继续看下去。各位来宾，现在场景是医院的卫教室，请看。
我是张基个案管理师，我管理18位病人，5个预备治疗，5个治疗中，还有8位已完治。
我是秀传个案管理师，我管理20位病人，7位已经完治。
我是部章个案管理师，我管理26位病患，10位已完治。
我是圆融个案管理师，我管理17位病患，5位已经完治。
现在病人来到了卫教室，各管师正在卫教。
阿姨，我是张基个案管理师，这几天吃药有没有问题？
没有，谢谢你的关心，就刚心。
恭喜阿姨完治，现在还有什么步骤呢？
我是个案管理师，病人在服用药物之后还要加验2次病毒。
完治后再先检验病毒
，12周后再次检验病毒，
确定
病毒清除。
我是洗肾室护理长，洗肾室C肝根除。
我是洗肾室护理师，新的洗肾病人发现 C 肝，立刻治疗。
我们是洗肾病人，我阴性，没有 C 肝。
感谢彰化县医疗院所积极配合卫生政策，卫生局颁发爱肝洗肾全县
31家洗肾室没有 C 肝病人，
爱肝洗肾室
世界第1，赞！
医政科，谢谢大家。
的表演哦，刚刚有说有没有问题哦？干脆我自己问好了啊。多久以后会把这个阴性的病人移出那个本来是C肝病床？多久以后C肝病床就给你关起来，就变成正常病房？我看同一次回答就好了啦。要什么的 procedure？
依照学会规定，现在是24周
，24周才
两次的 RNA negative 就可以移出来了。
是，这个很重要，因为移出来以后，我这个地方就没有C肝的病床了，我就可以给其他人用了，所以对于医院的经营是更有效。因为C肝病床弄用别末了，因为我们一直都有治疗，所以你如果本来留6床，现在可能空了4床，现在如果你把2个人都治好了以后，6床都可以再收病人，所以对于医院他很高兴能够治疗的话，好，那时间的关系，我们今天非常谢谢童教授的精彩的演讲，也谢谢卫生局的这个表演哈。那我就把主持棒接给下一位哈。
Thank you, moderator and the speaker. And the next session is a new severity in the great care approach to hepatitis C in relation in marginal population.
谢谢座长及演讲者。
Please welcome our moderator, Professor 简荣南from 长庚 Memorial Hospital and Associate Professor 张荣珍 from National Taiwan University.
接着主题为特殊族群 C 型肝炎根除创新整合模式，欢迎座长林口长庚纪念医院简荣南教授以及台湾大学护理学系张荣珍副教授。
Now we move to another topic. Now the topic is a new collaborative integrative care approach toward HCV elimination in marginalized population, including PV, prisoner, and HIV infected patients. I am Professor Rongnan Chen from Linkou Chang'an Memorial Hospital. My co-chair is Professor Zhang Rongzhen from National Taiwan University, Department of Nursing. This section including 3 speakers and 1 action show by the Disease Control Department. the first speaker is Professor Su Weiwen from Changhua Christian General Hospital. Professor Su graduated from the China Medical College, Department of Medicine, and now is the chief of the Department of the Gastroenterology and Hepatology, Changhua Christian General Hospital. He do so many research in liver disease, including hepatitis B and hepatitis C. Now he published several papers, especially in the field of HCV elimination, and joined the program by Professor Ye. Please join me to welcome Professor Su. Professor Su, please.
Thanks for the chairperson's kind introductions. And I also want to thank for the organized committee to invite me to present my topic. We already had heard the Australian successful experience presented by Professor Shi. And we know that for these marginalized populations, it is particularly difficult to offer treatment and to do the HCV elimination work. So today, I'll deliver the Changhua collaborative integrated care approach toward healthy elimination in these populations. So some background. As we all know, that recent COVID-19 epidemics had substantial impact on global healthy elimination efforts. According to this article published 2 years ago, you can see that 1 year delay in HCV diagnosis can bring the less patient to receive for the HCV treatment. Hence, according to their estimation, a 1 year delay could bring more 72,000 excess liver-related deaths, and this could happen mostly in low, middle to high-income countries. So we should, after the era of COVID epidemic, we should do the HCV elimination work more smart and efficiently, especially in high HCV prevalent cohort. Some years ago, the Lancet published this meta-analysis, and they find that patients with recent incarceration histories had increased HCV and HIV acquisition risk among people who inject drugs. As you can see that the HCV infection could increase more than 60%. And also from the statistics of Ministry of Justice in Taiwan, you can see that yearly newcomer or prisoners before 2020s, the leading cause of new prison is the violation of Narcotic Hazard Prevention Act. And you can see that yearly more than 10,000 persons was admitted to prison. So it echoes the article published in Lancet that this cohort deserve our further interventions. So since 2019, just as presented by Director Ye, we had CHIPSy programs. So the Changhua Public Health Office oversight the Changhua County marginalized populations, their HCV screening and treatment in HIV clinic, methadone clinic, correctional institution, and people under surveillance program, which is required by Screen and Prevention of HIV Act. And the map shown see that different HCV endemic is different among different areas of Taiwan. And Changhua County is not a particular high endemic area. However, we implement our strategy in 5 HIV clinic, 5 methadone clinic, and 1 prison, 1 detention center, 1 reform school, and equally distributed facility for people under surveillance program to do this program. And the strategy had been expressly explained by Director Ye previously. But in brief, we want to get our program smart and efficiency. The Health Bureau collaboration between different programs with appropriate task delegating and bring into the well-established HIV STD screening program run for many years in prisons. So with 2-in-1 or add-on HCV reflex HCV RNA test, and we form an outreaching HCV care team into prison to deliver our care. So here is the result. You can see that highest HCV prevalence were found in methadone clinical, that is 90%. And compared to Australian prison, the HIV prevalence infection rate is also high, especially if HIV infected inmate is particularly high as 93%. And you can see quite a lot of overlapping feature among these different settings. And this table provides for the detailed overlapping feature. You can see that the highest overlapping can be observed in probationers. And you can see that 44% the probationers can be also seen distributed among other settings. Compared to HIV and the methadone clinic persons, there's roughly about 17% to 25% overlapping. This table provides more detail HIV prevalence among the different subgroups. And you can see among inmates, newcomer inmates had lower HCV prevalence, that is 25%, compared to current inmate, that is 40% HCV prevalence. But it is comparable to patients in detention centers. Among the patients under surveillance program, you can see the highest HCV prevalence is 63% in probationers. And you can see we also do some menu-based screening activity in entertaining facility. You can see the people there could have about a 14% HCV infection rate. So this figure provides the overall HCV care cascade in different settings, and also the cumulative treatment coverage of each group was also provided in this white square box. And the highest treatment goal can reach about 90%, especially people attend HIV clinic and the methadone clinic. But for current prisoner, you can see that HIV treatment coverage rate is a little bit lower. That is because we only enroll people who will be remain in custody for more than 24 weeks. And also, you can see that the current prisoner didn't receive screen rate. The screen rate is about 82%. So we further reorganized our education plan, and a nurse-led education program was given to newcomer or prisoners. You can see that screen rate raised up to 92%. So this all integrated program can bring the overall HCV treatment coverage rate to 72%. So this is the detailed number among different treatment settings. I just want to bring your attention that the people under surveillance program is difficult to achieve the data of HCV care cascade because in this population, the screen is just incidental, and they are lack of disease awareness. So we didn't have the subsequent care cascade data. However, you can see the HCV prevalence overall is very high, about 32%. So the final, I will summarize some point of our study. You can see high screening diagnosis and treatment rate lead to our cumulative HCV treatment coverage of 72%. And also, you can find this marginalized population had high HCV viremia rate at 32%, which underscores that this is a fairly underserved population, which deserve our further interventions. And also, we can see that the participants in the overlapping subgroups, such as HIV-infected inmates, had higher HCV prevalence compared to the other in non-overlapping subgroups. So this all-inclusive integrated model can help in interrupting the transmission links. So key of success of this integrated program need auspiced by the Changhua Public Health Bureau, and they collaborating all the task holders and proper task delegating upon an already existing long-running health and education, HIV, STD education programs, and with the support of central health authorities, especially the National Hepatitis C Program Office, just as our chairperson who is present now, and under the Ministry of Health and Welfare. Of course, there's some limitation of our study because we had no detailed information regarding association factor in each step of HCV care cascade. And especially for the people under surveillance programs, there are inadequate disease awareness educations. So we didn't have the full care cascade can be shown. And also we only recruit the people who attend methadone clinics. So we probably had missed the data of people in the needle syringe programs. And final but not least, because this is a short-term follow-up studies, we didn't have an accurate reinfection rate to address the reinfection issues. And the large-scale DAA intervention could be translated to the long-term over reduction of this HCV prevalence cohort still remain to be answered. So finally, I want to draw my conclusions. Simultaneous rapid scale-up of treatment could lead to the elimination of HCV in these marginalized populations. And finally, I want to address my sincere thanks with the administrative help of Changhua Government, National Health Insurance Administration, and Ministry of Health and Welfare, and all the regional people within Changhua County with the physician and the help of nursing coordinator, and also the personnel from the Public Health Bureau. Only with their help, we can accomplish this work. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Su, for your nice presentation. If audience have any question, can raise later. Now we move to the second speaker. Second speaker is Professor Yang Zhichao. Professor Yang now is the chief of the gastroenterology and hepatology, Changhua General Hospital. Professor Yang also joined the CHIP-C study. Today he will touch about the topic concerning the marginalized patients HCV elimination program. Dr. Yang, please.
Thank you for professional introduction. It's my honor to share our experience of treatment in HCV patient with MMT, methadone maintenance therapy. I will share some experience in pre-treatment, treatment, and post-DA follow-up. As I know, low awareness of disease and high prevalence in this group of patients. Awareness is critical for elimination, and most of them were not awareness of their disease. So if treat is very difficult for them because they do not want to change anything. And they also has a high prevalence rate. So the first, we must know the barrier is awareness. It's not only in patient, but also in the doctor of other fields. So we communicate with the doctor of psychology, and we let them know they need to help, and want them to have anti-CV antibody check-up when the patient is included in the MNT program. If the anti-CV antibody positive, we can target them by the co-antigen. If the co-antigen is positive, that means they need DA therapy. So we introduce, let them join the seminar for disease introduce and DA therapy. We also let them know how many money they needed to have this treatment. We told them the 8 weeks DA or 12 weeks DA cost, and if they can get the money, they can complete therapy. The second step is pre-treatment, and then we get them while we first treatment. And we told them about the drug introductions, and some must let know to eat all the pills one day, one times. And then we facilitate the clear path, green pathway, because they have no patient to wait, and if they are in a crowded area, they will feel that someone will take something bad on them, such as criminal or have using drugs, so they won't wait for finishing all of visiting and discontinued. So we let them wait in front of education room, and there is no people, so they can with their friend and wait the data. If the data come out, our educator will let them to our OPD, and we also have a warning code while they back drink methadone, and if they need to DA refilling or they forget blood test, they will get a warning code. And then we optimize the OPD to overcome all the barrier they met, such as I don't have money, I don't have time, I don't have a lot of time to finish it. So we find a foundation for support and combine some behavior treatment, such as they can get the gift card after SVR complete. So we remodeling the OPD, let them feel convenience and lower the cost of OPD, even free for some difficult case. So after we find a foundation for support the fee, they can complete the treatment for free. And we also create a morning OPD for those people without time to go to treatment. So we education for patient and doctor visiting and help for pain and get the drugs, and then education So, till now, we treat about 488 patients, and the anti-HCV checkup rate is 100%, and the RNA checkup rate is 90%, and the SVR rate is 98%. The most important is follow-up. The first 2 years, we have a camp for reinfection, but it's not ideal way to let them go back, because we only 80% of them go back for this activity. You can see the first year, they have come back about 80%. We start cooperative with psychologists using the co-antigen while they visiting their OPD, so they can get the real checkup and complete the reinfection survey. You can see the new case is decreased year by year, and the accumulator is increased slowly. So the DA treatment can stop the disease reinfection. In conclusion, low awareness is not only in the patient with MT, but also in psychology. So we must discuss with Dr. Arfield that to treat this disease. And we must optimization of the treatment model to make treatment more convenient and kind that can prove its acceptance in treatment in HCV patient with MT. The follow-up, we can use the HCV co-antigen while they following up the psychologist's OPD, and can monitor the reinfection rate. I find a very interesting thing is when the integration of the public health group, I find this is the first time we have consensus. The anti-HCV screen rate is 84%, and the RNA checkup rate is only 50%, and SVR rate is 80%. After 6 months later, the anti-HCV checkup and the RNA checkup is almost increased sharply, and about 1 year later, we almost achieved the micro-elimination. So, after our effort and integration with the bureau and government, I think HCV can be eradicated. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yang, for your nice presentation. Now I move the microphone to my co-chair.
We are going to welcome the third speakers, Dr. Yan Shenlie. Dr. Yan. Where is it? Okay, Dr. Yan is coming. Dr. Yan is an attending physician and the director of Department of Hepatology and Gastroenterology from Zhang Bing Shouchuan Memorial Hospital. And he is going to share us very successful and inspiring experiences from the work. Dr. Yan?
Thanks, Professor Zhang, for your kind introduction. Because I was told I only have 7 minutes to finish my speech. And most of my slide is prepared in Chinese version, so I would like to present my speech in Mandarin. 接下来我报告一下我们张斌秀传在治疗恶灵监狱的一些整个的概况我们张斌秀传在2016年在1月份开始接手 彰化监狱的所有的医疗的业务哈。那我们大概整合大概七家院所，就是包含彰化秀传、彰滨秀传，以及卫福部彰化医院哈。那还包括3家的地区医院，包括园林河医院、仁和医院，还有红中尼医院哈。那还有2家的牙医诊所哈。那目前我们的业务大概包含的就是彰化监狱及彰化看守所，还有励志中学哈。那彰化监狱大概就是18岁以上的成人的监狱哈。那目前收容大概2170人。那彰化看守所大概目前收容大概370人左右。那18岁以下的感化教育的年轻人大概就是在励志中学，那目前收容是237人。好，那目前大概2019到2020的整个筛检的状况，刚苏主任大概已经把那个实际发表文章的数据里面已经秀给大家看。那目前励志中学我们筛检的比率是61.36%，那抗体的阳性率是0。那彰化看守所的话，就是筛检率有81.69%，那阳性率有大概1/4，25% 左右。那病毒检验率达到100%。那彰化监狱筛检率85.65%，那抗体阳性率大概40%左右那病毒的检验也高达大概85.09%。那我们彰化监狱的整个的筛检及治疗成效，大概是目前是全国统计起来是第1的哈。那各位看到的是国家消除C肝办公室提供的全国的数据哈。那C肝筛检人数全国大概是14486，那彰化监狱就占了2920，那占全国矫正机关的1/5， 20%左右。那接受治疗人数全国矫正机关是1658，那彰监就高达626，那占了37.8%。那直到今天演讲最新的统计数据的话，彰监筛检人数已经达到4141人次，那最新治疗人数高达912。好，那这是我们的在治疗前的一些，我们会给病人签同意书，然后跟他讲说他是第8周，可以治疗8周、12周，或者少数人可以到16周。那会把那个他所需要的医疗费用都把它明定出来哈。比如说8周是650块，然后12周是780元，那到16周的话可能需要910元，让病人去签这个同意书。那一旦抗体阳性之后，我们会协助他安排肠胃科医师的门诊，然后接受治疗。那假如阴性，当然就持续追踪。那在追踪上面，大概比较碰到大的问题是，有些病人主动挂号的话，那收容人会抗议说我不想看门诊，那为什么会帮我安排门诊那第二个的话，有些病人会说他只需要验抗体病毒，但是不想做治疗。那第3个的话就是他的刑期可能非常靠近要出狱了，所以他不想接受治疗这是我目前碰到的一个治疗上的困境。那针对主动挂号被收容人提告的话，其实因为彰监他也是算公务机关他们不太希望说在治疗上造成困扰，所以我们在治疗的同意书上面特别的载明说，假如病毒出来是阳性，医师可以用书面通知或者是安排C肝转介的服务，然后在治疗前就帮他们让他们知道然后帮他们同意之后才开始治疗。那追踪上面的话，假如说那个治疗后的在监的话那个病患他能在监的话，我们就会主动挂号，然后固定时间就追踪测 GOT、GPT， 然后安排超音波的追踪。那每3个月到6个月的追踪。那假如没有在监狱的话，我们就用电访、寄信以及传简讯的上面但是碰到的困境还是一样，就是有些人不太喜欢他可能主要还是经济上考量，不太想接受挂号那有的甚至只想抽血，有的只想做超音波，但不想规则性的追踪。那第3个就是他也许刑期期满结束之后，然后就出监了，那也不知道跑到哪里去了。那我们在 安排门诊追踪上面会做一点改变，就是以前都是用直接在注记上跟他说他是C肝的追踪，但是我们刚刚提到说有些人是不希望被接受追踪的哈。那在挂号上的挂号单上面，我后来有写说，就是这边加注册，让医师知道说他不看他可以退挂，避免一些困扰哈。那就在之后的追踪单上面，我们都会特别载明这里，有些是要追踪的哈，然后不看可以退挂。那整个照护上，我们归纳出彰化监狱不愿治疗一些治疗因素，包括几个哈。第一个，病人怕药物的副作用；那第二个是经济弱势，他觉得没有钱可以看病；第三个，他制造出去，他还会再染毒，反正治疗也都一样。那也有一些是因为他自己快出狱了哈，那害怕抽血，甚至对他后来的人生没有希望。那后面三个，当然我们就是尽量鼓励他去做治疗。那害怕药物副作用，我们可能会加强一些卫教，说细性肝没有治疗，可能演变成肝硬化，后面的肝癌那更糟糕。那第二个，没有钱看病或经济弱势，我们后来想到是这部分的看诊的费用由医院吸收，我们吸收了大概将近100位的那个所有的费用哈。那109年补助费用大概是先部分负担，部分去帮他补助200块。那110年开始，我们是全额补助。那有一些自知自己还会再染毒的，我们可能会加强卫教，就使用干净的针头，然后干净的水阻断感染源。好，这是以上我的报告。好，谢谢。
Okay, thank you so much for Dr. Yan. And the last section is also an action show from Disease Control Division, Zhanghua Public Health Bureau, and they well prepared, going through the actions, through the drama, tell us how difficult the PIWID, HCV, and the other marginalized population. So.
接下来由疾病管制科带来监狱C肝根除计划行动剧。监狱C肝根除计划，彰化县是全国第一个以公部门主导监狱C肝根除的县市。疾病管制科会定期进入监所，对收容人进行艾滋卫教，所以由疾管科主导监狱的C肝根除计划。在推行这个计划以来，我们遇到了大大小小的问题，接下来就由疾管科同仁来呈现如何执行监狱的C肝根除计划行政篇。
大家好，我是彰化县卫生局疾病管制科人员。收容人是C肝高风险族群，为了照顾收容人的健康，我们带着医院高专、各管师及检验科来拜访监狱卫生科。科长好。
大家好，我是监狱的卫生科科长。这卫生局这个是一个很好的计划。可是矫正机关本来就有在做艾滋筛检啊，现在还要再加验C肝，不就是要再花人力、花时间再做一次吗？怎么办呢？
没问题，我们可以整合年度艾滋筛检，加验C肝，不用再抽一次血哦。
可是C肝抗体筛检阳性，是不是还要再抽一次血来验病毒量呢？抽好几次的血，我还是要花人力、花时间再做一次啊。怎么办呢？
没问题，
可以用一管到底C肝抗体阳性，直接加验病毒量，减少回诊次数，不会增加工作人员负担哦。
可是收容人这么多经费哪里来呢？
没问题，我们已经媒合肝病协会经费来支持这项计划。
可是看诊也要挂号费啊，那对于经济弱势的收容人怎么办？
没问题，经济弱势医院减免挂号费哦。
可是，好了，我们一起试试看吧。
谢谢科长。
2019年起，我们启动了矫正机关的C肝根除计划，经过2年的在监筛检已达80%。那我们接着也针对了新收容人的新入监体检加验C肝抗体，卫生局主动联系了监所委外的医事检验所。
科长，请问一下，我们彰化监狱今年委外的医事检验所是哪一家？
今年我们委托的是嘉义市的静平医事检验所哦。
因为张监筛检已经差不多了，接下来我们将针对新收容人持续进行C肝筛检，想结合路监筛检一起执行。
这是一个很好的做法，谢谢你们对收容人的健康有这么的关心。
谢谢科长。
叮叮叮叮，嘉义静平检验所，你好。
你好，我这边是彰化县卫生局。
彰化，怎么不是嘉义卫生局打来的呢？
因为目前彰化县卫生局正在推动监狱C肝根除计划，检验的部分需要您这边来协助。
C肝根除计划，我没听说过有这项计划，我们只配合监狱做艾滋筛检，而且这样还要再多派人去抽一管血，这需要同意书吗？
新收容人的部分我们会先做卫教，并取得同意书。检验的时候就直接用同一支生化管加验C肝就可以咯。
如果验到C肝抗体阳性，怎么处理呢？
没问题，我们将由彰滨秀传医院的医疗团队接手处理。
那加验C肝的费用找谁核销？
没问题，由卫生局寻找筛检经费。
没问题，这是一个很好的政策，希望其他县市跟监狱一起来做。
谢谢您的协助。
解决了行政沟通的问题，筛检需要收容人的知情同意。接下来我们该怎么做呢？卫教篇，
请问科长，什么时候可以安排将收容人集合起来，一起做卫教，并填写同意书？
万万不可哦！监护人力不足，2000多名的收容人集合起来，会有安全上的疑虑哦，怎么办？
让我们想一想。没有问题。彰化监狱总共有13个工厂，还有一个专设，卫生局及医院各管师可以到每一个工厂还有专设进行卫教，然后填写同意书哦。
收容人出列。
同学们齐步走，1、2、1、2、1、2、1、2、1、2，立定，向左转。
一共
130人到。
卫生局做C肝筛检卫教，愿意的同学请帮我填写同意书。
2公
140人到。
做卫教，填写同意书。
3公
到150人到。
做卫教，填写同意书。
4公到，5公到。
6公到，7公到，8公到，9公到，10公、11、12、13，还有一专设，全都到。
逐一完成卫教及同意书，共筛检1416人。
经过了第一批的卫教之后，有1416收容人同意，尚有30% 的收容人不同意筛检。经过询问后，同学们是担心会有像干扰素一样的副作用，怎么办呢？
让我想一想，没有问题，我们可以找有治疗成功经验的同学来分享哦。
5279同学
有
出列。
121212，我是5279，我是C肝治疗好的收容人，让我来向同学一起分享C肝治疗的好处跟优点。我进来监狱之后，听说卫生局要帮我们筛检C肝，我想我在里面时间这么长这么久，过一天也是一天，所以我就参加了这个C肝治疗计划。后来我才知道说，原来这个口服治疗药物要20几万呢。现在有健保给付，我们不用钱，通通不用钱，而且这个C肝治疗时间2个月，又没有干扰素的副作用。肝治疗好，我的精神更加有精神了。感谢卫生局对我们的关心，让我有这个机会参加C肝治疗。我再问同学一次，同学愿不愿意一起加入C肝治疗？
我愿意。
C肝筛检卫教
成功。
经过卫教后，同意筛检的收容人有2000多人，C肝病毒阳性者只有800多人。这么多人需要治疗，怎么做呢？医疗篇。
请问卫生局，筛检出这么多阳性的病人需要治疗，那监狱目前也只有内科的门诊，怎么办呢？
没问题，我们可以协调彰滨行动医疗站进驻，加快我们的看诊效率哦。
这是我们彰滨秀传优秀的团队。
我是医师，我负责看诊。
我是个管师，我负责卫教和追踪。我是医检师，我负责抽血。
我是超音波技师，我负责超音波。
我是药师，我负责调药。
收容人由我们来服务。
请问，我们卫生科看诊的空间有限，那请问要怎么办呢？
没问题，我们每周加开诊次，分流看诊，控管看诊总数，降低介护人力的负担。
如果我们个案治疗到一半要移监了，又要怎么办呢？
没问题，我们会转介下一家监狱的特约医疗机构来协助哦。
彰化县的C肝根除计划，经过卫生局与监狱多次的协商，跨机关公司协力，努力不懈的推动。4年来的努力，彰化监狱共筛检了4141人，治疗了912人，筛检率达90%，治疗率更高达97%。彰化监狱的C肝根除可以说是全国第一，赞！这几年的努力，卫生局也陆陆续续收到了收容人的感谢。我们来听听收容人怎么说。
真的很感谢彰化县卫生局对国家政策的积极作为，争取补助的经费来造福彰化监狱，对我们来说非常可贵。虽然我是收容人，可是我们也是有人权的啊。
感谢彰化监狱、彰化卫生局，还有彰滨秀传医院，谢谢你们这么用心推动C肝的筛检，也让我们可以这么的安心的治疗。谢谢你们没有放弃我们，那我真的很甘心呢。
啊，蓝怡晴，就是6年前，我就知道我有C肝了，但是那时候我没有钱，反正我进来监狱的时候，我接受这么好、这么棒的免费C肝治疗，感谢卫生局、医院、监狱，让我受惠在这个计划的治疗中。我希望有更多需要的同学们也一起来跟我们一起一样治疗，我们一起来开启新的健康人生啊！
执行监狱C肝根除计划以来，每逢中秋佳节，卫生局会收到来自彰化监狱最火红的铁窗牌月饼，是彰化监狱及收容人的感谢。彰化县无C肝监狱，跨机关、跨单位、公司协力，C肝根除达标。疾管科，谢谢大家。
我一定要来讲几句话哈。那个国家要推动新型肝炎的根除是非常不容易。好，医疗的部分是属于卫生福利部，那我们的受刑人哈，就是特殊的族群，它是属于法务部，法务部的矫正署，它是不同的系统，那要做跨系统的整合，如果不是有一个很强有力的 leader 是很困难的，好，从刚刚的看就知道了哈。那筛检率在刚刚的行动剧，我们看起来很感动，在彰化做到了90%，我们国家的那个目前是40%，是40%。那虽然它的占的人数是不多，但是因为它的 high prevalence。所以它是C肝的那个人是多的哈，那我们2025要达标这个部分还是需要做努力。那刚刚有提到说那个移监的问题，那这个法务部他们已经同意了哈，就是他们会从内部，剩1个月也可以治疗，他们内部会自己去沟通好，移到哪里就治疗到哪里哈。那我想那个法务部他们会从他们内部的系统去做这一方面，那个。这个部分，我想因为彰化在叶局长的领导之下，一直都是标杆啦哈， 从刚刚讲的那一些数字，如果所有的台湾的卫生局都这样做，我们那个负责国家C肝根除的就可以坐着量了哈，就是非常的好啦哈。那我其实是很感动啦哈，这是第一个。第二个那个我本来要问苏医师的，但是因为行动剧已经将答案讲出来了，我就不用问他。那但是我还是要问一下杨医师哈，因为这个很难做的事情是有人要去做，我们看很多人这样做哈，那个人力物力是很困难的。像秀传这样的医院还要帮那个病人减挂号费，负担所有的费用，这个我们其实早就应该颁给他医疗奉献奖了。好，这个非常不容易啊。但是我要问杨志超医师的就是，我们的 PV 那个除了美沙东治疗以外，哈，替代疗法以外，其实有一部分的病人他是吃那个丁基元飞口服的药，是啊，这个虽然量很少哈，是那不晓得你们这一方面有没有努力一下？
是这个我也去诊所努力过。但是他们没有抽血这个问题，而我们有曾经也尝试要在他们外面设一些抽血，然后回来，但是大概都被拒绝。所以这个我们有努力过几家，现在是有跟一些精神科的一个诊所这个合作，然后希望他们帮忙测，然后有给他们费用，然后后面还在看，因为成效不是很好，大概是这样。
国健署过来会有 point of care antibody 的 test， 那个有列入那个今年的那个预算，立法院好像有过，所以说不定国健署的这个部分，因为署长已经离开了，我想例如应该不知道吗？例如知道吗？要 comment 吗？组长在这。好，就是如果这个就有点像 needle stick， 这样就可能会符合刚刚 Sophie 讲的那样。后面就比较简单，因为他们很珍惜他们的血嘛，第一个就可能会出来哈。我想这个是请大家不要忘记，我们的社会上有一些边缘人，这个对我们C肝的防治是非常重要的。时间的关系啊，我想我非常谢谢我们的 co-chair 哈，那我们两个就 close 这个 section， 谢谢大家。
Thank you, moderator and speaker for morning session. And we now have a lunchtime. So, the person should available pick out the registration desk.
谢谢座长及演讲者。接着是午餐时间，在签到处已经备好餐盒，请各位前往领取。若有素食需求，请凭报到时提供的素食券领取。
We will resume the afternoon program at 1:30 p.m. 比较抱歉，我们时间因为比较短的关系，我们一样下午的 session 在1点半准时开始。谢谢各位。Moderator 跟 speaker 我们在 B 厅有准备各位的餐点，麻烦移驾至 B 厅，谢谢。
若需要申请继续教育学分的来宾，请记得于签到处进行第2次签到。
世界卫生组织提出的2030全球C肝根治的一个目标，彰化县从2019年配合的中央开放C肝口服新药的一个治疗政策。那全面的启动彰化县C肝根除计划，不仅是全国第一，更是全亚洲第一个以县市层级全面动员的计划，共治疗了13000多人，成功的在3年内实现了C肝根除的一个目标。有如此亮眼的成绩，最主要归功于完善的共同照护策略。我们采取了跨部门、跨计划、跨层级、跨科别的横向主题，针对潜在的一个对象，把艾滋门诊、药酒与门诊、美沙东门诊、洗肾室、糖尿病共同照护网、万人健检跟矫正机关等，我们都纳入我们扩大筛检，进而根除。另外，为了减少民众到医院来回奔波，我们整合了各医院的抽血检验流程，推广C肝一管验到底，不仅便民，也增加了民众筛检的意愿。
如果C肝抗体筛检阳性，我们会直接取同一管检体。
加验病毒量及基因型。
啊，就这款了，这我好啊检查全民健检，医生就会检查讲我有C肝安尼，无我嘛唔知。
这些病人拢要伫这社区啊，是讲像这洗肾的吼，拢无法度来接受治疗，因为他离不开就医的地方或者生活的环境哦。所以彰化医院推动，引起这偏乡巡诊啊，是这洗肾单位巡诊的医院啊吼，帮助这患者来接受C肝的治疗。
有啦，阿嬷讲有啦。
我们经验中有个病人，他其实C型肝已经30几年了。那我们再三的跟他说，这个病其实现在已经有特效药了，他才半信半疑的那接受我们的建议到医学中心去做这方面的治疗。当他完全治好之后，他也鼓励他的家人去做筛检，发现他家人中5个人居然有3个人是C型肝带源。那之后陆陆续续的治疗，最终目前健康状况都非常的好。
那是原来在才知影咱去得着C肝，想讲有这个机会，咱就边仔咧入来，就疗养身体啊，把C肝甲咱的病用治疗好。
一开始我们要在做这样的一个筛查的一个工作的时候，我们就整合的资讯单位、检验单位，整个全院跨科，包括事务这样子的一个后勤的一个单位，我们的资讯单位可以协助在医师看诊的一个时候，能够有一个自动化的一个C型肝炎的筛检提示系统，用最精简的方式来去达到我们成功找到这些有C肝病毒也需要治疗的一个糖尿病跟慢性肾病的一个患者。
活动开始的9个月内，我们把彰化县所有的血液透析室里面的病人的C型肝炎达到全面的根除。应该也是全台湾，或者是全世界，在一个县市里面，我们成功的达成血液透析室C型肝炎病患的全面根除。
这项全县动员的计划，不仅要感谢各医疗院所以及工会的一个全力协助，更要感谢国际扶轮3462地区这5年来大力支持，共同向扶轮基金会申请8个全球奖助金。总金额达到1000万元以上，用来赞助我们办理C肝筛检的活动，透过公私协力，共同守护县民的健康。C肝根除领先锋，彰化县赞。为了响应世界卫生组织提出的2030全球C肝根治的一个目标，彰化县从2019年配合着中央开放C肝口服新药的一个治疗政策，那全面的启动彰化县C肝根除计划，不仅是全国第一，更是全亚洲第一个以县市层级全面动员的计划，共治疗了13000多人，成功的在3年内实现了C肝根除的一个目标。有如此亮眼的成绩，最主要归功于完善的共同照护策略。我们采取了跨部门、跨计划、跨层级、跨科别的横向整合，针对潜在的一个对象，把艾滋门诊、吊酒瘾门诊、美沙东门诊、洗肾室、糖尿病共同照护网、万人健检跟矫正机关等，我们都纳入我们扩大筛检，进而治疗根除。另外，为了减少民众到医院来回奔波，我们整合了各医院的抽血检验流程，推广C肝一管验到底，不仅便民，也增加了民众筛检意愿。
如果C肝抗体筛检阳性，我们会直接取同一管检体，加验病毒量及基因型。
啊，就这款了，这国校啊检查全民健检，医生就会检查讲我有C肝安尼，无我嘛唔知。
这些病人拢要伫这社区啊，是讲像这洗肾的吼，拢无法度来接受治疗，因为他离不开就医的地方或者生活的环境哦。所以彰化医院推动，引起这偏 偏乡巡诊洗肾单位巡诊的医院帮助这患者来接受吸肝的治疗。
有啦，阿嬷讲有啦。
我们经验中有个病人，他其实C型肝已经30几年了。那我们再三的跟他说，这个病其实现在已经有特效药了，他才半信半疑的那接受我们的建议，到医学中心去做这方面的治疗。当他完全治好之后，他也鼓励他的家人去做筛检，发现他家人中5个人居然有3个人是C型肝带源。那之后陆陆续续的治疗，最终目前健康状况都非常的好。
那是原来在知影咱去得着C肝，想讲有这个机会，咱就边仔咧入来，就疗养身体甲C肝甲咱的病用治疗好。
一开始我们要在做这样的一个筛查的一个工作的时候，我们就整合了资讯单位、检验单位，整个全院跨科，包括事务这样子的一个后勤的一个单位。我们的资讯单位可以协助在医师看诊的一个时候，能够有一个自动化的一个C型肝炎的筛检提示系统，用最精简的方式来去达到我们成功找到这些有C肝病毒也需要治疗的一个糖尿病跟慢性肾病的一个患者。
活动开始的9个月内，我们把彰化县所有的血液透析室里面的病人的C型肝炎达到全面的根除，应该也是全台湾或者是全世界，在一个县市里面，我们成功的达成血液透析室C型肝炎病患的全面根除。
这项全县动员的计划，不仅要感谢各医疗院所以及工会的一个全力协助，更要感谢国际扶轮3462地区这5年来大力支持，共同向扶轮基金会申请8个全球奖助金，总金额达到1000万元。 用来赞助我们办理C肝筛检的活动，透过公私协力，共同守护县民的健康。C肝根除领先锋，彰化县赞。为了响应世界卫生组织提出的2030全球C肝根治的一个目标，彰化县从2019年配合着中央开放C肝口服新药的一个治疗政策，那全面的启动彰化县C肝根除计划，不仅是全国第一，更是全亚洲第一个以县市层级全面动员的计划，共治疗了13000多人，成功的在3年内实现了C肝根除的一个目标。有如此亮眼的成绩，最主要归功于完善的共同照护策略。我们采取了跨部门、跨计划、跨层级、跨科别的横向诊断，针对潜在的一个对象，把艾滋门诊、药酒瘾门诊、美沙东门诊、洗肾室、糖尿病共同照护网、万人健检跟矫正机关等，我们都纳入我们扩大筛检，进而治疗根除。另外，为了减少民众到医院来回奔波，我们整合了各医院的抽血检验流程，推广C肝一管验到底，不仅便民，也增加了民众筛检的意愿。
如果C肝抗体筛检阳性，我们会直接取同一管检体，加验病毒量及基因型。
就这款药，这搁互我检查全民健检，医生就会检查讲我有C肝安尼，无我嘛唔知。
这些病人拢要伫这社区啊，喜欢像这洗肾的吼，拢无法度来接受治疗，因为他离不开就医的地方或者生活的环境哦，所以彰化医院推动引起这偏乡巡诊啊，是这洗肾单位巡诊的医院啊吼，帮助这些患者来接受C肝的治疗。
有啦，阿嬷讲有啦。
我们今天中有个病人，他其实C型肝已经30几年了。那我们再三的跟他说，这个病其实现在已经有特效药了，他才半信半疑的那接受我们的建议，到医学中心去做这方面的治疗。当他完全治好之后，他也鼓励他的家人去做筛检，发现他家人中5个人居然有3个人是C型肝带源。那之后陆陆续续的治疗，最终目前健康状况都非常的好。
但是原来才知影咱去得着C肝，想讲有这个机会，咱就边仔咧入来，就疗养身体，把C肝甲咱的病用治疗好。
一开始我们要在做这样的一个筛查的一个工作的时候，我们就整合的资讯单位、检验单位，整个全院跨科，包括事务这样子的一个后勤的一个单位，我们的资讯单位可以协助在医师看诊的一个时候，能够有一个自动化的一个C型肝炎的筛检提示系统，用最精简的方式来去达到我们成功找到这些有C肝病毒也需要治疗的一个糖尿病跟慢性肾病的一个患者。
活动开始的9个月内，我们把彰化县所有的血液透析室里面的病人的C型肝炎达到全面的根除，应该也是全台湾或者是全世界，在一个县市里面，我们成功的达成血液透析室C型肝炎病患的全面根除。
这项全县动员的计划，不仅要感谢各医疗院所以及工会的一个全力协助，更要感谢国际扶人3462地区这5年来大力支持，共同向扶人基金会申请8个全球奖助金，总金额达到1000万元以上，用来赞助我们办理C肝筛检的活动，透过公私协力，共同守护县民的健康。C肝根除领先锋，彰化县赞。 为了响应世界卫生组织提出的2030全球吸肝根治的一个目标，彰化县从2019年配合着中央开放吸肝口服新药的一个治疗政策，那全面的启动彰化县吸肝根除计划，不仅是全国第一，更是全亚洲第一个以县市层级全面动员的计划，共治疗了13000多人，成功的在3年内实现了吸肝根除的一个目标。有如此亮眼的成绩，最主要归功于完善的共同照护策略。我们采取了跨部门、跨计划、跨层级、跨科别的横向诊断，针对潜在的一个对象，把艾滋门诊、药酒与门诊、美沙东门诊、洗肾室、糖尿病共同照护网、万人健检跟矫正机关等，我们都纳入我们扩大筛检，进而治疗根除。另外，为了减少民众到医院来回奔波，我们整合了各医院的抽血检验流程，推广吸肝一管验到底，不仅便民，也增加了民众筛检的意愿。
如果吸肝抗体筛检阳性，我们会直接取同一管检体，加验病毒量及基因型。
就这款了，这国校啊检查全民健检，医生就会检查讲我有吸肝安尼，无我嘛唔知。
这些病人拢要伫这社区啊，是讲像这洗肾的吼，拢无法度来接受治疗，因为他离不开就医的地方或者生活的环境哦，所以彰化医院推动，引起这偏乡巡诊啊，是这洗肾单位巡诊的医院啊吼，帮助这的患者来接受吸肝的治疗。
有啦，阿嬷讲有啦。
我们今天中有个病人，他其实吸型肝已经30几年了。那我们再三的跟他说，这个病其实现在已经有特效药了，他才半信半疑的那接受我们的建议，到医学中心去做这方面的治疗。当他完全治好之后，他也鼓励他的家人去做筛检，发现他家人中5个人居然有3个人是吸肝带源。那之后陆陆续续的治疗，最终目前健康状况都非常的好。
但是原来才知影咱去得着吸肝。想讲有这个机会，咱就边仔咧入来，就疗养身体，把吸肝咱的病用治疗好。
一开始我们要在做这样的一个筛查的一个工作的时候，我们就整合的资讯单位、检验单位，整个全院跨科，包括事务这样子的一个后勤的一个单位，我们的资讯单位可以协助在医师看诊的一个时候，能够有一个自动化的一个新型肝炎的筛检提示系统，用最精简的方式来去达到我们成功找到这些有吸肝病毒也需要治疗的一个糖尿病跟慢性肾病的一个患者。
活动开始的9个月内，我们把彰化县所有的血液透析室里面的病人的吸型肝炎达到全面的根除。应该也是全台湾，或者是全世界，在一个县市里面，我们成功的达成血液透析室吸型肝炎病患的全面根除。
这项全县动员的计划，不仅要感谢各医疗院所以及工会的一个全力协助，更要感谢国际扶人3462地区这5年来大力支持，共同向扶人基金会申请8个全球奖助金。总金额达到1000万元以上，用来赞助我们办理吸肝筛检的活动，透过公私协力，共同守护县民的健康。吸肝根除领先锋，彰化县赞。为了响应世界卫生组织提出的2030全球吸肝根治的一个目标，彰化县从2019年配合着中央开放吸肝口服新药的一个治疗政策，那全面的启动彰化县吸肝根除计划，不仅是全国第一，更是全亚洲第一个以县市层级全面动员的计划，共治疗了13000多人， 成功的在3年内实现了C肝根除的一个目标。有如此亮眼的成绩，最主要归功于完善的共同照护策略。我们采取了跨部门、跨计划、跨层级、跨科别的横向诊断，针对潜在的一个对象，把艾滋门诊、药酒与门诊、美沙东门诊、洗肾室、糖尿病共同照护网、万人健检跟矫正机关等，我们都纳入我们扩大筛检，进而治疗根除。另外，为了减少民众到医院来回奔波，我们整合了各医院的抽血检验流程，推广C肝一管电到底，不仅便民，也增加了民众筛检意愿。
如果C肝抗体筛检阳性，我们会直接取同一管检体，加验病毒量及基因型。
就这款药，这国校检查全民健检，医生就会检查讲我有C肝安尼，无我嘛唔知。
这些病人拢要伫这社区啊，是讲像这洗肾的吼，拢无法度来接受治疗，因为他离不开就医的地方或者生活的环境哦，所以彰化医院推动引起这偏乡巡诊啊，是这洗肾单位巡诊的医院啊吼，帮助这些患者来接受C肝的治疗。
有啦，阿嬷讲有啦。
我们经验中有个病人，他其实C型肝已经30几年了。那我们再三的跟他说，这个病其实现在已经有特效药了，他才半信半疑的那接受我们的建议，到医学中心去做这方面的治疗。当他完全治好之后，他也鼓励他的家人去做筛检，发现他家人中5个人居然有3个人是C型肝带源。那之后陆陆续续的治疗，最终目前健康状况都非常的好。
那是原来才知影咱去得着C肝。想讲有这个机会，咱就边仔咧入来，就疗养身体，甲C肝甲咱的病用治疗好。
一开始我们要在做这样的一个筛查的一个工作的时候，我们就整合了资讯单位、检验单位，整个全院跨科，包括事务这样子的一个后勤的一个单位。我们的资讯单位可以协助在医师看诊的一个时候，能够有一个自动化的一个C型肝炎的筛检提示系统，用最精简的方式来去达到我们成功找到这些有C肝病毒也需要治疗的一个糖尿病跟慢性肾病的一个患者。
活动开始的9个月内，我们把彰化县所有的血液透析室里面的病人的C型肝炎达到全面的根除。应该也是全台湾，或者是全世界，在一个县市里面，我们成功的达成血液透析室C型肝炎病患的全面根除。
这项全县动员的计划，不仅要感谢各医疗院所以及工会的一个全力协助，更要感谢国际扶轮3462地区这5年来大力支持，共同向扶轮基金会申请8个全球奖助金。总金额达到1000万元以上，用来赞助我们办理C肝筛检的活动，透过公私协力，共同守护县民的健康。C肝根除领先锋，彰化县赞。为了响应世界卫生组织提出的2030全球C肝根治的一个目标，彰化县从2019年配合着中央开放C肝口服新药的一个治疗政策，那全面的启动彰化县C肝根除计划，不仅是全国第一，更是全亚洲第一个以县市层级全面动员的计划，共治疗了13000多人，成功的在3年内实现了C肝根除的一个目标。有如此亮眼的成绩，最主要归功于完善的共同照护策略。我们采取了跨部门、跨计划、跨层级、跨科别的横向诊断，针对潜在的一个对象，把艾滋门诊、药酒与门诊、美沙东门诊、 糖尿病共同照护网、万人健检跟矫正机关等，我们都纳入我们扩大筛检，进而治疗根除。另外，为了减少民众到医院来回奔波，我们整合了各医院的抽血检验流程，推广C肝一管验到底，不仅便民，也增加了民众筛检意愿。
如果C肝抗体筛检阳性，我们会直接取同一管检体，加验病毒量及基因型。
就这款了，这国校啊检查全民健检，医生就会检查讲我有C肝安尼，无我嘛唔知。
即个病人拢要伫这社区啊，是讲像这洗肾的吼，拢无法度来接受治疗，因为他离不开就医的地方或者生活的环境哦，所以彰化医院推动，引起这偏乡巡诊啊，是这洗肾单位巡诊的医院啊吼，帮助这的患者来接受C肝的治疗。
阿嬷讲有啦。
各位来宾午安，提醒各位，如果需要申请继续教育积分，请务必至签到处再完成签到动作，谢谢。
其实现在已经有特效药了，他才半信半疑的那接受我们的建议到医学中心去做这方面的治疗。当他完全治好之后，他也鼓励他的家人去做筛检，发现他家人中5个人居然有3个人是C肝带源。那之后陆陆续续的治疗，最终目前健康状况都非常的好。
但是原来才知影咱去得着C肝，想讲有这个机会。咱就边仔咧入来，就疗养身体甲C肝，甲咱的病用治疗好。
一开始我们要在做这样的一个筛查的一个工作的时候，我们就整合了资讯单位、检验单位，整个全院跨科，包括事务这样子的一个后勤的一个单位。我们的资讯单位可以协助在医师看诊的一个时候，能够有一个自动化的一个新型肝炎的筛检提示系统，用最精选的方式来去达到我们成功找到这些有C肝病毒也需要治疗的一个糖尿病跟慢性肾病的一个患者。
活动开始的9个月内，我们把彰化县所有的血液透析室里面的病人的C型肝炎达到全面的根除。应该也是全台湾，或者是全世界，在一个县市里面，我们成功的达成血液透析室C型肝炎病患的全面根除。
这项全县动员的计划，不仅要感谢各医疗院所以及工会的一个全力协助，更要感谢国际扶人3462地区这5年来大力支持，共同向扶人基金会申请8个全球奖助金。总金额达到1000万元以上，用来赞助我们办理C肝筛检的活动，透过公私协力，共同守护县民的健康。C肝根除领先锋，彰化县赞。为了响应世界卫生组织提出的2030全球C肝根治的一个目标，彰化县从2019年配合着中央开放C肝口服新药的一个治疗政策，那全面的启动彰化县C肝根除计划，不仅是全国第一，更是全亚洲第一个以县市层级全面动员的计划，共治疗了13000多人，成功的在3年内实现了C肝根除的一个目标。有如此亮眼的成绩，最主要归功于完善的共同照护策略。我们采取了跨部门、跨计划、跨层级、跨科别的横向诊断，针对潜在的一个对象，把艾滋门诊、药酒瘾门诊、美沙东门诊、洗肾室、糖尿病共同照护网、万人健检跟矫正机关等，我们都纳入我们扩大筛检，进而治疗根除。另外，为了减少民众到医院来回奔波，我们整合了各医院的抽血检验流程。
各位来宾，我们将在1分钟后开始会议，请各位就座。
增加了民众筛检意愿。
如果 果C肝抗体筛检阳性，我们会直接取同一管检体，加验病毒量及基因型。
这国校啊检查全民健检，医生就会检查讲我有C肝安尼，无我嘛唔知。
这些病人拢要伫这社区啊，喜欢像这洗肾的吼，拢无法度来接受治疗，因为他离不开就医的地方或者生活的环境哦。所以彰化医院推动，用去这偏乡巡诊啊，是这洗肾单位巡诊的医院啊吼，帮助这患者来接受C肝的治疗。
有啦，
阿嬷讲有啦。
我们经验中有个病人，他其实C型肝已经30几年了。那我们再三的跟他说，这个病其实现在已经有特效药了，他才半信半疑的那接受我们的建议到医学中心去做这方面的治疗。当他完全治好之后，他也鼓励他的家人去做筛检，发现他家人中5个人居然有3个人是C型肝带源。那之后陆陆续续的治疗，最终目前健康状况都非常的好。
那是原来在才知影咱去得到C肝，想讲有这个机会，咱就边仔咧入来，就疗养身体甲C肝，甲咱的病用治疗好。
一开始我们要在做这样的一个筛查的一个工作的时候，我们就整合的资讯单位、检验单位。整个全院跨科，包括事务这样子的一个后勤的一个单位，我们的资讯单位可以协助在医师看诊的一个时候，能够有一个自动化的一个C型肝炎的筛检提示系统，用最精简的方式来去达到我们成功找到这些有C肝病毒也需要治疗的一个糖尿病跟慢性肾病的一个患者。
活动开始的9个月内，我们把彰化县所有的血液透析室里面的病人的C型肝炎达到全面的根除，应该也是全台湾或者是全世界，在一个县市里面，我们成功的达成血液透析室C型肝炎病患的全面根除。
这项全县动员的计划，不仅要感谢各医疗院所以及工会的一个全力协助，更要感谢国际扶轮3462地区这5年来大力支持，共同向扶轮基金会申请8个全球奖助金，总金额达到1000万元以上，用来赞助我们办理C肝筛检的活动，透过公私协力，共同守护县民的健康。C肝根除领先锋，彰化县赞。为了响应世界卫生组织提出的2030全球C肝根治的一个目标，彰化县从2019年配合着中央开放C肝口服新药的一个治疗政策，那全面的启动彰化县C肝根除计划，不仅是全国第一，更是全亚洲第一个以县市层级全面动员的计划，共治疗了13000多人，成功的在3年内实现了C肝根除的一个目标。有如此亮眼的成绩，最主要归功于完善的共同照护策略。我们采取了跨部门、跨计划、跨层级、跨科别的横向整合，针对潜在的一个对象，把艾滋门诊、药酒瘾门诊、美沙东门诊、洗肾室、糖尿病共同照护网、万人健检跟矫正机关等，我们都纳入我们扩大筛检，进而治疗根除。另外，为了减少民众到医院来回奔波，我们整合了各医院的抽血检验流。
那主题要讲吗？
不会，我会讲完这句话之后，然后才讲。
好。那后面直接到那边吗？
我讲了哦，可以开始了吧？现在几点了？
啊，不好意思，
开始了吗？那应该开始吧。
是那个1:35吗？
嗯。
1:35。
刚照中，他们还在聊天，是我讲就会回座位了，是吧？
不确定。
好，我们是到前面，我们去问，那你们觉得就可以开始了吧？现在开始了。到底是你们到底是要先确认符文是？
好尴尬哦。先确认符文。哦，应该 OK， 我觉得那个康照都院长已经准备好了。
啊，准备好了。
Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host for this afternoon, Chang Rong and Ting Yu. We look forward to serving you this afternoon.
欢迎各位回到现场，我们是下午的司仪、庭瑜以及长荣，很荣幸为各位服务。
Our first session in this afternoon is Sustainable HCV Elimination from NGO. We are honored to have Professor Kang Zhao Zhou from College of Pharmaceutical Science, National Yangming Jiao Tong University, also the member of Rotary Club Taiwan and Rotary International, and Dr. Ye Yanbo, the director of Zhanghua County Public Health Bureau, to be moderators of this session. Please help me in welcoming them.
今天下午的第一场主题演讲为非政府组织 C 型根除永续经营模式，欢迎座长国立阳明交通大学药物科学院国际扶轮3522地区台北市白金扶轮社康兆洲教授，以及彰化县卫生局叶彦博叶局长。
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We all know that Rotary International is a well-known NGO, and the most important movement in the healthcare area is the polio elimination since 1988. Right now, it's almost 99% polio is eliminated, and the endemic country is dropping from 125 to 2 countries. So the next step for the Rotary International is focus on the elimination of hepatitis C. Okay, in the following, I will use Mandarin to follow up. Okay, 那台湾国际扶轮对于在西肝的根除是在政府针对要对西肝有一个根除计划之后呢，积极的参与。那到去年年底呢，所有的台湾整个扶轮付出就是捐赠的那个的钱呢，超过了7000多万。那但是在光是彰化地区呢，就占演了1000多万哈。那彰化地区是非常的早，从2019就是开始有2个扶轮社申请那个奖助金，开始至今现在有8个还是8个哈，这个全球奖助金。那待会儿呢，我们的主讲人林柏龙医师就会PDG Doctor 就会跟大家报告所有的一个成果。OK， 那我们今天的主讲人PDG Doctor 他其实也是国际扶轮polio elimination 的一个主要的一个 coordinators。OK， 所以那他也非常的积极的参与。那今天也非常感谢有很多的扶轮社的先进几位PDG 还有 DG 还有几位社长都来参与。那我想我稍微简单的介绍我们今天的主讲人PDG Doctor。林医师是中山医学院毕业之后也取得了硕士。那之后就一直在这个做眼科跟这个一般外科的在彰化服务。那他除了在自己的医疗有做出很多的贡献之外，他也担任过社长，还有地区的非常多的一个职位。那也曾担任过地区的总监。那他对于这个就是带领这个整个扶轮社参与西肝的计划。非常的积极。那彰化地区可以说是西肝防治应该是做得最好的，是早上大家都有目共睹。那我想有很大部分当然是扶轮社的积极的一个参与，但是扶轮社的积极参与呢，主要是感佩于这个局长叶局长的一个付出啦。
好，所以我从很多的这个扶轮社的这个的社友的一个反应，就是说他们愿意参与，就是因为有这么棒的一个局长了哈。那我想我就不多花时间，我就让我们今天的主讲人那个 PDG Doctor 来介绍一下我们在扶轮社跟彰化地区的一些贡献的。好，那请。
谢谢，谢谢康教授，还有叶局长，还有在座的各位贵宾，下午呢，大家午安，大家好，请容许呢，我利用这一段时间呢，来做这个我们扶轮社呢，利用扶轮基金会全球奖助金呢，来的捐助呢，来根除C肝筛检。这一个活动，这个业务做一个简介。我是林柏荣刚刚已经介绍过了。来下一个，扶轮基金会全球奖助金是在国际扶轮里面是一个很大的业务。这个业务呢，它的申请呢有一定的程序，还有一定的审查标准。要申请这个全球奖助金，除了本国的扶轮社以外，同时每一案还要一个国际的扶轮社的配合。同时，这个案要成案，最低一定要3万块美金以上。第3个条件一定要合乎这7大焦点领域。那么我们的C肝根除活动呢，刚好就符合这个预防与治疗所以说这个全球奖助金的活动就这样如火如荼的，从2018年在台湾开始推广。来下一个，台湾地区呢，台湾地区总共有22县市，那在这一个范围里面呢，有扶轮地区有12个地区。那在2018年开始呢，在2008年，它这个全球奖助金成案的有53案，跟我们C肝有关的就有3案。那么这个价格这个内容 money 大概这个都是美金那么2019、2020、2021到2024，那各位会感到奇怪了，现在是2023，怎么会有2024？因为这个是扶轮基金拨款年度，它这个预定拨款年度就在2024年，也就是说2023年7月1号以后。来下一个，从2019年开始，我们彰化县境内的那个扶轮社呢，就有申请这个全球奖助金，利用这个全球奖助金配合整个卫生局来做这个C肝筛检。那么这个总共呢，成案的有8个案，然后呢有7个扶轮社，中间要感谢鹿港东区社，他们有2个案那么2019年开始，彰化西北社，然后彰化中区社。来下一张，每个社的这个计划区域、服务区域呢，都有一定的范围，而这些范围呢，都是呢扶轮社完全配合我们彰化县卫生局在局长的领导之下，整个的规划，所以呢，这个筛检活动呢进行得很顺利，同时呢，都是除了达标以外还超标这个呢，这些运作呢，要感谢卫生局的工作同仁，同时呢，也要感谢呢卫生所各地卫生所的这个医护人员，还有志工，同时也要感谢我们扶轮社友，大家呢一起努力才有这个成果。那这些呢，就是在他们按的计划区域，这些区域呢，囊括了彰化县26乡镇市，整个都包括，但是有的是做了2次，虽然是2次，但是工作地点不会乱都在不同地方。来下一个，那这个也是一样，这是8个案，每一个案呢的这个工作的情形，还有工作的范围。来下一个，在彰化县里面，我们8个案，总共呢金额是1000多万，然后呢总筛检人次45000人左右。为什么我说45000人？因为里面有4个案 到现在还在执行，这个是已经执行过的哦。所以说，筛检人数呢只会增加，不会减少。那么我们按照评估呢，在30岁以上彰化县人口需要筛检的是有80万4千多。那么经过在4万5千人左右，在这些人里面，已经有374人被发现有这个症状，同时接受治疗。那么因为每一个案呢，健保补助是20万，所以总共呢，健保的支出到现在已经有7480万左右。下一个，这个是彰化西北福人社他们申请的成案是4000万，4100。4万1千美金，然后这个也是超标6000多人。再来下一个彰化中医社5万5，然后这个筛检人数9000多。再这个要感谢我们福人社友，他们这个医检师还有医护人员也出来做，在操作这些都是福人社友。下一个这个是彰化福人社彰化福人社是我们彰化最资深的福人社。他们的这个案呢是4万3千美金，然后这个人数呢也是4000多人。下一个，鹿港东区社，这个他们执行了2个案，一个在年头，一个在年尾，有一个案结束了，有一个案现在还在执行中。这个预估8000多人，但是应该是超标。下一个，这个是工作情形，在彰化东区社。也是一样，这个在执行中，但是呢，会不会达标？不止达标，而且会超标。下一个，这个是工作情形，那这个是彰化春风社，也是在执行中，但是已经达标了。再下一个，还有皇家社，美金3万8，预估4600，现在在进行。下一个，这个是工作情形，好。另外呢，在福人社里面呢，国际福人对这个健康呢，当然工作努力呢是非常努力的，而且是长久。在1988年开始呢，参加那个 WHO 整个这个 GPEI 的这个活动，变成这个 End Polio 消灭小麻痹，这是1988年开始，然后到2010年更加强了这4种的合作关系。来下一个，那么国际福人呢？为了这个根除小儿麻痹呢，到现在已经捐献了，跟那个世界卫生组织呢，已经捐献了26亿美金，还继续在增加。那当然，这个我们是期望呢，这个 polio 能够从世界根除。按照最近11月15号的 WHO 的还有 GPEI 的报道，现在在巴基斯坦有一例 active， 而且它是 WPV Type 1，WPV Type 2、Type 3已经被消灭，那剩下 WPV Type 1。那然后呢，这个我们国际福人呢，为了彻底的这个根除小麻痹，在定了每年10月24日是消灭麻痹、根除小麻痹的这个纪念日。以上呢，我做一个短短简报非常感谢各位的聆听，谢谢。
非常谢谢我们那个PDG Doctor 的一个介绍我想从那个刚才的，除了福人社除了出钱之外，还要出力还要出人所以这个参与并不是那么的容易了那大家也想说，这个国家好像力量蛮大的，为什么还要福人社来了其实刚才好像叶局长刚刚有稍微有提到，有很多的公务预算不太好用了所以就要这个民间的那个款来帮助。那另外的，其实我们从福人总社之前我跟PDG Color 也去拜会了前国健署署长王署长，然后还有李伯章署长、陈部长，还有甚至于到赖副总统那边去所以来推动所以也非常感谢我们彰化这些福人社友的一些努力。我不知道大家好，我们接下来是有一个短剧吗？还是 OK？ OK 好，我不知道有没有我们开放一下那个问题好了，是不是？ 陈教授。
首先谢谢这个胡文社，谢谢林医师，还有这个康教授哈。那我觉得胡文社站在 NGO 组织从 polio 的历史一直到今天对C肝的根除我觉得就是完全符合全世界目前世界永续经营组织里面消弭这个不平等的一个最重要，不是只有健康，还有经济不平等所以这个目标完全是非常的符合啦所以我在彰化这个地方，其实是从叶局长身上知道说扶轮社长期这样子提供跟政府那其实我们是认为NGO 组织本来就是跟政府还有跟我们的企业跟我们的这个所有的医院本来大家都是一个 team work 所以不管怎么样不完全是从 financial impact 的这东西来看，而是说这个本来就是一个 team 的这个 team 那全世界的 NGO 组织目前正在着力于刚才我讲的甚至于这个所谓的气候变迁这些那我只是说在这个机会，因为今天我们与会的也有除了彰化县卫生局之外，我们有健康署中央的，我们有地方其他的卫生局来参加那扶轮社如果可以，我知道扶轮社一向都基于我刚才讲的这个平等是不是也是说其他的这个地方也能够透过扶轮社在不同分社里面的交易，把彰化这个模式带给其他地方的卫生局，让全台湾都可以享受到扶轮社这样的一个非常有利的在人力资源、财务资源，还有最重要精神资源这是我给扶轮社谢谢之外呢，希望能够帮助全台湾甚至于亚洲的民族，谢谢。
因为国际扶轮呢，不是只有在彰化，在我们台湾里面，别的地方不讲，在台湾分12个地区，那每个地区都有总监，还有各个扶轮社。那么这些扶轮社，我刚刚有跟各位报告，在年度里面总共有最近几年总共申请过的有451个案，那其中有1/10跟C肝有关这跟C肝有关的话，里面的差不多7/7左右是在我们彰化县，那其他还有分布在别的县那我会再继续鼓励呢这个我们全台湾的扶轮社友呢，那个对这方面呢再继续加油，因为这个要在整个筛检还有很大的空间可以操作当然也要感谢这个我们在座的我们的总监、前总监，还有社长和各位社友当然也要靠大家他们的一起努力，我非常感谢。
OK， 其实刚才周校长有提到，在申请全球奖学金很重要的一点，就是要有其他国家的扶轮社参与，所以这其实是透过这样子的活动呢，是让其他的国家看得到台湾，所以我觉得这个也是一个非常棒的一个国际外交了哈。我不知道陈教授你有加入扶轮社吗？你不是不哈？那我OK， 那我们再慢慢谈 OK。那我也鼓励一下我们在场的几位哈，那可以加入我们扶轮，而且扶轮社里面呢医师还蛮多的啦哈，所以我不知道还有没有什么问题没有？如果没有，好像他们有准备了一些底下的一些活动，是不是局长来主持？
等一下我们会大进场啦，当然没办法像那个选战那么大，可是也类似会请他们上我先讲几个故事啦哈，因为最早这个扶轮社也不是我去找的，最早其实是林雪荣，因为扶轮社跟扶轮社说要参与C肝不知道要找谁，那个林雪荣局长就跟他说你可以来找彰化，所以最早是那个 Hippo 是不是？对不对？他来找我，找完之后呢，下一个就是 Macklin， 我也觉得莫名其妙怎么？我本来想说，怎么那么好的事情要给我钱做C肝？我还以为说，是不是有什么商业的广告我还搞不清楚。所以其实是扶轮社主动，而且我那时候听那个 Hippo 讲，他是全国各县市卫生局都有去拜访。那时候麦克林也有跟他一起来。这第一个故事第二个故事，我们第一个做这个 捐赠的是那个西北福伦社，是我们那个陈社长。啊，我说没记错的话，他本来是要捐那个长照的交通车。他先找到我们长照科，因为他用我们的长照服务觉得蛮不错的，想要赞助车子。啊，我们科长就很头大，因为太多人捐车了，就问我说，想要拒绝他不知道怎么办。我说啊，你干脆来捐C肝。哦，所以就这样，第一个社长是这样捐来的哦，所以这个故事都是很，对我来讲是从来没有经历过经验哦，所以这是很珍贵的经验。哦，啊，第三个故事是那个有一张照片是那个那是谁设？是日本来看那一张啊？哦，下面这一张啊，有一张在万人健检那个日本的，有放吗？日本人来那一张啊。啊，那个我也是印象很深刻，因为那个日本那个是哪一社啊？我有点忘记了，是，对啊，我们台湾彰化是，对不对？那时候因为1/3的经费要日本的捐赠嘛，哦，就这张哦，哎啊，日本人为了要捐赠，真的来台湾看我的万人健检呢，专程来嘛，对不对？他专程来看哦，他看你是做真的还是做假的哦。那各位知道我们万人健检是早上6点半开始。The Rotary Club from Japan come to 彰化 to see our HCV elimination activity and 哦，所以这个是让我觉得，哎，那我加紧金呢瞎啦。哎，你看他专门坐飞机来看这个，哎，所以我也觉得。这个福伦社的精神让我就很感动了哦啊！我特别今天会请那个那个康教授康院长，因为他也是福伦社的社长，所以请康院长来主持哦。所以我就大概先说明到这边哦。啊，我们等一下哈，就是要请我们的这些社长总监他们大进场哦，然后大家给他们热烈的掌声啊！最后再来请我们的。这些总监哦，讲一下他们的心得，跟大家分享一下，那是不是就开始了？
好 ，OK， 今天我们有几位福伦社的贵宾来到现场，让我们欢迎国际福伦3462地区李正雄总监，感谢您的莅临。接着欢迎国际福伦3462地区黄敬林前总监。黄敬林前总监为第一个申请全球奖助金用于 C 肝消除政策，其任内完成2案申请。接着欢迎的是国际福伦3462地区叶维尧前总监，其任内完成1案的申请。
紧接着欢迎的是彰化西北福伦社吴佳慧社长、陈建良前社长。彰化西北福伦社于2019年开始为第一个提出申请的福伦社。接下来欢迎彰化中区福伦社洪温瑜社长，欢迎您莅临现场。接着欢迎彰化福伦社曾永辉社长，欢迎您的莅临。
紧接着欢迎鹿港东区福伦社郑中庆社长以及黄日环前社长。鹿港东区福伦社针对 C 肝消除政策提出申请案为最多，共申请2案，感谢您的莅临。最后欢迎彰化皇家福伦社彭儿明前社长，欢迎您到现场。好，那我们接着请林柏荣医师一起上台。谢谢福伦社长期对我们彰化县 C 肝消除政策的支持。接着，我们邀请李正雄总监为我们说几句话。
各位舍友、各位医师，还有社会人士，大家午安。今天很开心有这个机会来跟大家分享，特别是彰化县的卫生局，我真早，迄阵啊，王金珠医检都开始做困难台他真的是迄个C肝跟颜色没有关系，拢是血拢是热成的 所以对叶局长真感动。阮今年过去伫仁爱乡，过去电环部，过去伫民间吼，明仔再去，搁伫万林，要搁做时间的筛检吼。所以咱若有还未筛检的人吼，咱社友会当来去吼。今仔日听到几来社友吼，嘛是我的前辈吼，来伫遮，我时间的关系，我伫遮安尼甲恁说多谢，安尼就好，多谢大家，咱们。
谢谢李总监，再来邀请黄敬林前总监为我们致辞。
总监各位医学界的前辈，大家午安。福伦社计投入将近30亿美金在做 M polio， 就是那个小儿麻痹的工作以外呢，我们在台湾全力的投入吸肝的防治工作。那在2019在 Community-basedHepatitis 来以前呢，我们在整个福伦社发动全台湾来申请国际GG 的奖助金来做这个工作。那当时跟叶局长有好几次的接触吼，那叶局长的精神感召我，一定要把这样工作拿回到乡下来做吼。所以我们一路金瞻，我们在中彰投共同的投入这份工作。那希望福伦社的这个精神哦，也可以影响大家。那就刚才有人讲哪一位很优秀的，都一起来加入福伦社，谢谢。
谢谢黄前总监。最后邀请叶维尧前总监为我们说几句话。
大家好，头拄叶局长来讲，咱做这个时间的时阵，日本人安尼千里迢迢来到咱中华来看咱在做这工作吼，是安尼伊要来遮看。福伦社的服务是要亲自参与的，只有福伦人参与的活动，那才是福伦社的服务。袂使讲你敢若出钱就好啊，出钱无争拗啦，就是你要有迄个心哦，参与这个工作哦，所以这个时间。咱这个福伦社社友大家拢真热心，大家共同来促进这个工作。伫福伦社是希望伫2025年在台湾消灭吸肝。谢谢各位。
谢谢叶前总监，邀请台上贵宾集中到中间进行大合照。好。好，我们看中间的摄影师，然后比个赞。好，那我们再来比个 C， 可以吗？右手比个 C。好。好，邀请台湾筛检学会代表陈寿熙教授、台大医院杨伟勋教授、阳明交通大学康兆洲院长、彰化县卫生局叶局长以及福伦社贵宾至厅外拍照长处合影留念。
我直接讲下一趴了。We move on to the next session about community-based shared care model for hepatitis C elimination in diabetes. We are honored to have Dr. Wang Zhiyuan, the professor from College of Medicine, National Taiwan University, and Dr. Liu Junren, the Director of Hepatitis Research Center and Department of Internal Medicine, National Taiwan University Hospital, to be moderators of this session. Please help me in welcoming them.
接下来的主题为台湾糖尿病族群 C 型肝炎根除社区共享照护模式，邀请国立台湾大学医学院附设医院内科部王志源王副主任，以及台湾大学医学院附设医院 C 肝研究院暨内科消化部内科 刘俊仁主任担任座长。
Honorable Chairman, Professor Liu and Dr. Ikanami and Dr. Shi from Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor. I'm very pleased to be here to have this chance to introduce the very next speaker, Dr. Xu Chenyang. As we know, to elimination, C hepatitis is not easy work, except that we can unite. So diabetes is one part of the puzzle. So we try to complete the puzzle. So today we will use the statistical analysis to complete it. 糖尿病其实是在C肝根除里面拼图的一块。那今天我们特别邀请许承阳教授来帮我们做相关的演讲。Dr. Shi is a PhD from the Institute of Epidemiology in the National Taiwan University Public Health, and now is an assistant professor in that university, and also doctor in Taichung Hospital, right? So I will introduce him to have this lecture for about community-based shared care model for hepatitis about diabetes in Taiwan. We will introduce firstly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the word from the Professor Wang. As the Professor Wang mentioned, you cannot eliminate HCV unless we are united. And diabetes and also CKD, as also already mentioned by Professor, who is one of the remarkable example. As we know, actually the diabetes is one of the extrahepatic presentation of HCV infection. Often in the clinician will think it's a comorbidity. Actually, it's more than a comorbidity. It's an extrahepatic presentation, which means if you infected with a chronic infection of hepatitis C, you certainly will have a higher rate of HCV, diabetes, and also the presentation such as CKD and vice versa. So this is the Zanghua data, as we can see that compare with the non-diabetes and also the normal subject. Those with either diabetes or CKD has a higher risk of being HCV positive. And also, if you have both, then you will have even higher risk. And this presentation can be seen among all of the age groups. You can see the red line is always higher than the blue line. And as also already addressed by Director Ye, as he said, in Zanghua we use a CHIP-C model. In the CHIP-C model, you may thought that the patient with DM and CKD has a relatively lower risk, but we should think about the population the population with DM or CKD. It's estimated about one in 5 will have such a kind of disease. So even though such a population has a relatively low risk, but the population is large. So it's indispensable to implement a HCV elimination program in such a population. So this flowchart is the similar framework following the Professor Hu. We already see this in the morning, but we changed the population into diabetes patient. So in the CHIP-C program, we use the interdisciplinary collaboration across sector, because usually the diabetes is treated by the GP or primary physician, and also the endocrinologist. Just already addressed by Dr. Yang in the morning, those. Although I don't want to say this, but it's a fact. Although those with lower awareness is not only patient. So very often, doctors themselves and healthcare workers don't have the sufficient awareness on treating hepatitis C.
没有。
So in Zanghua, we use the HCV care cascade. First, we integrate the service, and also by provision of structured care with the multidisciplinary care teams, we can facilitate the delivery of HCV care to reach the cascade of HCV elimination, including screening, diagnosis, referral, and treatment. And more importantly, we borrow the strengths of the big data science to address what kind of patient need treatment, and also to feedback the effectiveness of treatment to the clinical practitioner. To realize such an implementation, it takes three very crucial contents and consisting of 6 steps. The first is consensus. We need to have the consensus across different specialties. In this case, is the endocrinologist or primary physician, and also the gastroenterologist. So in the Zanghua, we met Professor Su and Professor Yang and all of the directors of the major hospital in Zanghua monthly. So we meet every month so we can have the good cooperation and have the consensus on how to promote HCV treatment. And also the incorporation of HCV screening into the DM care guideline. And this is the consensus. And the following, we have to simplify the clinical process, and also the add-on HCV testing using the reflex testing is very crucial. And the other is we have a green passage referral. We will have how to implement this in the later. And finally, we have this, that is the integrated information system to help us to know on the roadmap of HCV elimination, where are we? So later on, the material method part of these efforts were presented by Dr. Yan from Zanghua Christian Hospital, and also the Planning Information Division of Changhua County using a performance to let us have more impression on this. So by using this kind of, by using this approach, the HCV elimination has actually already have reached the goal of HCV elimination according to the WHO cascade of HCV care. They include 90% screening and around 85% diagnosis, and finally to the treatment, more than 19%. And as we can see, such an integrated approach is equitable, accessible, as we can see through the different, although the right lower part is more resource limited, and right upper part, this part is has more resource enriched, and they have different HCV prevalence. But regarding the diagnosis and the treatment, they are equivalently high. And more than this, regarding the patient characteristics, considering the gender, the age group, and also the education level, and also whether they are combined with CKD, they have a uniformly high rate of diagnosis and also treatment. So this is the results of the implementation of shared care model for HCV elimination in Changhua. So I will save my time to the later two presentation on how, more important is how to implement it rather than just talk. Okay. So I think later the two presentation will give more details on this part.
Thank you for Dr.'s comprehensive and a very important lecture, but from the viewpoint as well as statistician. So I will hand over my moderation for Professor Liu.
Okay, I'm pleased to introduce the next speaker, Dr. Yan Xiheng. Dr. Yan received his intern training in my hospital and later residency in Zanghua Christian Hospital. He's now the attending physician, Zanghua Christian Hospital, and also assistant professor, Zhongxin University. He has published many outstanding liver GI papers. So today he will give us this talk about community-based care model for HCV in DM population. Dr. Yan, please.
那谢谢刘教授的那个介绍，不好意思，我就来讲一下我们在彰基的一个那个C肝根除的一个经验的一个分享啦。那下一张，那其实这个我们在彰基这边大概就是摆那个长官，大概希望长官大概希望我们做，我们其实就全力配合。我觉得这个做这件事情大概就是上面交办下来我们就做，所以在彰化其实是县长，那整个是从卫生局角度来做，所以我们就整个来去做。那其实，在我们医院本身的话，其实我觉得这个要成功，就是一定是由上而下，由下而上，我觉得大概是很困难啦，因为你光是你肠胃科跟内分泌科搞不定，其实就很难搞。那其实我们是从上而下，所以那时候有做一个推动委员会，然后到协调各科。那不是只有在卫生局会固定开会，我们其实在院内也是会固定开会，而且这个东西其实是拉拉杂杂很多，不是医师想要开就可以了，你还有一些资讯部啊申报这一些，因为我们会知道说C肝的药物这一些会有一些申报的一个问题哈。 那所以我们其实在整体来做的话，其实我们就一开始先从一些小规模，从院内的员工开始去做。我们大概很快的在要做筛检的时候，员工大概跑不掉嘛，而且员工健检 data 都是有，所以其实我们在最早就是把员工的这一块不管是医师、护理人员或是环卫人员的一些资料，我们就很快的就可以把它抓到，然后把C肝来鼓励他去治疗。那这块就是像前面几位讲者讲的，就是说C肝的一个要怎么样去做根除那有一些特殊族群那一些比方说像血液透析啊、kiwi 这一些 HIV 的病人，那我们大家都一步一步来去做那这个是前面有提到的，就特殊族群的话，透析啊、美沙东、监狱。那我们医院其实因为彰化监狱这边我们就比较没有 involve 到，那从透析跟那个美沙东替代疗，我们有去做那透析大概就是一开始我们去做，其实也是一样，因为我们医院资讯系统是蛮方便的，其实我们就是可以在那个洗肾中心我们找出名单，然后跟我们的跨科别的我觉得要沟通是还不错啦，跟肾脏科他们大家一沟通好，其实要去做治疗就可以，然后病人也是都是会听。我觉得这个治疗大概就是只要肾脏科医师或糖尿病科医师，只要他开口，大概就很快了。所以我们也是有一些相关的一个报告，然后这是在好像1920年的时候，其实我们就很快就把这个有通过那卫生局给一个所谓无烯肝洗肾中心的一个标章。那这个我们也去做这个美沙东的一个治疗。那美沙东其实这个做治疗，我们大部分病人会在我们的分院，就鹿东的一个分院可是鹿东分院基本上他那边主责的不是我们总院的医师，是分院的医师，所以那时候就有个困难，分院人力不够，他想要去做没办法做。那其实我们大概就协调总院跟分院的一个人力就总院的医师去那边去就近去 approach 这个病人，因为这个病人你叫他从鹿港回到我们总院，这也是不太可能的，但医生去可能会比较快。所以我们其实就是变成做一个那个资源的模式，那跟 Psyche 的医师先讲好，那在那时候就是把资料都准备好，那医师就固定去说，从19年到20年那有2位专责医师，那其实最主要是苏培元主任他去，还有一个个管师就去做一些行政协调的工作，那把这一些我们找到病人去处理掉，那这是我们也一些成果的一个报告。那再过来就是在院内的一个高风险的那高风险的话，我们其实也曾经做过，就是说我们先把医院所有的资料先统整起来，我们把这个有C肝阳性，然后有 RNA 那没治疗的，或者是有C肝阳性没有验过完的病人，我们先把它找出来。那大概是我们第一批先去做治疗的一个病人，就很快把这些病人都治疗完。那最后就回到 DMCKD。那像前面讲到 DMCKD， 它虽然阳性率还是比较高相对前面那些族群虽然比较低，可是它的整体 population 是很高的。所以我们后来在想说，这些病人我们要怎么样去做？那其实这一票病人，其实他做也是蛮好做，又在医院，因为他是固定回来回诊，3个月就回医院看一次病。所以其实我们那时候一开始做就是去从医院的资讯系统端先去设定说，这些病人只要没有 check 过的，我们就把它 check。那有 check 过 antibody 的，我们后来就验病毒量。那到后来是做一个 reflex test， 所以就会让我们的筛检率跟治疗率整体大概就是用这样资讯系统的一个提示来去做一个提升。那其实这个病人很快，因为他DM 跟 CKD 大概3个月会回诊一次嘛，所以你大概1次2次，大概他固定回诊，大概就可以把它做完，在1年内大部分病人就 OK。尤其在疫情的时候，我们知道疫情的时候很多科病人不会回来，可是 DMCKD 它慢性病它是需要回来的，所以我们的可信性大概就是这样子。那这个，而且我们对这些病人，我们都会有给他所谓的一个绿色通道。那在门诊的时候，我们也会一些转接单去提醒。那其实我们在做的时候，最困难不是卫教医生，医生都知道，可医生不会有空去管他。我们都是要去从护理人员去跟护理人员卫教，因为护理人员看到这个，他就提醒说，这个病人要来筛检。那其实这样成效就是会很好，而且会一些奖励的一个措施。那我们也是对这个，我们也去做一些广告。那其实我觉得最有效，不管你是上电视台啦，我们的卫教师也去上电视台啦拍广告，我觉得这个效果不会很好。其实跟门诊护理人员要卫教好。其实我印象中，我最早去帮他们上课，其实刚开始有 DA 的时候，其实那些护理人员他都还是印象还是停留在那个阿甘老树那个时代。那再过来就是你给他卫教好以后，他大概知道这件事就可以。那再过来我们也是有开立所一个绿色通道，对这类的病人因为病人 DNCKD 在门诊看，或是从诊所卫生所转接来，他已经等很久，到医院来看这教授门诊还是哪位医生门诊要等很久，他不耐烦不想来，所以我们那时候有协调，因为毕竟这种病人不会到很多，我们就跟他说 VIP 啊，就是只要拿个转接单来，那看到的我们就立刻给他处理。所以其实病人从诊所他到医院半个小时内，大概就可以把抽血、Lab 这些大概 先完成。那假如有阳性的，我们就同时那再去做一个治疗。所以这大概是我们之前在医院里面去，我觉得精准找到病人，然后把这个行政，我觉得最难是行政流程把它简化，那就可以达到我们治疗一个效果。而且这个其实对于我们的个管师，他们也是会很有成就感哦。他们把他们的整理一个经验把它写出来，那他们也是会有自己的一个成就感。不是说只有医师在写 paper， 我们的个管师他们也是可以写 paper 哈。那我们也是刚好今年也是得到那个筛检机有一个奖项，大概就是经由这样子一系列一个操作下，我觉得在彰基的一个经验，大家是配合得很好，所以我觉得整体由上而下，那跨科部、跨院区的一个那个合作，让我们的那个C肝筛检能够做得比较好。这样，以上我们的经验报告，谢谢。
好，谢谢严医师的非常精彩的经验分享。那接着请欣赏来自于卫生局企划资讯科的短剧。
接下来由企划资讯科带来糖尿病 C 肝根除的行动剧。第一幕，在地球上要推动糖尿病 C 肝根除。第一篇，病人问题篇。这时有5位糖尿病人要筛检 C 肝。
糖尿病是 C 肝的肝外疾病 ，C 肝会导致糖尿病。
糖尿病人 C 肝多，
糖尿病人一定要做 C 肝筛检。等很久。
C 肝筛检阳性，转介再抽抗病毒，抽那么多次血，
多次血。
叫我来筛 C 肝，到场说已验过，有筛未筛，傻分不清， 分不清。 多趟就医，多次抽血，重复筛检， 实在很困扰。
第二篇，医护问题篇。
我是糖尿病卫教师，糖尿病照护检验已经很多了，现在又验 C 肝，表单要重填，电脑又要重登， 重填又重登，检验要多开，还要多通知病人一次，电话打不完。
我是心带科医师，我从来就不知道糖尿病人要验 C 肝。
我是肠胃科医师，心带科医师为什么不知道验 C 肝呢？
表单繁杂，
检验未整合，医师无共识，是否有解决的办法呢？
我是卫生局马丽欧，你们的心声我都听到了，别担心，我一关一关帮你们解决。开始闯关喽！第二幕，卫生局马丽欧提出解决策略，挑战第一关，孤军奋战，力不从心。
我有问题，我有困难，
开会，专家会议。
一起学习，
每月开会，
共同解决。
我们的目标是
根除 C 肝，C 肝钠质疑。
闯关成功！专家会议，意见交流，克服障碍，建立共识。继续闯关喽！挑战第二关，多头马车，流程繁琐。
糖尿病3个月回诊，
你要做糖尿病
C肝抗体筛检，
也要验 RNA 病毒，
请检查。来这边啦，抽血这边。
啊，抽血，好可怕哦！停，全部整合，一张表单一次完成。闯关成功，血糖加息，精准筛检，简化流程，服务到位。继续闯关喽！
挑战第3关，大海捞针，就医不便。
C肝筛检，你筛过了吗？
不知道，
好像有吧？到底谁筛过了呢？
看我的糖尿病加C检，资讯整合，跳提示，筛检追踪全都要。
糖尿病人 B C肝筛检，糖尿病人 C 病毒阳性，转介治疗。就医专车，请上车。
快速转诊。
绿色通道，专责管理。
治疗成功。
闯关成功，资讯整合，精准追踪，快速通关，高效防治 ，Super！ 糖尿病 C 肝根除6大策略，
建立共同愿景，
简化行政流程，建立照护指引。
糖尿病加C检，
精简转介流程，整合资讯系统。
糖尿病有加C，共同照护好给力。气质科，祝大家健康平安。
We will open the session for discussion. 我们开始讨论，我想中文、英文应该都可以，因为都有及时的翻译，都没有问题。We will open the discussion, and if any question, please, the audience raise a question, please. Yeah, please. Microphone.
Professor
Thank you. I'm very pleased to see that the Hep C testing and treatment in PWID and prisoner. But for PWID, I'm curious about what about those people who never come to the contact in the healthcare system? So they are actually IDU, but they never come across to the methadone clinic for treatment. What is the estimate prevalence of Hep C in those populations you never know? And what is the strategy to get them involved and engaged in the healthcare system? So 我就用简短的中文讲一下，就是我们知道 PWID 在台湾应该还算是违法嘛，哈，所以你使用毒品还是属于违法。我不清楚我这样说对不对？但是现在就是说，社区里面还有多少人是他没有来methadone 治疗，是我们不知道的族群，在 community 里面，他们的C肝的传染率是怎么样的情况
Is any officer can answer the question?
And anyone can make a comment, including the speakers in the morning that will, have done the research in prisoner and PWID.
Okay, let me answer the question because the PWI is one of the substance abuse group. Actually, after the elimination for the methadone clinic and the prison, we have another program initiated last year to target at different clinic. For example, the betel chewing, alcoholism, and different kinds of the psychiatry disorder. Actually, we in the彰化Hospital, we have a link with the psychiatry and different kind of the clinical settings. So we have a broaden our intervention to different kind of the clinic, outpatient clinical visit to catch up this group. And another group is under the table, the iceberg. As you see, the Dr. Su has presented the surveillance program. Not only testing antibody, but loss follow-up. And you have seen that we have a different circle overlapping. So that's the most difficult part of the substance abuse population. And I think maybe for target that kinds of population, we have to apply the model in Australia, different kind of POC. Yeah. So.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, only 1 minute left. Any question for Dr. Ye? So, if not, I'll start this session. So, thank you all for your attendance. And also, thanks for Professor Wang for your co-chair. Yeah.
Thanks for Professor Liu. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Dr. Wang and Dr. Liu.
感谢我们的座长及讲者。
We are going to the next session, primary care model for hepatitis C elimination in limited medical resource of gastroenterology. We are honored to have Dr. Zhang Xianzhen, the director of Keelung Health Bureau, to be moderators of this session. Please help me in welcome him.
好，接下来主题是彰化系医疗资源不足地区基层医疗C肝根除照护模式。 邀请基隆市卫生局局长张贤正局长为我们担任座长，欢迎他。
Good afternoon. This session will be moderated by me and Dr. Xu. And Dr. Xu will be here in few minutes, so I will be the moderator first. And this session is going to talking about the primary care model, and especially in the limited medical resources. About gastroenterology, hepatologist. So as we know, we have see a lot of success work in Zanhua, especially in hospital-based and dialysis center-based. And how about the primary care in public health medical center or private clinic? This session will present these two topics. It's my honor to be here because I changed my job to the public health department half years ago, and as I know in my current city, the hepatitis C immunization is not good enough. So all the teachers invite me to be here as a student to sitting here to learn from all of you, no matter in which which place to do the success work, and I can learn more to be my future work. And I'm so impressed about everything, including the staff of the public bureau. My staff, I don't know, may my staff will make so good as you will present. Okay, and let's go into the session. The first one will be Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen Hongbin, he is a physician in Ershui Medical Center, and originally he is trained in 卫福部台中医院 Taichung Hospital and he has been in work in Ershui Medical Center for 16 years. And now he will present his work. And he is also he also get his master degree in Institute of Epidemiology and Preventive Medicine, School of Public Health, National Taiwan University. So he has experience about the public health, the medical, and the academic work. And let's see how can he do in the medical center.
各位专家学者、业界同仁，大家好。然后这部分还是用中文简报啦哈。然后我是彰化县二水乡卫生所，这部分是我们长官特别交代要报告，所以对我来说是一个很重要的任务啦哈。在彰化开始执行肝癌根除计划的时候，在2019年。 在二水乡的开始的 screen rate 是只有18.3%， 那 positive rate 是4.2%。那对于乡下而言的话，肝癌筛除当然蛮重要的意义哦，不仅是健康政策啦，或经济的一个减少损失啦，甚至医疗的花费，然后个人的健康品质的提升。那当然是说，在一个小乡镇来讲的话，蛮有示范的意义在哦。 那对于卫生所而言来讲的话，它是一个 screen rate， 还有确保它的转诊的一个转诊率哦。然后而且这件事情的话，几乎都是要由卫生所本身来独立来执行。那当然我们会遇到说，可能是在籍不在户，那根本不住在二水哈。然后还劝到说，他可能是知识不足啦，细肝为什么要验之类的，然后不愿意去接受去这样一个检查。 好，那整体来讲，从2019年开始的话，彰化卫生局在执行这项C肝根除计划的时候，其实我们就跟着在执行这个动作。我在想，应该是我们有跟着做，然后我的长官才会想说，那我来报这个。然后比较特别的是，在这执行的时候呢，其实会因为遇到疫情的关系，所以其实我们一直在跟着在调整策略，如果去搭配疫情的这个时程来去做一些介入那因此开始的话，就是由门诊端，然后从那个 diabetes 啊 CKD 开始介入，然后之后呢，就是纳入30岁以上的，只要来门诊呢，就全部纳入C肝的筛检。那比较特别是，就是在 COVID-19 在这疫苗的时候，平常不会接触到卫生所的，然后这时候突然冒出来了，所以这时候呢，我们就会。 我会建制名册，然后他一进来做疫苗，然后我发现这件事情就是他就是非要完成的哈。那往外展当然是说会到公所啦，然后到关怀据点，然后甚至我们来居家医疗的时候去执行这样的业务。那最后的部分的话，就是会用名册的部分做一个确保在我们的名册里面它是完成的，那哪些没有完成？ 好，那整个在 COVID-19 在设置疫苗的时候，这是在户外区块，我们特别设置一个那个肝根除的筛检区，然后就打个口号，就是来打疫苗，免费送C肝检验哦，在整个执行的策略动作部分的话，就是说他来的时候，我们登录就读到健保卡，然后我们印出 BC 肝的一个他未完成，然后医师特别解释这件事的重要性之后，然后就进入筛检阶段。 然后配合的国健署必须跟正执行，那我们当然就是会到不管是火车站啊，到更偏远的地区，配合其他的筛检业务去做必须那一个检验。然后一管到底的策略之下呢，这些结果出来之后，我们特别会去跟他解释C肝的重要性。那进一步的话，确保转诊的完成。 那在成效部分的话，从2019年开始的话，我们这边的话资料是到2021年，那时候从2019到原来的18.3% 的话，在整个趋势上面上升了38.7%，这个族群都是30岁以上的，
好，那在positive rate 的部分是64.9，然后治疗率的部分是89.2。好，那大概分析一下我们的screen rate 可以上升的因素。在卫生所比较特别它需要的是一个卫生所内部的一个整体动力也就是说，长官、卫生局在订立这项目标的时候，我们的基层端是否能感受到这个目标是需要达成的？然后再来就是配合原来的卫生所原来的运作之下，去不管是 Community 的疫苗或者流感疫苗，或者说社区筛检之下，我们去找出符合我们的执行方式。那当然是说还有需要我们长官的协助包含就定期的会更新个名册资料，让我们确保某些是有达成，有些为什么没有达成的部分。那至于根除部分的话，其实在万人健检之下，其实过去有一些 positive 的一个个案然后我们就把这些人的名单列入确保追踪，然后他不清楚，我们再重新去追踪RNA 部分，然后再来就是对于这些未完成的，这个就需要我们卫生所的公共护士去逐一去了解一下为什么他没办法去完成，很多的因素可能会影响。那解决到问题之后，我们可以确保他的转介。那最后的转介的成果就是还是需要周围的我们邻近的一个肠胃科的不管是医院或诊所部分的话，可以确保我们可以转介成功，要有效率那因此在整体来讲，对小乡镇而言其实还是找是一个，因为都要自己完成，那只能说找出一个自己适合的方式，那配合那种像这边就是跟随着 COVID-19 的整个疫情的整个变化，然后去做调整。那当然最后还是确保我们的周围的邻近的消化科医师能够保持密切的合作。那这样的话，大概能够顺利达成我们的既定的目标。感谢各位聆听。
好，谢谢陈主任、陈医师的演讲那我们是不是让两段演讲跟那个行动剧都表演完，再跟大家一起邀请大家 Q&A 的 session 这样子那我先谢谢陈主任那所以我们刚才看到的是在那个公立的卫生所那可以做筛检跟转介，那也趁着打疫苗过程中去找到个案，那还是连接到肠胃科的资源那接着我们下一个会邀请的是那个王昶浩王医师那王医师是在彰基做住院医师跟肠胃科内科肠胃科的训练，然后在斯坦福有做过访问的学术研究，然后目前是有自己经营一个王昶浩的诊所那他本身是肠胃专科，但是也在基层那让我们来看一下在基层以一个诊所，然后怎么样来做这个C肝消除的工作那我们掌声欢迎王医师。
Dear Chairman and ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of primary care physician for gastroenterology, I'm going to give us a talk. And my talk is a primary care model for hepatitis C elimination in limited medical resource of gastroenterology. And this is my speech content with which I want to share with you the steps of a primary care model and source of the patients and facilities available in primary care setting and qualified clinician membership to treat HCV infected patients and the DAA regimens used in clinics and there's several problems to solve. And this is the flow chart of a primary care model where the patient is screened and when it is HCV positive and we do HCV refreshing test. If the test is positive, in our clinic we do lab genotype and sonography evaluation for cirrhosis or HCC, and we give then DA treatment and following the protocol first month, third month, and 6 months to see if the SVR sustained viral response is confirmed. And in those non-GI clinics, they can do lab and biochem and FIB4 and genotype, and they also can give DA treatment and use the same following protocol. The first issue I want to talk about is the source of the patients. We are not different from those patients in hospital, and we do it ourselves. And we review the patients with positive HCV antibody, untreated or treatment failure before in the era of interferon in our clinics. And the adult wellness test eligible for NHI age criterion also gave us sufficient data to screen the patient. The NHIA started to screen surface antigen and the HCV antibody for the adults aged from 45 to 79-year-olds since September 2020. And we also accepted the patients tested positive for HCV antibody referred from other non-GI clinics, including the public township health centers. And we did several community-based HCV screening activities sponsored by the different societies, notably the Rotary Foundation. And these photos demonstrate how we performed community-based HCV screening activities sponsored by the Rotary Foundation. The local residents gathered in the community center. A speaker like me gave a short speech first to explain the endemic of HCV infection and what the consequence of this infection will be and how it is treated. After informed consent being signed, the local residents did the blood test, which were free of charge, and they were encouraged and rewarded by gifts. And the Changhua County launched a press conference on hepatitis C elimination project, aimed at reducing hepatitis C infection to half in 3 years and eliminating all in 6 years. That is 2019. And I want to introduce this HCV refreshing test. And this test can reduce patient travel time and the loss to follow-up. And the laboratory will perform hepatitis C antibody test. And if the result is positive, the laboratory will immediately perform an HCV RNA test on the same specimen. If the subsequent HCV RNA test is negative, HCV infection is effectively ruled out for most of the patients. And the unnecessary repetitive RNA test can be avoided as well. And there's another problem is the membership enrollment increased by 2 policies and 1 program. And because the first is the tax rate reduction. The IRS raised the cost of the oral DAs from 80% to 96% on April 12, 2019. Consequently, the tax rate of income from professional practice can be reduced. The willingness of a general clinician to treat hepatitis V infected patients has increased. And the NHI relaxed eligibility criteria of doctor on December 2021. And so that not only GI specialists but also other non-GI clinicians can provide DA therapy for most of those HCV infected patients nearby. This made more HCV infected patients be treated. 那我用中文解释一下，这个我们本来基层诊所参与这个C肝的治疗意愿不是很高。那我们的国税局那把我们的这个那个 DA 的治疗的那个费用从 80% 提高到 96%。那这一点让我们的基层感到有很大的 reward 所以开始有很多的医师开始参与。那在2021年12月22号开始，那我们的那个健保局又把那个肠胃科的那个资格放宽，那就是一些非肠胃科的医师也可以参与那所以这些医师都能够进入这个治疗C肝的行列。 These members of a primary care setting increased after tax reduction. And the hepatitis C micro-elimination program and the workshop. This is a program and a workshop aimed at providing education and support to individuals with chronic hepatitis C. It focuses on promoting awareness, prevention, and the management of the disease. 那这是一个糖尿病C肝为根除计划及工作坊啊。那经由这个工作坊，经过6次座谈啊，让我们一些 non-GI clinics 哈能够更有信心的治疗 C 型肝炎的病人。This is the oral DAs and use for compensated liver disease in primary care has made care clinics. It makes no difference to use in our clinic and that is then those in hospital. And there are problems to solve, and this is negative feedback I have to say here because there's the source of the patient, source of the patient. And we have to get out of the office and go into the communities to find out the potential infected patient. And the severity of the disease, those who were in decompensated liver cirrhosis having complications or HCC. And finally, this is the real negative feedback because not common in all, because sonography is not common or in all primary care situations, institution, especially in those non-GI clinics. Advanced liver disease or HCC may be missed. And thank you. This is my speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you for Dr. Wang. Originally, I think we will only understand the good part, but not the difficult part from the speech. But Dr. Wang also tell us about the difficult part, including the test and including the specialist. 那我刚刚以为都只有要等行动剧的时候才会看到困难，前面演讲的都只有成功的那个部分这样。那就是在座很多长官在推这些政策的时候，其实知道拓展到基层的最卡关的几个部分，其中一个就是那个医师如果开那个药，那因为其他的免税额，诊所的税有它的那个制度，然后那这是一部分。那后来放宽专科别这个部分也有很大的部分。那所以王医师把成功的部分跟困难的部分怎么解决，那透过中央的帮忙的解决也都呈现了。那不过我们行动剧很精彩的，还是我们会一起来欣赏这段的行动剧，然后等一下再来 Q&A 这样。
接下来由我们彰化县卫生所的各位护理长为大家带来彰化县卫生所C肝筛检的基层医疗模式行动剧。
今仔日天气真好，心情嘛真好，啊，啉一下咖啡吼，拄好啦。哎呦！喂，
请问白小云小姐哪有伫咧？
我就是啊。
我是溪州卫生所的护理师啦。
卫生所找我要创啥？
哎呦，我想要邀请你来做一个癌症检查，还有C型肝炎的抽血检查，唔知这个礼拜六你有闲无？
啥物检查？我无安那，嘿吼，无检查无代志，检查有代志，做麻烦的，我来哦。
喂，挂我电话。
你就是唔愿检查，唔面对，真害啦！
喂，
小云小姐。
吼，啥物代志？我唔是叫你卖卡嘛。
你先听我讲。
要讲啥？
我今报一个好康的互你，你知？
卫生所哪有啥物好康的？
我甲你讲，阮这个礼拜吼要办一个大型的健康检查。
啊未？
我甲你讲，阮即摆C型肝炎吼，检查抽血就知哦。检验足紧，嘛足方便的哦。好。我甲你讲，我发现你吼今年啊，查某人子宫外皮，搁有淋巴的电工，搁有感冒声，拢还袂做呢。哎呦，
惊死人！我啥物袂做，伊拢知的。
我甲你害。对，我甲你讲，阮拜六有一个活动，你到阵来做一届来吼，做个做，1减2个呢。哎呦，拢袂去走第2转呢。
真正有
检查上健康冠哦，对啊，所以这好康你一定爱来啦。
安尼哦，我想看卖。
卫生所将癌症筛检、流感疫苗以及C肝筛检整合一次做多样筛检。
安尼哦，一边做遐尼济项，一边就好哦。
对。
哦，啊是当时啦。
拜六会早你有闲无？
拜六我无闲，我要去佚佗。
哦，袂要紧，阮礼拜下晡嘛有。
礼拜？我佚佗2天无闲无闲。
哦，互你第二周啥物？我甲你讲，阮后礼拜拜一、拜二，逐礼拜拢有，你看，有足济时间互你选的哦。
哎呦，好秀哦！啊，逐点拢有，真正要走嘛走袂去呢。
对啊。
要秀哦，啊无，好啦好啦，啊你着安尼，吼，一直卡着咧，一直卡着咧，足甘心的呢。啊无去吼，佫对你歹势。好啦好啦好啦，我去啦。啊，但是啦，等足久无。
我甲你讲，你放心，我伫约好后礼拜下早9点半。啊吼，阮足济时间互你选的哦，而且吼，你若来的时阵啊，你有约啊，拢袂人挤人，啊，袂互你等伤久哦。
安尼哦，
好啊。
连时间拢出来哦。
对。
哦，安尼袂歹哦。好哦，会使哦。啊无，哦，甘心啦，甘心啦。
好啦，爱来哦。
好啦，好。
电话卫教1对1，
分段邀约省时间，服务时间任您选。
喂，请问肖茜茜小姐哪有伫咧？
我就是啦，做咩代志？
哦，我是科技卫生所护理师啦。啊，想要邀请你来做一个新型肝炎抽的检查，唔知你有闲无啦？
无闲啦，你挂电话无闲啦，
我来甲我讲，喂，你讲挂电话。
你就是工课无闲无时间。
哦，我着手，医生，我手在老火
啊，你也老电话啦，免紧张，啊，你有搭健保卡无？
拿底。
哦，我甲你讲，先甲你挂吼，啊，你一下等一下叫医生甲你处理一下哈。
医生你好。
哦，
手来会啦。
老坐会啦。
啊，拄啊，连女仔挂着啦。
哦，好，放心啦，我甲你消毒啊好吼，啊，等下注意叫上风吼，等于通气过啊好嘿。
好，多谢你。
张茜茜小姐，来，这是你的健保卡呢。啊，拄啊吼，我用电脑吼，甲你抄个迄中华关的提示系统，我嫌你今年的新型肝炎还袂做呢。啊，你今日就拄啊好来看诊，是怎抽一个血，足紧的啦，好无？
我赶时间足无用的啦。
袂啦，即摆足紧的啦。我甲你讲，阮即摆中华关啦吼，足方便的哦，抽1个月就检查到底哦，免来第2届哦，1个月哦。对，所以你即摆抽，嘿，足紧的。
无检查，敢会安怎？
我甲你讲，我叫阮的医生甲你解说，你遐坐一下，互你了解一下，哈，你遐坐。
来，咱卫生所医生来报，你知？你好，你敢知？其实吼，咱肝病早期吼是无啥物症头的呢。你敢知？若真正感染着4型肝炎，有4个人当中，有1个变肝硬化呢。
这恐怖的代志吗？
是，搁来咧，变肝硬化了后，有20个人当中1个会变肝癌呢。
跳起啊！
所以啊，咱毋爱验，毋才会知。咱来验出来，若是有问题，咱会当较早治疗啊。而且即马政府拢有补助哦，遮好个通，当然嘛是爱验啊。
有补助，这好康哦。
是。
中华关做检查，上健康馆做愈多，送愈多。
好啦，来，即马顺来检查来。
门诊民众不放过，一管到底验C肝。
医生啊，
我卫生所医生啊。
恁小姐吼敲电话讲叫我来看我抽的报告，我是真严重呢。
你是白小云小姐啊？顶回你的C肝报告是阳性啦。
阳性？阳性是安怎？我会死无？
放心，我讲你听，即马政府啊，拢有新药啊。
安尼哦。
过来咧，你敢知？口服药3个月就好。
用食的哦，食3个月就好呢。
而且 治疗效果高上高啊！
治疗效果这么好呢？
过来副作用更高啊！
啊，食药仔袂艰苦啦，安尼放心。
重点是健保局补助12万呢。
哎呦，啊，食药仔搁免钱呢，真好康。
即摆有放心吗？
加载加载，刚才恁叫我来检查好，安尼我了解啦。好，啊，我要安怎去摕药啊？
好啊，等下我会请护理师帮你转诊，而且伫恁家附近的肝胆胃肠科的诊所都当开啊哦。
这方便哦，免去大病哦。
是，
哦，安尼好哦，好哦，感谢你哈，好。
来，小云小姐，
嗨，
转诊单，你看好哦，转诊单。
好。
来，我甲你讲，因为啊，我甲你问一下，你有较常去的诊所无？
无，我就甲你讲，我无安怎，我咧看医生的啦。
哦，袂要紧，我甲你讲，我即摆彰化县26乡镇，每一个乡镇的胃肠科的诊所甲病院，拢有够配合做新型肝炎的治疗哦。
这么济哦。
啊，你若摕我的转诊单去吼，就用摕药仔治疗哦。
哦，安尼方便方便。
系啊，我甲你讲，我已经甲你挂好，离恁兜较近的田中的家和诊所。
哦。
啊，你去吼，摕我的转迄挂号单去，就用一纸挂号摕药仔哦。
连挂号拢甲我挂好啊。
有就好诶啊。
哎呦，真正有够甘心的啦！啊，经挂好，我摕这去就会使啊，是无？啊，我毋免讲啥，这去就知啦吼。哦，好哦，好哦，啊，
对，我袂记甲你交代啦，我服务就好诶。你若去摕药食药仔以后吼，我会定期敲电话互你，敲电话互你，甲你关心食药的健。
好啦，我会甲你接电话啊，我即摆甲你接电话啊啦，感谢你的服务啦哈。我即摆来去摕药啊哈，我来去哦。哦，漂亮的护理师。啊，这吼，迄摕州卫生所迄护理师讲，叫我吼，伊已经甲我挂好，啊，讲叫我摕这单啦，这啦，讲互你看，讲来摕药，你就知影讲我要摕啥呢？
哦，原来是咱卫生所转诊过来的C肝筛检啦，唔免烦恼。即马彰化县的卫生所和咱彰化县的胃肠科诊所拢总有合作哦。只要C肝筛检转诊来看诊，就会使行绿色通道哦。
什么是绿色通道？
绿色通道就是来看诊，唔免等
呢，
啊，叫你优先看啦，
够优先看呢，
唔对。
来，
你看，这是你的时间药啊，爱按照时间食呢。
我会照食吼。哦，咱即摆彰化县卫生所，甲咱遐尼济诊所合作，啊，安尼对检查到治疗。拢有人甲咱安排的服务，这一条龙的服务吼，实在是有够赞！
整合社教一起做，
门诊民众不放过，
电话卫教1对1，
分段邀约省时间，
服务直接任你选，
一管到底验膝肝，
转介服务一条龙，
就近治疗有够赞！
彰化县卫生所
赞！
咱彰化的所有的卫生所的护理长甲护理师实在是伤够啊吼！局长，我要挖角啦，有人要去北台湾上班的吼，会使考虑一下吼。其实阮徐医师已经到现场啊，毋过伊讲我甲主持好了安尼啦吼，所以徐医师是网红医师吼，大概不管是伫传统媒体还是伫新媒体，顶管伊拢做很多卫生的教育这样子哦。他可能也想要挖角啦哈，就是挖角的是做戏剧的挖角哈，卫生所的挖角不晓得刚才对我们的那个不管是那个陈主任，然后王院长，还有我们所有卫生所的护理长，大家有没有什么提问？我们的那个护理长的那个名字哈都有在上面哈，然后就是叶局长的团队真的是非常强盛哦，不管是局内或者是各所都是。那大家对刚才那个有任何提问吗？好，来请。
很肯定那个诊所系统的努力啦。不过刚刚看那个流程图，有一个没有办法做到超音波这一块，可不可以请常浩院长再确认一下？因为我们比较担心肝癌嘛，那这一块不知道诊所系统怎么来补足这一块？
好，请那个王医师王院长。
好，那个陈医师你好因为就我所知，因为我们肠胃科本身是有超音波检查，那可以把一些比较 advanced 的 liver disease 还有 HCC 可以 screen 出来，尤其是那些 small HCC 的。那我们有遇过这样子的病人，那治疗吸肝后，他没有持续追踪，后来发生 HCC 的，或者说在治疗之前就已经发生有些 HCC 的。那这部分如果说我们知道，就是说一定是先把 HCC 治疗好之后，才能治疗吸肝。那这部分可能就是一些 non-GI clinics 在遇到这方面问题，比较会有一些遗憾。那就我所知，因为我们长期有跟那个彰化县卫生局有这样子的合作，是有一些我们肠胃科医师会到各卫生所去做定点的，或是固定的去做一些超音波的筛检，那这部分是有补足这一部分，但是一些比较偏远的地方，或是有些并没有像彰化县这样子的一些肠胃科医师去做定点筛检的地区，可能就有这方面的一些 miss。那我想这部分可能有些部分我们就是可能这方面可能就要我们局长以上，或者说更高阶层级的那个长官在看他们在规划这方吸肝的一些普筛或普检的时候，或治疗的情况，是要能够列入考虑。那这个是我觉得说这是在我们肠胃科遇到的这样的问题，那做这样的一个 feedback， 谢谢。
好，谢谢王院长。所以是诊所是可以做超音波，只是非肠胃科的有些诊所可能没有被超音波这样。好，教授。
Okay, from Ikegami, thank you very much. Good talk. I ask about the surveillance problem. Okay, in the primary setting, treatment of HCV is quite wonderful. It's a great way to find out the patient and treat them. It is good. But as you said, some patient has advanced fibrosis. It should be screened and surveyed, year by year. So what happened in the private clinic situation about the surveillance of the HCC?
There's no problem in my clinic because I'm a GI specialist. Yeah, I can perform the sonography every six months for my patients. But the most I think something very sad is that we found some patients they referred from other clinics, and we found that they also have hepatitis. They also have a small HCC and the advanced liver disease that won't respond well to the current DAAs. So I think it is a problem that our government should think about that and find some way to solve this problem. So this is why I want to give some, that is the negative feedback for the HCV screening project, and we have to think about that when you relax the eligibility of the GI clinics into those non-GI clinics. They can do the same thing as in GI clinics, but they will miss some patients that they already have a small HCC and advanced liver disease. That would be missed. Thank you.
Thank you.
So today we are talking about the HCV elimination, but in Changhua 2005 we already have ultrasound screening for liver cancer screening, but also for surveillance of the shoulder tumor or fibrosis. And also our national health insurance already provides surveillance about the HBV as antigen positive and the anti-HBV positive for 1 year ultrasound. You can have a free of charge. So this is already before the HCV elimination. So later on, you can see someone will, Professor Yan will provide the cost effectiveness about the screening program plus and the HCV elimination. So your question, I think, is in the world we not only devoted to the HCV elimination, but also we have to take care of the disease, for some advanced liver disease. And a doctor who already have the fibrosis scan for liver cirrhosis and also fibrosis and also fatty liver. So, but just today we don't have time to talk about that. I just feedback. Your question is very, very important. Thank you.
好，我就不管主办单位的时间，我们就再继续下去，再来。那段是精彩的讨论了哈。
我再一点点经验，就是说，那个非 GI treat 的开医师的名单，应该卫生局有。假如要得到的话，请把它纳入年度卫生所的筛检，因为他们本来不在卫生所看，我是担心这个，所以可是名单既然有。那我们可以把它列到就近的卫生所，我们年度去的时候，把他们也请过来做 follow up， 我想这样就可以补足这一块。那别的县市就没有，所以别的县市我很担心会有这一块的 miss。彰化应该是不太有问题。
谢谢彰化的示范哦。那不管是肠胃科医师自己做超音波，或者是透过转诊，然后或者是有外展的到卫生所去协助做超音波，看起来这一块是不管是在 B 肝的治疗跟C肝治疗后继续追踪都是可以去进行的。那看起来这个是一个因地制宜的做法，然后今天有很多种不同的模式，它应该也都会被我们在各个不同的地方做各自的实践，这样吼。那这一段两位医师还有我们所有的护理长为我们呈现了在 primary care 的 model， 然后可以做筛检，可以做治疗，然后刚最后这一段讨论再补足做后续的追踪哦，包括早期肝癌的或者是肝硬化的这些筛检哦。那所以在基层医疗一样可以做到这些事情哦。那好，那这一段谢谢两位主讲者，还谢谢所有护理长，谢谢大家的共同参与讨论，谢谢。
Thank you, Director Zhang and all speakers.
谢谢座长、讲师及各位演出者。
And for the next session, integrated between HISS and HCV information system for TRIPS-C program, we are honored to have Ms. Tsai Shuling, the Deputy Director General of National Health Insurance Administration, Ministry of Health and Welfare, and Professor Xu Mingnen, the ex-Deputy Chief of Ministry of Health and Welfare, to be moderators of this session. Please help me in welcoming them.
接下来的主题为彰化跨领域 C 肝根除计划整合资讯系统，邀请卫生福利部中央健康保险署蔡淑玲蔡副署长及卫生福利部许明能前常务次长担任座长。
好 ，Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Suri Tai. I come from National Health Insurance Administration. It's my honor to be here as a moderator of this section. 在开始之前我想跟大家报告一下，其实今天我下午在这里stay here for 2 hours. 我感觉大家在这个阶段谈这个事情是非常的重要的原因是因为健保在准备用9年来根除乙肝到2025 ，OK， it's a national policy。那么从106年开始，健保就开始发现有一种药物有一种C肝的药物，它的治愈率如此之高，可以 cure 99%。从那一年开始，我们就准备引进这个药物。这个药物在当下是非常非常昂贵的，在其他国家。可是呢，我们很好的找到这个生产这个药的药厂那非常恳切的跟他谈一件事情，就是你知道吗 ？C 肝的盛行率在亚洲是高的 ，OK， 我们的病人是多的我们需要这个药物，我们需要在很短的时间内让很多人。因为有你这个药物而可以 cure， 经过非常困难的过程， 得到了非常正向的 feedback， 他给我们台湾非常好的 good price 啊，那么也造就了我们愿意跟他有一个 long term 的 contract， 这是一个非常重要的开始。那么even 给我们很好的 price， 可是我们的人非常的多，我们 so far 准备要投入的预算，如果我们真的要在2025年根除所有的 C 肝，我们必须治疗20几万人 ，OK， 甚至超过，我们有30几万个人需要治疗。如果我们真的只是把目标设定在72% 的人要用药，也有20几万人，这个算起来就是一个天一样的数字 ，cumulate 要超过400亿 ，Beyond 400亿，400亿对我们来讲是什么意义？我们的总额预算8000多亿，1% 是80几亿 ，OK， 那400亿每年要这样编下来，要 cumulate 400亿，那一定是排挤所有的总额的概念，怎么办呢？于是呢，我们就争取专款，不排挤点值的状况，然后让它1点1元进到台湾的市场。那这样子累积到现在，一开始呢，各位你知道有这个药物之后呢？它其实第1代现在已经进到第2代。第1代呢，事实上之前是干扰素，当然副作用很多，很难 cure。进入到这个口服的C肝新药之后呢，立刻在12周的疗程之内可以看到很好的效果，所有的重症的已知的病人都用药了，在第一时间。所以每年的预算几乎一开始是超支的，之后慢慢这些病人得到治疗。但是我们今天已经进入到第5年、第6年、第7年，我们现在碰到的就是今天研讨会想要 talk about how to find the patient， 因为所有的重症病人其实都已经用药了，都治疗完了，现在在 find 在找的病人 ，maybe 他是没有症状的 ，maybe 他自己也不觉得他要用药的人，他现在已经进入了，病人都不知道。even 他觉得他最后筛出来是阳性，他觉得我没有任何的症状，我没有不舒服 ，why 我要去吃这么长的一段时间的药物？这是现在最大的问题。另外一个，我们 budget 已经 ready for here， 我们准备底下 ，OK， 我们今年的执行率呢，在预算用药执行率只有1/3 so far， 代表什么？我们不是没有资源要来治疗这个病人，可是发现病人。只是第一步 ，OK， 接下来要让他持续的把疗程完成，他才是真正 cure。相对于C肝的病人 ，B 肝它是他的 body，B 肝可没有那么幸运 ，B 肝的药物没有办法 cure，OK， 所以呢，我们 B、C 肝都得消除，所以部长就指示，2025年 C 肝先消除，剩下的5年来准备治疗 B 肝 ，OK。我们有好多的 staff 要进行啊，那接下来因为是深水区了，如何 find out patient 是现在最高的 priority， 所以接下来这个 section 就是怎么样利用我们的 IT 去找病人找出来，怎么样透过我们所有的资讯系统的整合来把病人找出来，这件事情是现在要大家一起来，而且这些人可能散布在很多大家忽略的地方。那于是大家要起来，彰化卫生局真的很厉害，它可以这个铺天盖地的去撒网。那我想背后资讯系统的支持其实是非常非常重要，它可以让你 to the target， 然后用最好的方法、最快的方法让它进来治疗哈。所以我们这个 section 分成 2 parts 哈。那第一个 part 呢，我负责介绍；第二个 part 是许前市长来介绍。第一个 part 是一个 action drama， 它是一个行动剧。OK， 那我这边的资料是告诉我表演的单位是彰化县卫生局的检验科啊。那它主要第一个要呈现的是如何筛检一管到底啊。那我们这个部分来欢迎彰化县卫生局的检验科。
我们到那边，这卧室这边有2个行动，对。 各位长官、各位贵宾，大家好，我们是检验科，以下是我们带来吸肝一管验到底的短剧表演。第一幕，阿公至卫生所看诊及抽血。一个充满活力的早晨，卫生所来了一位和蔼的阿公。阿公你好，今仔日有啥物会当甲你服务的所在？
我敢若感冒呢。
好，安尼稍等一下，等下帮你挂号哦。
阿公健保卡摕来哦。1、2、3，恭喜你，你有符合成人健检的资格，今仔日会使做伙验尸肝哦。
曾健康先生可以进来诊间喽。进诊间。
医生啊，我敢若感冒呢。
阿公，我先来帮你检查一下哦。等一下抽血，再一起验一下 C 肝哦。
哦好。
出诊间等候抽血。
阿公你好，阿公你叫什么名？
哦，真健康啊。
阿公，咱今日敢抽1公费就好啊哦。
1公费哦，今仔遮尔好，我去病院的时阵拢抽几啊公呢。
嘿啊，阮即摆卫生所咧推行吸肝一管验到底，就是抽1公费，假使讲抗体啊阳性，就直接验基因型甲病毒量，唔免搁加抽1届费。阿公，你有同意无？
同意啊。
阿公，麻烦你帮我同意书馆店签名。
哦，好啊，好啊。哦，好。
阿公，咱来抽费哦。
医检师开始抽血。
阿公好啊哦。
这么紧哦，多谢你啦吼。
阿公先回家等候报告出来。第2幕，待检所实验室。操作1，实验室医检师拿出黄头管检体。操作2，执行检验上机。操作3，仪器发出阳性哔哔警告声，哔哔。
组长，这支曾健康先生的检体 C 肝抗体是阳性哎。
好，阳性。
操4，实验室医检师找出原管检体。
找出原检体了，等等等等等。
操作5，实验室立刻电话通知卫生所。
喂，阿长你好，有一支曾健康先生的检体是C肝抗体阳性哦，要通知你们加验病毒量和基因型。
好的，我们会再补开单。
是。
操作6，C型肝炎病毒量及基因型检验中。
组长，这支曾健康先生的检体 C 肝病毒量高达每 cc 7151 CIU， 而且基因型是1B 型哦。
哈，什么病毒量高达7151 CIU？怎么跟卫生局电话一样啊？
操作7，检验结果出来，报告自动上传云端检验系统。第3幕，2周后，卫生所通知阿公回诊。
喂，你好。
喂，曾健康先生你好，这里是卫生所，要通知你 C 肝抗体阳性，后续执行一管验到底，病毒量高达每 cc 7151 CIU。卫生所明天有安排行动医疗站，有肠胃科医师会诊，邀请你回来治疗哦。
你讲啥我听无啦？明仔载透早爱回去哦。好啦好啦。
过了1天，一个充满活力的早晨，阿公回卫生所。进诊间，
我是肠胃科医师。阿公，你的检验报告出来是 C 型肝炎抗体阳性 ，RNA 也是阳性，后续执行一管验到底，病毒量高达每 cc 7151 CIU。
什么？安尼我根本死翘翘。
阿公，先不要担心，现在新药效果很好，而且很贵，但是健保给付，免钱哟。这边会开12周的药给你，回去定期按时服用，再回诊追踪。C 型肝炎有99%是可以根治的，后续就不用担心肝癌、肝硬度的风险喽。
这么好康哦，安尼我赚到安尼吼。
一定要治疗哦。
透过临床端执行C肝一管验到底。减少病患来回奔波医疗院所采检， 可尽速取得检验结果，以利进行后续处置，让C肝个案管理更有效率哦。
C肝筛检易管验，精准检测真便民，C肝检验齐整合，云端数据零时差。C肝检验好方便，各地卫生所资源，不用跑到大医院，只要一管全都验。资料建制超健全，云端登录即可见，打开社会来检验，健康快乐 every day。C肝一管验到底，赞！检验科下台一鞠躬。
好，接下来是第二个行动剧啊，也是 action drama。那第二个行动剧想要告诉大家的是资料究竟如何整合啊。那表演的科室是彰化县卫生局的保健科、企划资讯科、食品科、长照科，还有稽查科。哇，那彰化都全动员了，各单位都动员。那大家来鼓掌欢迎下一个行动剧。
好，大家好，我们接下来是表演我们C肝根除资讯平台的表演剧。第一幕，在很久很久以前，在执行C型肝炎根除计划以前，我们痛苦的辛酸血泪史。
好累哦！我是卫生所劳碌命的护理师啊，好重！快来帮帮我！
天哪，好多！这些是什么啊？
这些全部都是经期内检测C肝抗体的资料。我们等一下整理一下，把它夹进后面的病历柜吧。
痛苦回忆之一，纸本搬运好费力，东夹西夹没头绪。资料到底在哪里？
你知道陈阿姨的C肝检测筛检到底做了没呀？
陈阿姨的吗？让我来找找看。这个是张阿伯的抗体检测报告，这个是吴阿姨的，陈阿姨的到底在哪里呢？啊，找到了。这是陈阿姨的抗体检测报告，她已经检测过咯。
那吴阿伯的呢？
吴阿伯，我来找找，没有
每次都要人工比对检验情况，实在是太花时间了。
痛苦回忆之二，上穷碧落下黄泉，动手动脚找东西。比对资料耗人力，目睭看甲茫茫茫。
快到年底咯，我们来算算今年的成效吧。我来看看，门诊人数是460、465，都不对，应该是470人。
那我看看 C 肝抗体检测有多少，糖尿病检测。10人，癌症色站检测30人，重复的5人，所以10加30减5等于35。
那 那抗体阳性人数、阳性率。
A few moments later.
终于算出来了 ！HCV 筛检率是35.19%，RNA 筛检率是43.37%，治疗率为78.62%。我们算了1个礼拜。
痛苦回忆之3，人工会诊报表难，过程繁琐易出错。接下来我们第2幕。使用资料整合后，效率大幅提升。
C肝资料大整合。
我们的法源依据有：1、
传染病防治法
；2、3、
消除 C 肝政策纲领。
我们的资料来源有
中央健康保险署 C 肝追踪名单、
国民健康保险 C 肝
阳性名单、
医疗院所 HCV Care Cascade。
彰化县卫生局云端检验系统，彰化县卫生局整合筛检资料库，
整合前进 ，Go！ 开始整合，叮咚，
此资料仅用于相关提示系统及C肝根除防疫监视使用，
好处多多多。电子资料少空间，绩效追踪超方便，自动计算 Care Cascade。叮咚。
建立C肝资料库，报表产出更便利，查询提示立大功，C肝根除领先锋。第3幕。未来愿景，明天会更好。
区块，挖呀挖呀挖。区块，挖呀挖呀挖，我们是区块。区块链模式 ，link。AI 风险运算，云端资料库。Care Cascade 资料共享，保护隐私，形成监督式联盟学习。谢谢大家。
好，看完非常辛苦的表演之后。接下来we'll move the presentation section. We have 2 speakers to talk about the integration of the hospital information system and the HCV information system in this program. I think no data, no information, is no screen rate. Treatment rate and a lot of the data to build up to evaluate the efficacy of the program. So we want to know how to integrate the information. I think it's a good hard job to integrate so many facility information integrated to one information. And we will build up more future of work for advance the program in the future. So I invite the first speaker is the 林碧华，这个资讯工程师，he is the information engineering of the Zhanghua Cherry Hospital. I invite the Dr. Lin. Hey, welcome.
各位长官，大家好。现在我来分享一下彰化基督教医院针对C肝根除示范计划在资讯系统上所做的异动的经验分享。首先，当医院接收到了C肝根除示范计划的时候，院内的长官就指示我们要全力的配合。那所以我们就跟医师各管师，然后就召开了多次会议。在会议的结论中，有一项最重要的就是要精准提示医师，避免干扰。那要怎么样才能达到精准提示？就是要有精准的资料来源，跟大量的资料为基础，才可以达到精准提示。所以我们就规划了一下流程。我们现在看一下流程图。当医师选了患者之后，我们医嘱系统会去判断患者是不是糖尿病患者，是不是初期 CKD 患者，是不是 pre-ESRD 患者。若是3个其中一种，就继续往下判断是不是有做过C肝筛检。假如说没有做过，我们在医嘱的画面上面就会协助医师开立C肝检验码。那医师确定处方之后，就会将检验单开递出去，患者就拿着检验单去完成相关的检验作业。那我们先来看一下第一个判断点，是不是糖尿病患者，是不是初期 CKD 患者，是不是 pre-ESRD 患者。在彰基这边有各类患者的个案管理资料库，所以对资讯说要抓到这些资料是相当容易。可是，在实作上面，我们就发现说，这样一步一步到各个管理系统中去找资料，相当的浪费时间，效率不好。同时，个案管理系统资料的名单会是变动的，因为随时都会加入，然后跟卫生局想要监测的名单就会有一些落差，所以我们就决定，在每年年初的时候，就将前一年度是糖尿病患者，是初期 CKD 患者跟 pre-ESRD 患者，从申报资料库中转出成为一个独立的资料。在这独立的资料，那医嘱就可以有一步就可以完成了判断，缩短了判断的时间。那因为收集这些是明确的资料，所以就有明确的资料来源，那达到精准提示的第一步。那我们再来看看第二步，那个是否有筛检C肝资料。在实作上，我们也发现说，从大的检验数据库中要去判断患者有没有做过C肝筛检，效率上也不理想。所以我们也决定将患者的 C肝筛检结果全部汇整，从大的数据资料库中汇整出来，变成一个独立的资料。那提升了判断的效率。再来就是为了要精准，所以变成要收集彰基分院每一个 C肝筛检的资料，所以我们就做了一个排程程式，将彰基各分院的 C肝筛检资料同步回彰基总院。那完成之后，再将彰基总院的资料发布到各个分院去，这样完成了资料收集的第一步。那剩下不在彰基体系筛检的资料，我们就跟卫生局讨论商量，请他们提供那个 C肝筛检资料给我们汇入资料库中。那这是收集资料的第二步。经过了这2步之后，我们的 VC 肝筛检资料表中就有大量的资料可以做精准的判断。好，那前面这端就是在医师端在检验的时候，在看诊的时候的筛检提示。那提示完之后，就会有后续的报表需要处理、追踪。那因为我们前端已经先把目标族群，就是糖尿病患者、初期 CKD 患者、Pre-ESRD 患者的资料都已经独立出来，那 VC 肝的检验资料也都独立出来，所以在报表的执行效率上面也有提高。那我们就可以很简单的去提供各类的报表给前端的相关人员，去完成相关的追踪跟管理。那这边我看一下报表，就是各科各类各科的检验比率，可以提示的患者名单啊，所有患者的筛检资料。那这个执行一段时间之后，我们接收到了国健署也有 VC 肝的筛检政策。那国健署的筛检政策的资料库是很庞大的，所以越能够精准的判断。所以我们又跟医师各管师讨论之后，我们将流程做了一些修改。我们把目标族群原本是糖尿病、初期 CKD、Pre-ESRD 的患者，改成45岁以上、79岁以下的患者来就医之后都会进入判断。然后假如说是每个人都要去呼叫国健署的 API 的话，那国健署的 API 会相当的效率不好，所以我们就在要呼叫之前，就会先比对刚才我们绘出的 VC 肝筛检资料库中是不是有做过筛检，没有做过筛检的时候，才会再去呼叫国健署的 API 程式。然后因为这个是国健署的 VC 肝筛检政策，所以它有一些表单需要填写。那为了避免在诊间干扰医师看诊，所以我们就改成列印转介单。那患者拿到转介单之后，就直接到相关的诊间去做 VC 肝侦测的开立。好，我们看一下，这个就是我们列出了转介单，到了诊间那个固定诊间之后，就会开立 VC 肝的筛检单，然后我们也会去监测那个转介单的开单量，然后一开始的时候是很高的，所以最近因为已经做得差不多，所以筛检都会下降了。然后因为是有了国健署的 API 的介入，让我们能够更精准的提示医师，减少医师看诊的干扰，那让该去筛检的患者才去做筛检，那这样可以达到双赢的效果。以上报告，谢谢大家。
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lin. And I will move the next speaker. I will invite Professor Chen. Professor Chen, he is the Associate Dean of the College of Oral Medicine of the Taipei University. Taipei Medical University. He is the specialist in the medical information system. There are a lot of the information system in the community screen program was built up by the Professor Chen, and I will welcome the Professor Chen for this presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Shi, a nice introduction to me, and I'm very proud to stand here to give a talk about the integrated information system for Chief C programming to you. As I think by the previous wonderful performance and the drama in the speakers' speech, I think we know a well-designed information system plays a crucial role in HCV elimination program in community. So by their presentation, now you have already have the idea how we do in the current programs. So the data, I think that this program, this system should be able to facilitate the data collection from the multiple resources, including PV, dialysis, CKD, DM, and also the health checkup and the hospital laboratory system and the community integrated systems and to all, and it is able to manage the participant data, including demographic, the test result, and the treatment outcomes. So most of the individuals' laboratory data and the treatment outcome are uploading to the cloud system as a centralized database to support the government to identify the population at risk and to allocate the resources and also monitor the HCV patient progress. So most important, as mentioned by the previous comments, what we need to identify the population, the risk in the community is the most important for the next stage. So the data collection through these systems could be able to not only for studying the quality of the HCV care, but also help us to evaluate the impact of existing programs for the current HCV elimination programs. And however, the data related to HCV care programs are sometimes scattered across different systems. So integrating the different systems and the data are very challenging, particularly, for example, an issue of the private data protection. So we need to further find a solution. So blockchain is one of the solutions for the next stage, because the blockchain could be able to allow the participants to, sorry. Okay, so the participant could be option in or option out through the management of the smart contracts. Proposed assistance is designed like following. It's a participant centric approach, keeping the individuals, care providers, and also administrators all into as internal entities. So when we have new entities, so a system could be able to provide the hash private key and also the block health wallets address. Each transaction or entities should be approved by administrators in the blockchain framework. So if the care provider want to access the participant records, so it needs to be approved by administrators through the smart contracts. So this blockchain framework is helpful for us to facilitate the further big data applications. And moreover, the federated learning approach is another is able to apply to to serve as a foundation of our evaluations as without touching the individual sensitive data. So how to do that in the federal learning? So the global model is a majority evaluation model, and we can generate local model based on the localized individual data, and to submit the parameter and the data after training to the cloud for the global model. And the global model could be adapt those aggregate type data and individual type data, and to feedback to the local models, and to adjust the model and correct the model to the global model again. So using this framework and the technology, we're able to keep the individual data in local models. So it's help us for using this model to provide evaluation models more accurate and precise for evaluation of programs. And not only for that, we can also use this model to support the evaluation of personalized health elimination of with digital twin approach. So this approach will be covered by the, Dr. Lin Tianyu in the next sessions. So in summary, I think our Chief's Information System is an essential tool in support operations and to enhance data-driven decision-making, improve patient care, and to support the public health efforts, and also can do the evaluate the effectiveness of programs. But the system is not always perfect, so we need to improve and to protect the private data with blockchain and federated learning technology in the futures. So this is my part. Thank you very much for your attention. Looking forward to your comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Chen. And then we will, if there any comment or question to the presentation.有吗？我想资讯系统是非常非常重要了哈，所以今天有来自每个县市的这些各卫生局的同仁，我想你们来这里参与这个活动已经学习非常多，但是如何建立好一个资讯系统是一个非常非常重要的事情，就是凡走过必留下痕迹，所以这不是只有流程改造。这个 model， 这个所谓的 delivery model 的 setup， 还要包括 information 的 setup， 所以我想这个不是只有卫生局的资讯系统，还包括所有的这些服务参与单位的这些资讯系统，都比较能够建立得起来。好，你有问题？
我想要补充的是觉得 thank you for two speakers about the integrate between all of the information to one system and validate the operation and support the decision making. 我觉得我要讲的是说，其实资讯的整合是所有事情背后的最大的支持的力量哈。那我觉得卫生局这边做了非常多的事情，医院也做了非常多的事情，背后都是非常多元的资料要做整合。那因为大家没有问题，我只是要告诉大家说，其实健保也有很大的 big data，OK， 我们也有很好的云端系统很多的诊所可能没有很好的资讯系统。如果你是在 local 的诊所，如果你在彰基 ，maybe 彰基可以 support 你非常多的 information and 它已经透过整合。 但是如果你是在诊所，可能你的资讯就没有那么的容易提升到非常 efficiency 的状态。那其实你可以建议你来上我们的健保云端系统 ，OK？ 健保云端系统也是整合了国健署的资料库，那也整合了健保的资料库，以及大家上传的检验检查的报告都在我们的资料库里面。那我们也透过 AI 去把这个检查报告的结果把它搜寻出来。所以如果你可以上我们的云端系统，然后我们会有一个 B 肝 C 肝的平台，在上面你可以看到眼前你这个病人呢是不是属于可以做 B 肝 C 肝筛检的对象，以及如果他是的话呢，那他最近在任何一个台湾任何一个诊所或医院有没有做过这个 screening？ OK？ 那如果有的话，它的结果是什么？然后也可以回答你，如果他已经是大源，然后又有病毒量到一定的程度，其实他是要用药的。then 他有没有用药？他现在在哪个医院用药？这些 information 在健保的云端系统其实都可以查得到。then 你就看到他是的，他应该要用药。如果他已经用药了，你就是 follow up 他。鼓励他一定要把疗程服完，不要中断。假定他在中间 something wrong， 他是阳性的，但是他没有服药，接下来你就应该行动，不要漏掉这个病人，让他 even 你自己可以给药 ，even 你要 refer， 对不对？好，所以我想如果我们的provider 端你的资讯系统是有限的，其实健保的资讯系统也可以帮助你非常的多。这是希望我们的医师端这个 provider 端可以来利用。另外呢，其实某种程度也可以去宣导我们的民众下载他自己的健康存折， empower 病人了解他自己的状况，主动去找医生。其实云端健康存折也可以告诉这个病人他究竟在什么样的 status 他是不是已经是被筛出来是阳性，然后他没有用药。Anyway， 他可以主动去，然后你们也可以主动 monitor 他。不过呢，最后我还是要讲，其实现在C肝距离根除还有一段距离。那现在呢是要 find out 还没有找到的病人，那这个的困难度是远比一开始其实那些生病的人自动会去找医生用药的。可是现在呢，找到的病人可能都是非常的轻微的。那他自己也没有太大的动机要吃药的，这个时候如何把它找出来，可以 cure 它，其实任务是越加的困难。但是因为预算是 prepare 在那里，那我们也希望大家能够把它找出来，可以治愈它。那我们可以达到这个目标。那无论如何我们的资讯系统 even 在 provider 端，在大医院端，或者是在我们的彰化县卫生局，它做得很好，可以 provide 所有的这些 local 的诊所 ，even 大家也可以用健保的云端系统。好，这是我的补充。
好，谢谢蔡副长的补充，我想非常重要哈。这个没有资讯就没有 power 了哈。那所以我觉得这个部分未来在 integrate 的部分一定还有更多可以结合的地方。那我们这 section 就到这里谢谢两位 speaker 的演讲，谢谢。
Thank you, Ms. Tsai and Professor Xu. And now it's time to take a short break. Please come back at 4. Please come back in 4 and 5 p.m.
谢谢座长及讲师。现在让我们短暂的休息5分钟，让我们4点5分再回到现场。OK， 那现场就是有分送木耳饮，然后都会分散到每个人的桌上。
3只在那里。好，那我要选3只。
那因为我想说他们是谁？
演完只要记得。
为了响应世界卫生组织提出的2030全球吸肝根治的一个目标，彰化县从2019年配合着中央开放吸肝口服新药的一个治疗政策，那全面的启动彰化县吸肝根除计划，不仅是全国第一，更是全亚洲第一个以县市层级全面动员的计划，共治疗了13000多人，成功的在3年内实现了吸肝根除的一个目标。有如此亮眼的成绩，最主要归功于完善的共同照护策略。我们采取了跨部门、跨计划、跨层级、跨科别的横向针对潜在的一个对象，把艾滋门诊、吊酒瘾门诊、美沙东门诊、洗肾室、糖尿病共同照护网、万人健检跟矫正机关等，我们都纳入我们扩大筛检，进而治疗根除。另外，为了减少民众到医院来回奔波，我们整合了各医院的抽血检验流程，推广吸肝一管验到底，不仅便民，也增加了民众筛检意愿。
如果吸肝抗体筛检阳性，我们会直接取同一管检体，加验病毒量及基因型。
就这款药，这国校啊检查全民健检，医生就会检查讲我有吸肝安尼，无我嘛唔知。
这些病人拢要伫这社区啊，是讲像这洗肾的吼，拢无法度来接受治疗，因为他离不开就医的地方或者生活的环境哦。所以彰化医院推动，用去这偏乡巡诊啊，是这洗肾单位巡诊的医院啊吼，帮助这患者来接受吸肝的治疗。
有啦，阿嬷讲有啦。
我们经验中有个病人他。
Welcome back, everyone. We will resume in 1 minute.
各位来宾，我们将在1分钟后开始会议，请各位回座。
好长，好长，他们的英文好长啊。等下是，现在是几点？1分钟到了吗？
对，你可以开始。
Our next sessions are Health Disparity in HCV Elimination and Screening Campaign in Tuscany in Central Italy. We are honored to have Professor Chen Yamei from Institute of Health Policy and Management, College of Public Health, National Taiwan University, and Associate Professor Zhang Lingying from Institute of Health Behaviors and Community Science, College of Public Health, National Taiwan University, to be moderators of this session. Please help me in welcoming them.
下场演讲主题为 C 肝根除与健康不平等及意大利托斯卡尼区新型肝炎筛检服务。让我们欢迎座长国立台湾大学公共卫生学院健康政策与管理研究所陈雅美教授，以及国立台湾大学公共卫生学院健康行为与社会科学研究所张玲颖副教授。
Good afternoon, everyone. It's truly my honor to chair the following two sessions, and it's also my honor to introduce my co-chair, Professor Lin Zhang. But both of us will take turn to introduce our guest speakers, and we'll co-chair and moderate these two sessions together. Since we have very little time for three great and wonderful topics, so I'll go ahead and introduce our first speaker as Professor Li Lu. And she is a faculty from the Zhongshan Medical University Department of Public Health, and her expertise lies in health promotion, health behavior, and health policy-related behavior. And her topic today is consistent with our session title, that is health disparity in HCV elimination. Let's welcome Dr. Lu.
Thank you, moderator's introduction. Now we will enter our topic. Welcome to this topic. Next. We will talk about health disparity in HCV elimination. The next. We can, this one. Okay, thank you. There. Sorry. How? Yeah. Thank you. According to WHO's definition, health equity is defined as the absence of unfair and avoidable or irreparable differences in health among population groups, which defined socially, economically, demographically, or geographically. And we know the social determinants of health had an important influence on health inequities. In countries at all levels of income, health and illness follow a social gradient, and we found the lower the socioeconomic position, the worse the health. So, according to the previous presentation today, we know in Changhua, they provide a whole HCV stop HCV program. So in this program, they screened not only high-risk groups, but also conducted HCV screening in its integrated community screening. So it provides good information to understand whether there are health disparities in HCV infection in the general population. So our purpose is to, based on this community integrated screening data, to explore. The first purpose is to describe the correlation between HCV infection and individual social and economic status. We use the personal education as indicator. The second is to understand the township level characteristics. The purpose two is to describe the correlation between HCV infection and the township level characteristics. And the second, we further exploring the impact of township level characteristics on the correlation between HCV and SES status. So we use the nearly 140 persons who received the HCV test, and 5,617 persons were HCV positive was our HCV infection in the following analysis. So the variable. In the following analysis, we control the social demographic factors, lifestyles, health status. And the most important, the individual levels, personal education level, we divided into illiterate, elementary school, junior high school, senior high school, and the university or above, 5 categories. The second level is township level. We use 2 indicators. One is urbanization level, categorized city, town, and village, 3 category. The other is medical resources. We use the number of doctors per 10,000 population as indicators. Then we calculated the intra-class correlation of HCV infection in township. We find the township variation cannot be ignored. So we will apply multi-level model to be our statistical model, statistical analysis. Let's see the results. After using multi-level models, we found the personal education level has significant correlation with the HCV infection. The lower the education level, the higher the risk of HCV infection. The odds ratio of senior high, junior high, elementary, and the literacy compared to the college is 2, 3, 4, and 6. This shows a significant social gradient. The next, we will examine the township levels in impact. The first we call the medical resources and find there is no significant correlation between individual risk of HCV infection and the medical resources. Furthermore, there is no significant interaction between the regional healthcare resources and the personal education concerning HCV infection. Second, we use the urbanization as township levels indicator and found urbanization is not associated with an individual's risk of HCV infection. However, we found urbanization will affect the relationship between personal education and HCV infection. Let's visualize this relationship. So we could see the picture, and we find the correlation between the risk of HCV infection and personal education has different patterns in cities, town, and the villages. So let's take a short conclusion for this talk. Based on the community-integrated screening data in彰化County, we found for HCV infection, there are significant health disparities. The lower the education level, and the higher the risk of HCV infection. And this health disparity varies with urbanization, but not with regional medical resources. This result implies that the effort to stop HCV in彰化, coupled with social development, seems to have solved the disparity of HCV infection caused by differences in regional medical resources. Finally, and importantly, the health disparity in HCV infection remain an important issue that cannot be ignored. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for Professor Lu for her wonderful and insightful presentation on the existence of health disparity in terms of hepatitis C's positivity. And because of the time constraint, we will leave the Q&A section to the end. So please take notes if you have any questions, and we will ask them together. And now I would like to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Tianyu Lu. Dr. Lu received his medical training at Department of Medicine at NTU, and with his extensive medical experiences, today he will be sharing us with his observations in health disparity, particularly in screening and treatment of hepatitis B at health center. And currently, he serves as the director of Zhanghua Xian Fang Yuanxiang Health Center. So let's welcome him with applause.
谢谢座长的介绍。我是各位来宾、各位长官、专家学者，大家午安。我是彰化县芳苑乡卫生所医师兼主任卢天玉啊。那今天就花几分钟，我跟大家介绍一下我们在卫生所所提供的服务哦，在吸肝这个根除方面，我们所做的一些努力，还有我们现在面临到的困难。那旁边就是我们芳苑比较有名的一些景点啦，哈，有什么海牛啦，有一些这个海空步道现在很热门。那这个就是我们最办的这个外展哈，还有杨主任哈，又来我们这个卫生所来提供民众这个吸肝根除的服务哈，到我们卫生所来。那我们卫生所之前是一个就是民国50几年。反正现在在改建当中，那我们现在是在临时办公处在这里哦，那就是2栋民宅合建租起来哦，外观看起来当然很不起眼哦，不过这个在乡下已经很好了哦，这样已经很好了哦。然后我们新大楼是长这样子哦，然后我芳苑服务大概也13年了哦，我们大概有90平方公里，居民大概3万人啊，逐年递减啊。30几年逐年递减，没有增加过哦。那我们吸肝罹患率蛮高的哈，平均我们西南角都有10% 以上哈。那我们没有肠胃科嘛哈，这个等一下会有一个那个健保署的一个表哈。那转介当然也不容易，我们比较能够转介当然就是彰滨哦、二基哦这2家是我们比较常转介民众去的。那民众让我们是超高龄的乡镇啊，20% 以上的老人家哦。没有什么公车，只有2条线而已哦。事实上也就是做人的啦哦，就是1-2个小时才会有一班哦。社经条件啊、就医麻烦啊、健康意识这等等问题。不过我们产了很多农产啊，什么鸡蛋啊，什么很多大概都是芳苑出产的哦。那这个是网络上抓到那个，我看我们有一个吸肝风险，我们是第5名哦。我们今年还有得奖哦，我们有吸肝筛检，我们也有第5级也有得奖哦。那我们这个区域里面大概都没有肠胃科啊，20镇会有2位是因为有2级在那边嘛，哦，那普心当然就是部长嘛，哦，好，那我们的工作当然就是第一个就是筛检嘛，哦，门诊的个案筛检啊，前面都有谈过，社站的筛检啊，哦，诊筛的筛检啊，那我们卫生局又提供一些社区老人家哦，社区一些公餐据点的筛检，哦，这个也其实也蛮多的个案被我们找到。那另外一个就是我们过去有一些阳性个案没有 follow 了哦，抗体阳性，那我们就邀约回来追踪哦。那再来接下来找到之后当然就治疗嘛。那治疗第一个当然首选还是转介2剂或是彰滨，先看民众的意愿哈。然后之前其实在107年我们就做过这个外展的服务，那时候刚开始个案蛮多，一次做10几案哈。那现在当然个案当然越来越难找，那我们做的是远距的医疗这样，因为有远距的这个规范出来。那跟大家简单分享2个个案哦，其实这也表现出一般民众哦，或在乡下民众对这个感觉了哦。有个王先生，他从桃园到卫生所来，到卫生所大部分都是因为价格问题哦，或是方便性，当然到医院都会觉得很复杂，光是挂号、停车哦、看诊拿药这个都很复杂。啊，到我们这边来，但是后来抽血，我跟他也是玩了很久，才有办法抽血。啊，抽血之后发现他吸肝阳性，哦，胺类阳性，他就不想去，然后又给他吃肝药，他就想说这治疗看看，撑了1年多，最后他才愿意去。那时候肝功能一直都500-600，都居高不下，哦，最后就去了，这样最后才治疗完成。另外一位也是黄女士哦，她去卫生所其实是背她家人去，背她父母去。哦，他后来也是有筛检，也是阳性。他说他忙了，他怎么样？反正各种理由，要家人的问题比较重要。其实乡下很多是老人陪老人哦，50-60岁、60-70岁陪80-90岁的这样。哦啊，正好他今年哦比较有时间了，FOBT 有阳性，哦啊，所以才去医院一次把两个问题都解决。哦，所以其实我们遇到比较困难哦。当然，这个很多个人其实不想验。哦，就包括我在看诊，跟他讲说他要验，直接就验，他都说他没时间，哦，他都不想验，哦，当然原因很多，最主要其实当然就是他怕担心啊，怕说有红字啊，有什么问题他要去追踪，所以他怕担心 年纪大不想去医院，甚至有经济上的考量、交通方便性等等。再来，我们在确认的时候，我们健保的云端药历也有很大的功能，它有个B C肝的区域嘛，我们可以去查。过去抗体阳性的，它卫生局会铺领一些名单给我们，我们邀约他过来之后，我们就可以查他有时候其实是治疗过的个案。105年、106年治疗过了，C肝抗体当然筛检还是阳性，请他过来我查一下，有健保卡才能查嘛，查一下就不用再浪费资源再多验那个 RNA。有一些是行动不便的，我们真的也有护理师很辛苦，跑到家里去载个案去医院这个也是很辛苦的一个，但是还是要把它完成那转介去医院，然后就治疗那如果自己能够去，当然是最好。那刚刚前面有提过有绿色通道，那如果都不行或者是说还对卫生所，现在我们铺有一些病人数，那我们就来做。以前有做过那个彰滨的这个医院来这边治疗，现在当然就是有远距治疗。那我们当然第一个就是有足够数量的个案，然后再来做一些数据的 data 的收集。最重要其实是有一些 trial 的 classification， 有一些凝血功能的这个比较难收集然后再看病，当然就按照医院的流程这样一直下来这样。这个是现在做的偏乡，那这以后整个完成之后，还会继续扩大到我们整个彰化县整个流程大概也就是按照医院的流程。那超音波就是在第一次门诊的时候做超音波，邀约来的时候，这个是杨主任然后当然那个视讯的时候，如果有不清楚的地方，当然我在旁边陪伴跟这个杨主任沟通这样。这个是本来一个我们就不看所以整个流程大概是这样其实乡下大家知道嘛。这个更需要网络，更需要花时间你关心到他他慢慢他觉得，因为我们要做出他认为超过一般医生的事情，超过一般医疗所该做，他就感受到你的心意。当然病人有各种考量、各种选择那我们也尊重他的选择。那最后当然就是说，他如果想治疗，我们要想尽办法帮他治疗嘛那就是就像刚刚讲的，载他去啦，或是用各种方式当然有时候说太多，有时候工作又新的工作又来不过我想我们还尽量服务我们方院的民众谢谢大家。
Thanks to Dr. Lu's great experience sharing about how person-centered care can be applied in local communities. And we had this great opportunity for learning from彰化County, and next is truly our privilege to learn from a very far country in the other side of the earth, from Italy. And hi, they told me it's going to be online, and I wasn't sure how this is going to work, but it seems to me it's working pretty well. And
yeah, it's working well.
Yeah, I'm Yamei Qian, by the way. I will co-chair with Professor Zhang, and we are waving our hand too. So can you see us? Probably not.
Not now because I shared my screen.
Oh, okay, that's totally fine.
Yes, now I can. Now
Hi.
I can. Nice to meet you, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to participate to this conference. So I will tell you about the screening campaign that is going on in Tuscany, which is a region in central Italy, to eliminate Hep C. First of all, a little bit of a description of the epidemiology. In Europe, we know that we have 12 million people who are chronically infected with HCV. In Italy, a study published in 2018 observed a 2.3 prevalence in the population aged 20 years and older, while a more recent study published last year through a modeling study estimated that around 400,000 people are chronically infected in Italy, with varying prevalence across regions. So in the central region, it should be around 0.9%. And to put things in context, I would like just to briefly explain how the health system is organized in Italy. The healthcare system is nationally funded in order to offer universal coverage to all citizens. All services are offered free of charge at the point of delivery, all except some services which are funded through co-payments. In this regards, some services, pharmaceuticals, and besides, there is also the private sector that offers supplementary insurance and access to private clinics and hospitals. The healthcare expenditure in Italy in 2019 was approximately 8.7% of the GDP. As of 2021, there are 1,051 hospitals, both public and private, in the country, and there are 3.8 doctors per 1,000 people, which is among the highest rates in the world. Primary care is delivered by the general practitioners, who serve as the first point of contact and provide ongoing health care and referral to specialists. Secondary care is provided by hospital and specialist doctors upon referrals from GP. And tertiary care involves highly specialized medical care in research teaching hospitals. How is the health care organized or administered at the regional level? Each of the 20 regions in Italy is responsible for delivering services and also for managing their budgets. So this regional autonomy allows for tailored healthcare strategies in order to meet local needs. And let's see the regulatory process. So the ministerial decree that was issued in May 2021 approved on an experimental basis a screening for the detection of HCV. And in Tuscany, a regional decree was issued at the end of last year in order to launch a free screening program. And the protocol for conducting the screening and its operational procedures were defined and approved. So how is this screening program going in Italy? It is not a universal screening program. It is an age cohort-based screening because it targets all birth cohorts from 69 to 89, so all people born in this period, including foreigners who are temporarily present in Italy. And it's also a risk factor-based screening because it targets also people followed by public services for addictions and inmates, irrespectively of their age. For this screening program, the Ministry of Health funded this screening with 71.5 million euros. Then, what does this mean in Tuscany? In Tuscany, which is this region in central Italy, we have approximately 920,000 people born from 1969 to 1989 who are not known to have HCV. Plus, we have 16,000 people who are followed by drug addiction services and more than 3,000 detained individuals. And the diagnostic tests that are used for anti-HCV screening are the finger prick, that is the rapid test on capillary blood, or the serological test on venous samples. Then for confirmation in those who are found to be positive for anti-HCV, there is a detection of the HCV RNA. So in January this year, Tuscany launched this communication plan, first of all in the services, addiction services, and then in the correctional facilities. And then in August, September, the communication campaign was launched and targeted the general population. And now it has been implemented through radio spots, videos on local TV, videos in cinemas, etc. And here you can see the website of the Tuscany region, where all the details of the screening are described. So each professional who tests for anti-HCV enter the information of the person tested in an app. And there is also a specific section that is dedicated to those who are authorized to prescribe second-level examination, HCV RNA. All data collected are pseudonymized through the application of a unique identification code. And then the regional health agency in Tuscany aligns the database and analyzes the data and prepares semi-annual reports that are to be sent to the Ministry of Health twice a year in June and December. So this is a flow chart of the screening program in the general population. Each individual who was born between 1968 and 1981 receives an active call through an SMS in the smartphone, inviting them to participate in the screening programs, and the services available are listed both at the local health unit at the volunteers associations. So they go there, and anti-HCV is tested through capillary blood testing mainly. All the information are read on this app. If it's negative, the test, then no further examination is needed. Whereas if it is positive, they have a consultation with their general practitioner who prescribes the HCV RNA test. If this test is negative, no further examination is needed. Otherwise, the general practitioner refers them to the specialized center so that they can be probably taken care of for linkage to care. And then this is the flow chart in the addiction services and penitentiary institutions, more or less the same flow chart, except that the physician who proposes the execution is the one who works at the facility. The testing is mainly done through venous sampling instead of capillary blood testing. These are the results, preliminary results of the screening campaign in the general population that has started at the beginning of September this year. So we noted a prevalence of 0.8%, which is consistent with estimates that have been drawn within mathematical probabilistic model approach by Condili and was published last year in this journal, New Microbiologica. Whereas in the population who are followed by addiction services, the prevalence is 10.1, and in the correctional facility of Tuscany is around 5%. As expected, it's higher than in the general population. So we know that the goal is still very far, but we have performed the first steps. We know that expanding the cohort of the population, including also those who are over 54 years of age, will facilitate, of course, the achievement of the goal, which is represented by elimination of HCV in our country. All the data will be made available on the Tuscany Regional Health Agency website in the section dedicated to infectious diseases. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Marian, for providing us with concise overview of the screening program and current status of HCV infections prevalence in Tuscany. And now does anyone have any questions or comment regarding the three presentations in these sections? We could take one or two questions. Anyone have any questions? So I will have a question for Dr. Marian. I know you mentioned that the program used a campaign to boost the screening program participation. Could you talk more about the campaign and how does it impact the general population's awareness and participation? Does it help people to know more about the HCV, and how does the result?
Yeah, mainly is done through radio spots and advertising in the main newspapers, those that are read in Tuscany, and through social media spaces and local TVs. And then we are involving also medical physicians who are expert in the field to make some interviews and raise awareness in the population.
Okay, thank you very much. There's one question.
Hi, Maremi. I'm Amy. Nice to meet you. Finally to see you.
Nice to meet you.
And actually, because you mentioned about the prevalence rate in Florence is a bit higher than the south part of Italy. Can you tell us what kind of the characteristics of this population? Will the features affect the coming uptake in the participants? And I have a second question is, I'm not quite sure, but in your flow chart, in the last step, it seems you will take charge for the treatments. Is the anti-HCV treatment funded or patient needs to co-pay the treatment? Thank you.
No. In Italy, the treatment is entirely paid by the state. Yeah, as I said, we have this universal coverage to all citizens. So, irrespective from the income, services are offered free of charge, especially these costly treatments. Regarding the prevalence, it also depends by the surveillance systems, I guess, but the prevalence variation is between 0.5 to 0.9%. So there's not such a big difference between the different regions, just to put things into perspective. We know that, the expected prevalence is around 1%.
Okay.
And especially, of course, the older population groups are those that are mainly affected by the infection. However, it was deemed more cost-effective to targeting these birth cohorts as a first step for the screening campaign, because it is supposed to have larger benefits in order in terms of healthy life years gained, and costs also for the screening campaign.
Thank you, Dr. Marian, for your response. And because of the time constraint, we may need to end these sections. Let's have a big applause to our three presenters again. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chen and Associate Professor Zhang.
谢谢座长及讲者。
We move on to the next session about state-of-the-art machine learning evaluation of HCV elimination. We are honored to have Professor Xu Jianye from Department of Information Management, National Taipei University of Nursing and Health Science, and Dr. Lai Zhaozhi from Department of Emergency Medicine, Taipei City Hospital, to be moderators of this session. Please help me in welcoming them.
接下来的主题为新颖机器学习 C 肝根除评估，邀请台北护理健康大学资讯管理系徐建业教授及台北市立联合医院紧急医疗部赖昭志主任担任座长。
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. In this section, we are going to present something more about information technology we used in this project, especially some hot topic recent years about the artificial intelligence and machine learning. We do put some effort in this topic. So this session, we will have two presenters. Professor Lai, please introduce our first presenters.
I'm George Lai from Taipei City Hospital. It's an honor to be able to host this section. First part, I will introduce the first speaker. Ding En Xu. He is a public health inspector from Zhanghua County Public Health, and he has the master degree from the Institute of Environment Health of National Taiwan University. Okay, welcome to the Mr. Xu.
Thank you, Dr. Lai. Good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ding En Xi, and I'm a staff of Zhanghua County Public Health Bureau. And I'm also the student member of the course, the training camp course of Zhanghua Artificial Intelligence in Healthcare. And we're divided into several groups with different topics. My group partner and I were working on the topic like HCV evaluation, and we did some practice using the method, machine learning method we learned from the courses. So I'm going to briefly share my experience in these courses. I'm guessing you all have some questions here. Yes, we did it. The BMJ, train engine of HCV elimination, how to reach an extraordinary achievement like Zhanghua County did, and the Lancet, and the BJM. And the answer is no. These are not the journals you're familiar with. The BMJ is short for the basic machine journey, and the Lancet short for the layers of ANN classified Ethernet. And ANJM is short for the network journey of mathematics. Okay, these are the machine learning methods I'm going to talk about. The basics first, like the logistic regressions and the decision trees, random forest techniques, and support vector machine, SVM, the method. And to deeper the machine learning method like artificial neural networks, ANN, and the Bayesian network, BN. And apparently it is already because my brain almost quit its job. Okay, let's circle back to the courses itself. The course is developed by the Dr. Chen Shuxi 老师, and Dr. Chen and the team, including Dr. Ye, Dr. Ye Yanbo, Dr. Lai Yishi, Dr. Lin Tianyu, and Dr. Lu, Dr. Shen Lishen 教授, Dr. Xu Chenyang Xu Yishi, yes. And they built a course with containing the step like concept building. And after fulfilling lecture, there will be an assistant to help us to put the technique into practice. And so we did some practices. And one of the biggest part is group discussion, which is also an important part during the courses. And yes, mild headache occasionally occurred, which is a good sign because it means our brains are functioning and processing the knowledge. And we actually genuinely learned the techniques and the methods we can put into practice. And we were have some results showed on the previous slide. And the certificate conferred at the end of the training camp. These are the certificates. And I'd like to take the opportunity standing here to appreciate Dr. Chen Xiuxi and Dr. Lin Tianyu, and all the professors and all the assistants who taught us, helped us in many different ways, in many different times, with passion and patience, and considerate, sweet suggestions to help us. And the course did. Empowered us, equipped us to adapt, to face, to deal with the public health challenges upcoming, and the smart health AI, smart health future. So thank you. Thank doctors. Thank you, professors. And next, Dr. Lin is going to share his evaluations about HCV elimination in Zhanghua using the machine learning methods through the novel digital twin approach. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Lin. Thank you, everyone.
Okay.
I think the member of the Zhanghua County Public Health is get ready for providing the smart health and the many personalized the precision screening. Next time, maybe we'll show the result. And with time limit, so any question or comment, we will move the end of this section. So move the next part.
Okay, our next speaker is Dr. Lin Qinyu. She has the background of the epidemiology, preventive medicine, public health, and I think especially she also has a background of mathematics. So that is why she will always give people headache, right? Mathematics. Okay. Yes. So today she's going to talk about those building some kind of model, statistics model. It's kind of it's kind of approach to build a prediction model to estimate the performance of HCV elimination project. So, let's welcome Dr. Lin.
Thank you for Professor Xu's introduction and also the Ding An's sharing about the machine learning course in Zhanghua County Health Bureau. And today I want to show you about how to use the digital twin approach to evaluate the community-based personalized hepatitis C virus elimination. Based on the HCV care cascade, we know from the susceptible to anti-HCV test and also positive and the RNA test, viremia, and treatment. There are two cascade models. One is the infectious disease cascade model, and the other one is the test treatment cascade model, including the screening, diagnosis, and treatment, and affected by the accessible, available, and affordable. And so, if we want to evaluate the HCV elimination, we will base on the cascade process. And there are two strategies. One is the macro elimination, and based on the population base. And the other is micro elimination. It's based on the individual tailored approach. And so now I firstly introduce how we use the APC model, age period cohort model, to evaluate the macro elimination of the HCV in Zhanghua. So the first question is why we want to use the APC model age period cohort. It's because these three components has large effect on the HCV prevalence. For example, we can see this figure. The different color of the line means the different age group, and the x-axis is the early birth cohort to the late birth cohort. So if we take the yellow one, the 50 to 59 as an example, we can see that at the same age group, but the HCV prevalence in the early cohort is higher than in the late cohort. So that is why we think the age period cohort is very important on the prevalence of HCV infection. Then so we construct the patient-directed acyclic graph model incorporate with the age period cohort, and also the different area to construct this model to answer the question. So this is our estimated number for the anti-HCV positive. The number is around 22,000. And based on the 80% viremia proportion among the RNA tests, then it's around the 18,000 RNA positive. And also with the WHO criteria for 90% diagnosis and 80% treatment, then we estimate the WHO targets for achieving HCV elimination is around 13,000 by the end of 2022. So with compared to the actually the truly number of the successful treatments in Changhua is around the 12,000, then we can know the effectiveness of elimination is around 92%. This is based on the APC model to answer the question of the how is the effectiveness of the macro elimination of Changhua HCV. And so the next we go into the micro elimination, which we use the digital twin approach to answer the question. So when we want to answer this question, we get down to the many kind of the risk group, including the methadone, HIV, prisoner, and other groups in our CHIPS-C program. And we build up the Bayesian hierarchical three-stage HCV model from the susceptible to the RNA to HCV test and the anti-HCV positive, and also the RNA test and viremia. And in this process, there are two parameters are very important. One is the lambda 1, which means the HCV positive rates. And we use the Poisson model to incorporate the age, gender, and also the risk of the many kind of the risk group. And also the P is the viremia proportion, and which we use the logistic regression to incorporate the same covariates. But the important for our model is that our model is not the independent model to answer the every cascade process. We use the hierarchical model. So all of this cascade has the link and is hierarchical. So and the second is, in our model, we consider the non-referral to RNA test. So we also consider this effect. And after the estimation of our model, we can use the GAN is one of the generated model in machine learning to generate the individual data. So if we can use the GAN, then we can know the predicted anti-HCV number and also the viremia number. So with compared to the treatment number in Changhua, then we can calculate the successful treatment rate. So the previous one is our Bayesian hierarchical model. And why we want to this model is because we want to build up the digital twin. So in this digital twin concept, the first is we have the real world data. It's the physical space, just like the data in Changhua. And then we have the Bayesian hierarchical three-stage HCV model, just like we mentioned in the previous slide. And also by the GAN, we can get the virtual space. And after, if we have the virtual space, then we can know the truly status of every individual with their complete data of the care cascade. Then we can synthetic bridging the physical space and the virtual space. And why we need to the synthetic bridging is because if in the real world data, if someone don't go to the RNA test after they get the HCV positive result. Then we don't know the truly viremia status of this patient. But if we have the virtual space, we have the data from the virtual space, then we can construct the digital thread for this patient. Then we can know the truly status of this patient. And after the synthetic bridging, then we can do the application to the population or the individual evaluation. So this is our estimated results based on our hierarchical three-stage model. So we can see that for the first, the HCV positive, the methadone has the large effect on the HCV positive compared to the CHIS program, and followed by the HIV and the prisoner is also the high positive effect on the HCV positive. And go to the RNA test and the viremia, we can see that only methadone has the high positive effect on RNA test and the viremia compared to the CHIS program. So based on the estimated result, and we can answer the question of, so what is the effectiveness of the HCV elimination in Changhua? And the answer is 85%. And to answer the, what we want to answer is the micro-elimination. So we can have the effectiveness of among the different risk groups. So we can see the result here. For the methadone and the prisoner, the effectiveness is around 90 to 100%. And for the for the dialysis is around, for the HIV and the dialysis is 80 to 90%. And the CHIS program is around 80%. And also we can calculate the attributable proportion for every risk group. So the first largest proportion is the CHIS program, is around 38%, and followed by the DM. And the interesting is the proportion for the methadone, HIV, and prisoners is only 14%. And this is because, just like Dr. Ye said, because for the CHIPS and the DM, the population number is large, but for this, even though the risk is very high, but the sample size is small. So we also can answer the question about the number needed to screen. And because the methadone, HIV, and prisoner is, the risk is very high, so the number needed to screen is under 10. And the CKD-DM group is around 50, and CHIS is 73. And not only this, the strength of our digital twin approach is we can answer the what if questions. So we can answer a question like, if we don't have the elimination program for DM patients, then we just say the effectiveness is 85%, right? Then it will go down to 66. And if we don't have the prisoner program, then 85 will go down to 76. Then we can answer the many questions about the what if to answer anything we want to answer. And this is the final slide for the perspective of the digital twin approach for personalized prevention of HCV. And so, and here is our physical world with the participants with DM or dialysis or prisoner. And we also can get the information about the maybe age, gender, or the status of metabolic syndrome factor. Then we can get the many individual data here. Then through our computational world, just like our hierarchical model, then we can answer the question is what kind of the primary prevention including lifestyle modification, awareness, secondary prevention, screening, diagnosis, and tertiary prevention, DIA treatment or surveillance. What kind of the combination of these three prevention is the optimal one for every different individual. So if we take one example, is a DM patient, then maybe the lifestyle modification and screening plus diagnosis and the DIA treatment is the best way for this patient. And then we can let every individual have the different prevention way then, to achieve the elimination of hepatitis C. And this is my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lin. Hope we will still have stable headache problem. Okay, all right. Any question from the audience? I think I know the time is very limited. Can you tell us more about how do you decide and how many numbers you have the slide about the numbers you need to do the screening for different group? Is that right? Okay. Can you say how do we decide that? I think it's about page 12.
I use the risk of the viremia in the methadone group or HIV group or prisoner group compared to the rats in the before we have the CHIP-C program to compare the absolute risk.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I think that is a very good topic. Is about we use the population-based to the individualized group-based application. So, yeah. Thank you. So, if there is no question, I think we will end the session here. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Xu and Dr. Lai.
谢谢座长及讲者。
And for our next session, personalized cost effectiveness of CHIP-C program, we are honored to have Dr. Chen Mukuan, the superintendent from Zhanghua Christian Hospital, and Associate Professor Chen Qilin from Graduate Institute of Clinical Medicine, College of Medicine, National Taiwan University, to be moderators of this session. Please help me welcoming them.
接下来进入今日最后一个主题：彰化整合式 C 型肝炎根除计划精准成本效益分析。邀请彰化基督教医院陈木宽陈院长以及国立台湾大学医学院临床医学研究所陈麒麟副教授担任座长。
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great honor to co-chair with the Chen in this section. As we know, it's the next section. Thanks for all of you to being still here with us. It's late, and I'm very happy to tell you that the organ committee just tell me the first speech is not a speech. It's like an action drama, I think. Yeah, I've been invited to a lot of the international conference, but this is the first time I feel like a show here. So we have a very good professor here. Like he had a very golden brain, I think. Professor Chen, yeah, okay. Dr. Chen, you want to tell something about this?
Oh, first of all, we'll start the action show first.
Okay.
And I'm very curious what kind of action show can demonstrate the cost effectiveness.
Okay, so
and it will be led by the Miss Chen Huihua. She is the staff of the bureau. Okay, let's welcome them.
Okay, just show your hand to welcome the bishop.
时间回到2016年，一支标着一封信。
报告长官，报告长官，这里有一封民众的喊息批。
民众说肝病治疗太贵，台湾有55万C肝病人，我们应该超前部署才对。
虾米55万
？C肝目前治疗使用干扰素及 recovery， 副作用很大，治疗率偏低。
副作用很大，治疗率偏低。
我知道国外现在有C肝新药，副作用低，但是自费价格太贵了，要100万，
太贵了。
政府值不值得花这么多钱呢？大家一起来想一想。
想一想，想一想。
我觉得绝对不能选贵、效果又不好的药。经过成本效益分析，效益低、成本高，赔了夫人又折兵。
效益低，成本高，赔了夫人又折兵。
对，绝对不行。再想。
我有一个想法，虽然选择比较便宜的药，但是效果不好。但是便宜啦。经过成本效益分析，效益低，成本低，无鱼黑马好。
效益低，成本低，无鱼黑马好。
无好。健康要第一，这个不考虑。
还有没有？
我有一个办法，C肝新药副作用低，自费100万，效果不错哦。经过成本效益分析，效益高，成本高，天下没有白吃的午餐。
效益高，成本高，天下没有白吃的午餐。
太贵了，要想办法降低药价，健保给付。
降低药价，健保给付。C肝新药全面开放普及使用，药价降至20万，免自费健保帮你付，效果真好，一箭双雕。经过成本效益分析，效益高，成本低，一箭双雕。效益高，成本低，一减25，无拉减西口。
好，就是这个。
C肝根除健保给付，效益高，成本低，无拉减西口，赞！谢谢大家。
Thank you for the visuals from the Changhua County Health Bureau. We know that Hoju Dim Amde in Taiwanese. So the best fish to win near the bottom. So it's good show. The channel will introduce the last speaker.
Yeah. Okay. I'll introduce our last and the most important speaker of this symposium. It's Professor Amy Minfang Yan. She got her PhD program in statistics from University College London. So she's the real biostatistician, and she specializes in the cancer screening program evaluation using the very advanced statistical modeling. And she's currently the professor at the School of Oral Hygiene, Taipei Medical University. So she will talk about the personalized cost effectiveness of the CHIP-C program here. And let's welcome Dr. Yan.
Thank you for the nice, kind of introduction from Professor Chen. My topic actually is very rare that we can have a speech without a long introduction or a big introduction. But I think the introduction of my speech is actually delivered in the whole day program. So we all know very well that in Zhanghua we have this integrated elimination program for HCV. We call it CHIP-C program. And our colleagues from the Health Bureau just performed a show to give you the idea about the cost-effective analysis. We always have a usual care or a basic program to be a comparator or existing program as a comparator. We want to know whether the new program introduced will have better benefits, which is an essential condition we can think about to take action in the health field. But we want to know how much it costs and whether we can afford it. So my responsibility is to answer the Huihua, which quadrant our CHIP-C program is stands. So, but before speak on the CHIP-C program, just like the question the Professor Ikaki asked this morning, we still need to have the ultrasound program for those has the of high risk. So actually, before the CHIP-C program in 2019, we in Taiwan, we have ever experienced a quite long period of high instance of hepatitis C liver cancer. And before that, in Taiwan, we have a comprehensive prevention program designed to prevent the HCC, includes of course, the universal vaccination for the HBV, which has been started in 1918. And after that, after 1918, we can see 10 years after, the instance of the HCC for the very young age patient start to decline. And not only for the primary prevention, especially we know which is only take effect for the young people. But for the elderly people, government still have the screening program, the secondary prevention, because we need to take care about those already maybe liver cirrhosis or at that time not very many option, many choice for the antiviral therapy. So in Zhanghua, in addition to the CHIP-C program, we have the 万人健检 program started in 2006. So with all this program, before we evaluate the cost effectiveness of the CHIP-C, we want to show the result of this 3-level prevention. So first of all, I would like to show you, this is the 3 kind of program, multiple modalities, combined with the universal vaccination. If we compare with no intervention, you can see the HCC cases dropped, and also the stage 2 plus HCC, the HCC deaths. If we compare with no intervention, and this is majorly a contribution from the vaccination. But if we compare with the vaccination, how about the effectiveness of aiding up the antiviral therapy, mass screening, or combine both? You will see that the effect, the case of liver cancer reduced by about 15 and 13 to 17% with the antiviral therapy included. Of course, mass screening will not reduce the number of HCC cases, but it will reduce the advanced stage HCC and also the HCC deaths. So with this evaluation, not only the effect, our colleagues just present this 4 quadrant by the incremental cost and the incremental effectiveness. Now we know our program will be located in the quadrant 1 and quadrant 4, the win-win quadrant or the no-free lunch quadrant. So let's see where they are. After the comprehensive cost-effective analysis, we found if compared with no any intervention, the universal vaccination is a very successful strategy because they will lead to less cost with more benefit. So it's in the quadrant 4, regardless whether it's combined with the antiviral therapy or the mass screening or combine both. But if we compare with the existing universal vaccination, then you will see all the antiviral therapy are located in the non-free lunch quadrant because we need to invest in order to save lives. So this is what we already know, the benefits when the universal vaccination is existing. However, it cannot answer all the questions because, as I mentioned earlier, for the elderly people, they did not covered by the universal program because our program started in about 1980s. So the elderly people vaccinated is about 45 years, and we know the peak age of HCC is after age 50. So look at the curve for the middle age and also for the elderly people. Before the screening and the antiviral therapy introduced, the incidence still climbed. So that's why now we have introduced the antiviral therapy and for the HPV and also the DAA treatment for the HCV. This is the slides you have seen today. In Zhanghua, we started this program since 2019, and based on the APC model, Dr. Lin Tingyu has just mentioned in the previous talk. Based on this model, we estimate the demand of this program and find the Zhanghua CHIP-C program has achieved 92% coverage. So our further cost-effective analysis is to compare without intervention, the CHIP-C program, the anti-HCV interferon, and the anti-HCV, but with a higher cost. And also, for comparison, we add the anti-HPV treatment. This is the result of the cost-effective. When we consider the direct cost, we will see the CHIP-C program. When we compare with the other 3 when we compare with the no intervention, the 3 alternatives for the CHIP-C program, it seems again the largest benefit compared with the anti-HBV and the anti-HCV interferon. But because these 3 programs has different coverage, has different treatment rates. For the CHIP-C now, we have 92. For the the anti-HCV interferon, we took the reference number before the ChIP-C program is about 19. For the anti-HBV treatment, it's now set at 25% only. So this will affect the result. But in anyhow, these three programs is in the first quadrant, and it will depend on how much we are willing to pay to determine whether any program is cost effective. However, if we add up the indirect cost, because we know all this program is one of the purpose is to stop the HCC and also the associated deaths. So we add up back the production loss for those for the life averted. And here, now you find the location moved, and we take the original no intervention as the original point. You will find the three programs now are all in the win-win plan. So it seems when we consider such kind of cost-effective analysis, the indirect cost will affect our result. So later on here, from now on, I only present the results with including indirect cost. For all the parameters, it could be, we need to consider the uncertainty. That's why we use the probabilistic approach to do this cost-effective analysis. With these three programs, you will see the proportion, the probability of being cost-effective. Always the ChIP-C take the lead. But it's not always the case. Let's do the sensitivity analysis to see how robust our result depends on the parameters. The left-hand side is when we change the compliance to ChIP-C, how the results will change. Here you can see, because in the left-hand side, it's only compliance to ChIP-C will be changed. So for the anti-HBV, anti-HCV interferon or no intervention, there's no change. But for ChIP-C, the current good result, excellent result will be referred to the net monetary benefit. I use the 1 GDP as the monetary converter to the 1 life year gain. And our base case is about 92%, so it's almost in the very end, the last second end of the blue point. But if our program is not this success, if our program is not, has not covered so many patients, once the coverage, the compliance to ChIP-C program move to the left and move to the lower figures, you will see the net benefit drops. Even when it drops less than 60%, it may not as good as the HPV compliance with 25% compliance. The right-hand side panel is a three-way sensitivity analysis. When we fixate the interferon as 50% and to see how the two block change, you will see it's not too much space for the ChIP-C, right? But why we still have such a good result is because currently we have excellent compliance. It means if such program or this kind of program cannot cover as many people as possible, then the benefit may be discounted a lot. And finally, I would like to share with you, this is from Professor Shi. She also presented this morning very excellent work to discuss the cost effectiveness to compare the three different points of care for the PV case. Although it's only PV case, and in our ChIP-C program, PV is only 1 subset of our target population. But we concern the same thing. Here you can see now Professor Shi compare how the results will be affected by what? By the HCV prevalence rate, and also by, in the right-hand side, by the treatment uptake after the point of care testing. When the figure going to the right, the curve will move down. That means the cost per test, average cost per test will be dropped. Of course, if you can cover your program more completely, then the overall cost will be decreased and will be more cost effective. So finally, it's my last slide, and I already mentioned about this. The universal program, no doubt, is cost saving. And for the CHIP-C program, although we have a very expensive, still expensive, although it's already discounted price, but still expensive. But with high compliance, we can be cost saving. And finally, such a kind of assessment, just like Professor Shi has already done, is we want to co-work with all the policymakers to see how the best this kind of elimination or intervention program can be done. Finally, this is the final slides for all the invited speakers for all the day, but it's really a very touching day, especially it's not a whole day speech. It's inserted with very vivid action drama. I myself have seen those drama at least 5 times, because all the colleagues performed every week. Every week when we came to Zhanghua, the colleagues perform all these dramas again and again. They make a lot of different efforts, not only on the drama, but on stop hepatitis C. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Amy, for your nice talk about this very important issue. Any comment or please, yeah, or question, yeah.
Thank you, Amy. It's a great presentation. Congratulations on your achievement. I have many questions, but because of time, I will be very short. So first one of your intervention is anti-HCV interferon treatment. I wonder why you still choose interferon instead of DAA. That interferon has been phased out. I don't know whether it's because the analysis was conducted before DAA era or not, but maybe you can clarify. But second question is, what is the definition of the indirect cost? Because after you include the indirect cost, all the base case become dominant, which is cost saving. So I just want to know, curious about what is the inclusion of your indirect cost, and how do you calculate the net monetary benefit? Do you consider the life years saved into your benefit, monetary benefit calculation or not? So yeah, let's stop here. Thank you.
For the 3 questions, the first one, I might apologize because today we have a presentation in the conference. I'm not going to answering academic questions. So the interferon I put here is only to compare for all our healthy workers to know in the early phase when the 1 million new Taiwan dollars interferon was introduced. They just mentioned it's expensive, and also the compliance rate is low. So I just want to show everyone before and after. The same thing for the HCV for the anti-HCV, what's the difference in terms of cost-effective analysis? So the CHIP-C program is the current one we have of for the DAA. Okay, and the second is about the indirect cost. Here, because in our analysis, we include the result of the HCC-related deaths from birth to the end of life. So we actually collect the person years under each strategy. So the indirect cost I used is like the human capital approach to convert every life year into 1 GDP in these calculations. And the third is, okay, about the monetary, net monetary is essentially the same answer to the second question. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I think because of the time limited, and we are now behind the schedule, and we have closed the section. Okay, let me add in, yeah.
Thank you, Superintendent Chen and Associate Professor Chen.
谢谢座长及讲者。
And thank you again to all our moderators and speakers today. We are moving to the last session. I would like to invite Dr. Ye Yanbo, the Director of Changhua County Public Health Bureau, to deliver closing remarks of the conference. Please help me in welcoming him.
再次感谢今日所有的座长及演讲者，有请彰化县卫生局叶彦博叶局长致辞。
And thank you, everybody. Stay here for so long and with us to enjoy the very vivid and action drama and very excellent talk. And I have a few slides. Don't be afraid. Just a few minutes, please. The first slide is concerning after the CHIP-C have completed the mission of HCV elimination. The next step, what's the next step? First, we will continue to the prevention control of the high risk of reinfection, such as the PV prisoner. Second, we will validate the HCV elimination and evaluation the impact of the CHIP-C. The third is concerned the post-treatment surveillance. That's a very important issue, especially when you concern to the prevention of liver cancer. And the fourth is continual HCV screening for disadvantaged group. Just as like the Professor Xu talked about the iceberg under the water label, there's still a significant proportion of people needed to be screened. And the last one that Professor Chen asked me to talk about is the preparation of CHIP-C, because the government policy began to launch the HBV elimination. And two questions. Does the HCV care networks possess the strength required to eliminate HBV? And the third question, what strategy can be implemented to strengthen the hepatitis care network in order to eliminate HBV? These are some consideration. It's just a thinking process. The first, because HCV cannot be cured, and the long-term follow-up is necessary. The second, the treatment algorithm is very complicated. This complicated and the long-term follow-up need a stronger case management. Maybe we need a centralized case management protocol to manage HBV. It's very different from HCV. And how to empower patients' self-care. Maybe you need more strong IT-assisted HBV care. That's my closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ye.
谢谢叶局长。
And I would like to invite Dr. Chen Mukwan, the Superintendent of Changhua Christian Hospital, to deliver closing remarks of the conference. Please help me in welcoming him.
接着邀请彰化基督教医院陈木宽陈院长为我们致辞。
Hi, it's late. Again, thanks for all for your coming and see us here with. Unless I invite my teacher, Tony Chen, to talk about something. You don't want? Okay, yeah, thank you very much. Have a good evening, okay? And we have invited some invited speaker to have a dinner here. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Superintendent Chen.
谢谢陈院长。
And I would like to invite Dr. Yang Weixun, Director of Department of Medical Research, National Taiwan University, to deliver closing remarks of the conference. Please help me in welcoming him.
接着邀请国立台湾大学医学院附设医院医院部杨伟勋教授为我们致辞。
Okay. At the end of the day, we are all tired. It's time to go home. And wish you good night. Good evening. Bye bye.
Thank you, Director Yang.
谢谢杨教授。
At last, I would like to invite Dr. Xu Chenyang, the Chairman of Taiwan Medical Association of Medical Screening, to deliver closing remarks of the conference. Please join our hands together to welcome him.
最后邀请社团法人台湾筛检学会许承阳医师为我们致辞。
Thank you, Director Ye and Professor Chen, and all of the distinguished guests can join this successful meeting. I think things have changed a lot. In the past, when I was a student, I think HCV is quite bad because we don't have medicine. But HPV is better because we have vaccine. But now the things is reversed. And I believe so as the CHIPS-B. Still, we have a chance and on the top of the successful platform built by Director Ye. And thank you all of your attendance.
Thank you, Dr. Xu.
谢谢许医师。
Okay. On behalf of the conference organization, I sincerely thank all of our distinguished moderators, speakers, and guests for joining us today. It's been our pleasure to host this event, and we look forward to seeing you again next year. Thank you.
今天的活动圆满结束，仅代表跨领域社区新型肝炎根除国际会议感谢各位来宾共襄盛举，我们明年再见。提醒：若需要申请继续教育学分的来宾，请于签到处进行签退。在1楼大门口，大会有准备前往台中高铁站与彰化火车站的接驳车。如需搭乘的来宾，请至1楼大厅门口搭乘。提醒您是在10分钟后发车，请留意搭乘时间。
再次感谢各位的光临。那提醒您离开时，请不要忘记自己的随身物品。谢谢各位。